ready?
Little listeners have a new space to get all their favourite podcasts.
Hooray!
Like exclusive new episodes of Bluey Listen Along.
Let's dance to celebrate!
Create a kids profile today by heading to the Kids tab on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
When the siren sounds. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Throws it, kicks on goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing, it's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
Like camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it. Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out, snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Bacon goal square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
Don't get better than this.
100% pure footy.
Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal, dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
Inside 50, off a step, turns and goes bang. And snap. And goal. There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
It's the ultimate domestic dispute, dogs versus cats, on a Friday night down the highway at Cardinia Park. The 3-2 Cats in the winners list on the back of their victory out at Norwood against the West Coast Eagles. They come up against the Bulldogs, coming off their first defeat in the young season. Injuries starting to mount up. And yet the likes of Richards and Norton and Liberatore all out there tonight. So some better news on the selection front for the Dogs. Welcome to Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Bailey Smith against his old team for just the second time. Mark Blicavs, arguably the most versatile player the game has seen, makes it to 300 games tonight. So there's a whole lot to look out for as we continue on into round 6, which started with a bang last night at the MCG. My name's Corbin Middlemass. It is a cool night. It's getting down to single digits in Geelong. So that's a very friendly welcome to Sleepy Hollow for Friday Night Footy. No late change coming in. So teams as selected. There was a VFL game earlier where Footscray came from behind to defeat the locals 12-12 to 7-9. So a 33-point win for the Bulldogs, and Adam Treloar had 41 disposals in that game. So the Dogs winners and all their 3 emergencies played in the 2s. So they come in as selected with the 23 that was picked last night. Kelly Underwood's here to call the game with me. The whole gang's made the trip down the highway. Hello, Kel.
G'day, Corbin. Great to be here. Lovely trip down the highway. Dog v cat. Definitely a dog person, allergic to cats. I reckon Lee would be a dog person as well. I'm not sure about the gentleman on the end this evening. We'll get to him shortly. But you and I, fresh back from Gather Round, always probably the best round, I think, of the year. And we were both in the commentary box at beautiful Norwood Oval last Sunday to watch the Cats get the business done, where they rested, or as Chris Scott likes to say, nervously managed Mark Blitzarves, which meant he gets all the fanfare tonight for the 300th, and he deserves it. And Jake Kolodjasny will play his 200th alongside him. We watched Kolodjasny in his return last Sunday, so from game 198 to 199, there was 18 months difference, and he had to wait less than a week to get to the 300th milestone. So looking forward to a big show tonight. And as for the Dogs, well, they're just injuries are starting to get them. You mentioned the VFL game earlier and that Footscray won. Is that right? You said? Yeah,
that's
with
right.
Treloar. Yeah, getting plenty of players. There's about a handful of players in this side tonight that were VFL premiership players with Footscray. I was thinking about that as I was going through the teams today, and I thought, goodness, Luke Beveridge really is an excellent coach at developing players, isn't he? So they'll get a big test here this evening against the Cats. Can't wait.
There's a whole lot to chop up. The legendary Cat, the three-time premiership player, premiership captain, Cameron Ling's here again. Hello, Lingy.
Hello, Corbs. Hello, Cal. Hello, Mick. Hodgie's down on the boundary tonight, and hello to everybody out there. Congratulations to Mark Blitzarves. 300 games, wonderful milestone. Big shout-out to Kohler as well for 200 games, but it sort of pales in significance compared to the Blitz.
Is it true, Lingy? Little Birdie tells me that you won the 3K time trial at the Cats for decades. Every single summer you would win that 3K time trial, and then you heard a steeplechase that was on the radar. So you retired and the Blitz came in and, fair to say, blitzed them.
It's fair to say you're well informed, Carl. I got the hell out of there. As soon as I heard Blitz was coming to the club, I didn't know if he could get a kick. I didn't know if he'd be any good at footy, but I knew he was going to destroy me in the 3K time trial. So I hung up the boots and, yes, he continued on his... He got to the club end of 2011 as a Category B rookie, but then I think a little bit of time was given to him while he finished off trying to qualify for the 2012 Olympics. But when he finally did arrive at the club, I think it was poor Joel Selwood who was expected to take the mantle as the time trial king. And I'm pretty sure he got nearly lapped on the first time trial they did against each other. He was that impressive. But it's fair to say when he first arrived, he didn't look much chop as a footballer, Mark Blitzarves.
Yeah.
Skills, understanding of the game, everything. Talking to Nigel Lappin this week, the great development coach at the Cats, he said, if you told me he was going to be a 300-game player, dual best and fairest winner, all-Australian and a premiership player, you would have been kidding yourself back then. But wonderful player, and you're right, flexible, plays every role, brilliant, and a brilliant person as well. So congrats to him.
The great thing about the guys that have debuted in more recent times and the advent of champion data and the statistics that have been kept. So across 299 games, he spent 30% of time in defence, 28% of time in the ruck, 17% on the wing, 15 as a genuine midfielder and 9% as a forward. It's an amazing breakdown across 299 games, the different areas.
I was trying to come up with a couple of names when you said, is he the most versatile ever? And, Kuda came to mind, Paul Roos, Matty Pavlich, all Australian in multiple positions. And they are true champions of the game. But I don't think they covered as many different parts of the ground as what Mark Blitzarves has.
Adam Goods.
Goodsy, another one. Yep, great call.
But in terms of, all these guys at different stages of their career played different areas, he'll do it in the same game.
So true, isn't
He'll play one quarter in the forward line, one quarter on the wing. Mick Moldhouse is here, the man who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL, AFL history, and we've got a lot to throw at him tonight, the Hall of Fame coach. Hello, Mick.
Hello, Corby. G'day, Cal and Lingy and Tim and all our listeners. It's what a great evening it is. I thought a couple of days ago it was going to be raining. They said it was going to rain. Have a look at it. Ground's in fantastic nick. It's a good night. It's a bit chilly, but that's what we expect this time of the year. And I think it's going to be an interesting game, albeit the fact I think the Cats could be going to be too strong.
Do you want to just give your obituary off the top?
Yeah.
Rip a roast.
Oh, my God, I couldn't believe it.
For our listeners, that's all I've heard about.
I heard about Ripper Roast from my son, who used to come down here. He used to go to uni and he'd say, and his mother would say to him, are you eating well? I eat at Ripper Roast, and he'd go through what he got, the vegetables, the potatoes, and they were piled on. As if it was his grandmother doing it for him. Anyway, And I said to Nanette tonight, just drop me off there. I might just duck up because I'm sure Corby will be there, and we'll just have a lazy, steak or a bit of chicken parma or whatever. Closed.
Amazing.
Closed.
For good or just today?
Closed forever. I walked up feeding.
Decades.
The wonderful family institution closed in December, Cal. There was a big article about it. And I'm so sorry. I forgot to inform these guys that it was closed, and they are that angry at me now.
I can't believe it.
Look how grumpy he is.
I know.
He's even grumpier.
I'm walking around now looking for some chips or something like that. Nothing. It's all pale. I mean, I'd rather go hungry. The Ripper roast. So if anyone wants to take up that little area opposite the ground, I'm sure they can get it because the family have said, no, enough's enough, we've had it.
We've got a lot to chop up. We'll get into the fallout involving Elijah Hollands out of last night's game at the MCG. Instead of talking about the superb performance from Nick Dacos to cap off 100 games, Taylor Burns' miss after the siren, another final quarter fade-out from the Blues. So much of it centres on the young Carlton player and Elijah Hollands. You would have seen the pictures, I'm sure, by now. We'll tell you more about it in a few moments. Before that, let's kick it down to Tim Hodges, who's inside the Bulldogs camp. Hodgie.
Corbin joined down on the boundary by Brendan Lade from the Western Bulldogs. Brendan, we appreciate your time. It's got a big event feel tonight, doesn't it? Mark Bligstad's reaches game 300 for the Cats. They're going to pack the joint out. Big time Friday night footy. How's that sit with your mob?
No, really good. We were disappointed last week with our game and a lot of aspects, actually. We still had some good opportunities to play better, but we didn't. So feels like the boys want to respond tonight, and hopefully we get that.
You said that off air. You had 4 great weeks and then last week. What confidence levels do you have that tonight will be right, like the first month?
We weren't far off last week. There's a few parts in our game that weren't there, but we're quite confident we can back up and perform. Obviously a few people out, but we feel we can cover that.
I watched you watching the VFL before. All of your emergencies played, which means Ed Richards is okay. What odds would you have given him last Saturday when you saw him helped off the ground that he'd be okay for this week?
Well, I thought he did his knee, so I gave him no chance. But look, he hurt his ankle. It's the first time or second time he's ever done it, and they're normally the worst ones. But he was very diligent, got it all done, all the work done, got the recovery done, and he's going to play. So we're looking forward to it.
Does he need a jab, or is he okay tonight?
As far as I know, he's okay. He'll get strapped up, and we'll see how he goes. And if we've got to give him some relief, we will.
And talking about strapping up, Aaron Norton will have that hand strapped up. Was it a race against time for him to be right tonight, or is he just going to play in a bit of pain?
Oh, he's going to play in a bit of pain. He did it in the first quarter last week, got through the game, taped it to his other finger, got through main training on Wednesday, and we're here now. So hopefully he can give us those contests he does in the forward line and we get a result we're after from him.
No one knows big-time rucking like you. Tim English, the club missed him so much last week. Do you worry about the game plan tonight without him again?
Yeah, a little bit. He's a big loss for our side. Obviously, he's very influential around all clearances, especially centre bounce. But for us, it's an opportunity for Louis Emmett to get another game under his belt and see how he goes against a young kid for them and in Edwards. And we'll use Lobby, we'll use Crofty, we'll use Das as well. So we'll rotate a few people through there. Not far from game time. What concerns you most heading into the game for the opposition? Which cat is probably the one you want to make sure you clamp down? Well, there's a few. Is it Bailey? Yeah, Bailey's he's in really good form. Holmes, he played half back last week and was pure offence for him. Stewart behind the ball is pretty important. Neil kicked 6 goals against us last time. They've got an array of good players that we have to watch out for. We had some plans in place for Myers, but he's not playing. We think he's very influential up the ground. But hopefully we can get our game going. We don't have to worry about them. They can worry about us. And just a word, you've watched Mark Bligstad a hell of a lot. Do you marvel at the fact that sometimes he can be the ruckman, sometimes he can be the wingman or the on-baller or the forward flank or the back flank? I've seen him play nearly every position on the ground and do it quite well. He's tagged before, he's played wing, he's played key back, he's played ruck. We think tonight he plays second ruck and he'll play a little bit of wing. But what a huge honour for him to play 300 and hopefully we can spoil this party. Friday night, it's a big stage. We appreciate your time so close to the bounce. No worries, thanks Tim. There you go, Corbin. Brendan Lade from the Dogs.
Thanks, Hodgie. More from Tim Hodges coming up in just a moment. We'll duck inside the Cats camp too. Just repeating, there's no late change here at Cardinia Park on what's going to be a cool but a clear night. Mark Bledsoe plays his 300th game and Jake Kolodjasny his 200th. It's Friday night footy on ABC Sport. All right, the big story out of last night centres around Elijah Hollands from the Blues. The Carlton Football Club putting out this statement. The Carlton Football Club is continuing to provide close and ongoing care to Elijah Hollands, who suffered a mental health episode on Thursday night. The 23-year-old is continuing to receive the appropriate level of medical and wellbeing support, with Hollands' welfare remaining the number one priority. The club remains in contact with the AFL and the AFL Players Association, given the complicated nature of what occurred on Thursday night. While the club acknowledges the public interest, it asks that Hollands' privacy be respected, with the primary focus on ensuring he receives the level of care that he needs before a further update can be provided at an appropriate time. So, end of the media release. That's what the Carlton Football Club put out late this afternoon. So suffered a mental health episode on Thursday night. I'm sure many of you would have seen the pictures that have been circulating on social media and subsequently in more mainstream media from that point on. He has been open about an alcohol addiction in the past. The club saying this is a mental health episode. He had to fight for his spot on the list in the pre-season, having previously, of course, had stints with the Gold Coast and was once on the primary list at Carlton before earning a place back on their list through the pre-season supplementary period. It feels like that there's a lot of unanswered questions that are coming out of this, and you can take absolutely on board and on face value the serious mental health component of it and take the statement on face value. But there's a number of key questions out of this, including how can something like that happen in an AFL game in 2026? How did nobody notice? From a performance point of view, how did nobody notice that essentially Carlton's playing one short? That one guy was so out of the play. How did no one pick it up pre-game? How did the line groups not pick it up? So even if the senior coach, for example, has more of a broader group view on the whole group, how did one of his line coaches that would have spent time with him at the quarter breaks not have clued in a little earlier? The same way that people did watching on at the ground, us in the broadcast, or people that listened to us last night, certainly people that were taking their own vision of what was taking place last night at the MCG.
And my biggest question, to continue on with what you're saying there, Corbs, is the fact that it was really apparent and clear pre-game. So players can, if they are having a bad game and you're feeling like the walls are closing in on you, you can go into your shell. Different people handle it in different ways. But as the game progresses, there's a little bit more understanding that, hang on, that player is not coping well with the situation for whatever reason. But it's different when it's very, very apparent pre-game. So we're talking in the warm-up, as vision has come to light on social media of him in the warm-up, him running onto the ground, clearly in his interactions and the way he's behaving, that it's well before the first bounce mix. So it's not because of the pressure of the game. He has turned up to the game in that mental health state and again, take the statement on its face value. I feel like just through conversations with assistant coaches, line coaches, and perhaps the senior coach, that there should have been an awareness that this guy was not ready to compete in a massive Thursday night game against a rival like Collingwood in front of a big crowd. He wasn't in a state to play AFL football, the highest level.
Well, I'm trying to write down who he would have been. First of all, if you find someone who's done it, they walk in, they go, just like Ted Richards the other day, not Ted, but Richards the other day. I'm a bit sore he pulled out of the game or whatever it was. So there's players that physically have something wrong and you know it. Now, so as he's walking in, Lingy, now you're a captain. You would have been you would have seen all your teammates prior to them running out. You can make a change right up to the death. Let's face it, for a start off. Yeah. It's a Thursday night. Your seconds probably haven't played. One is you're walking in, you're generally going to be rubbing shoulders with your teammates. Yep. Now, it's an obligation of any teammate that if he can sniff anything that looks like what's wrong with a player, particularly mentally, then to mention that to someone. Logically, the doctor. Right, so we don't know what happened there. So he's got in, he's gone past the teammates. Then he would have had I'm not sure how chronologically they do it at Carlton, but they would have had some form of line rehearsal just to go over the notes that we had during the week. Okay, so there's a secondary thing. I'm not sure. The medical people stay in the medical room. They don't necessarily have to come out during the warm-up. You might have your trainers there just in case someone needs a bit more tape, a bit more oil, whatever the case is. Again, he's exposed in the inner he's exposed in the rooms of some form of warm-up before you go on the ground.
Yep.
Then you got the ground warm-up, and a lot happens in the ground warm-up. Particularly now, that's where a senior coach probably doesn't have instant touch with the players. What he has, he's got his line blokes, the central blokes throwing the ball up midfield, just seeing how they work. The backline coaches are talking to each other. The forward line coaches are getting the players, and that includes the bench. So you've got your bench players in those lineups. So there's all the way through, you've got touch. Senior coach, I can categorically say now that there wouldn't be one player that I didn't talk to pre-match in some capacity. It might have been, say, Jimmy Clement. It's just a matter of how you're going. But you're in their eyes, so you can see. It may well be in a Brad Dick, and you need to spend a bit more time on your association with him to get the best out of him, or whatever the case may be.
So you would speak to every player pre-game?
Well, it's only 22 players in those days, or 21 players maybe. I'm sure what it was. It didn't matter because you've got it's almost 2 hours. As I said here before, there's players that are low maintenance. So it's just a matter of looking in their eyes and going, everything okay? Yep. And once you get the little tick off, you tick it off in your own mind. Then there's players that need a bit more work. Then there's players that need a lot of work because they are a bit nervy or they've got a big job. I remember talking to Drew Banfield before he played on Toby Bairstow. Have you got it right? And you know, what happens if he comes off, blah, blah, blah. So you're spending probably 3 or 4 minutes with that play. But again, you're in their eyes and you can see them, you can feel how they feel. Has he got the nervous twitches? You know, blah, blah. It's all that. So there's 4 layers there already.
So four layers there, 2 hours of time. I don't understand how he takes the field.
No.
In the
both times. Going for the warm-up and then going out on the ground.
Yeah.
I don't get that.
But then the game goes on. So even if he gets through all these layers and somehow he runs out there and starts the match, I called his name just before half-time, and I remember you do the thing quickly where you look at the stats computer and you think, Elijah Hollands, I can't remember saying his name for a guy that 2 weeks earlier we saw him on Good Friday. We all worked that game and he was in the coaches' votes. He was excellent. So to not think that you'd even called him until before half-time was unusual. And so immediately sort of the flag went up that, hey, something's off tonight, that this guy has only had one disposal to that stage in the game. So then we're watching him closer in the second half, and it was clearly apparent by then. He played out the game. He played in the final quarter. So there wasn't at any stage during the match when that started that even any of these bells went off for anyone involved in the Carlton Football Club to say, hey, you know what? This isn't your night, Elijah. Come sit with us.
It was one touch in 72 minutes, and that was after Champion Data went back and gave him the touch. So on the stat sheet, surely there was alarm bells ringing for the coaches because it had 0 next to it as well.
So that's a performance element where you can go, okay, this guy is just off. He's not having a good night. He's having a shocker, in fact, from a pure performance standpoint. So you can start questioning, why? Have we got him in the wrong part of the ground? Has he got the wrong role? How can we get him into the game because he's important to us? But I think it was also very clear for those who were at the ground that he was behaving erratically as well as not finding the football. So to me, that's the bigger cue that needed to be taken, saying, hang on, there's something, he's not right. So whether it is a conversation, so let's just hypothetically say a medical staff notices it from the bench. Wouldn't you go and ask the question, has he received a concussion?
Yep.
Is he acting like this because of a head knock? So therefore bring him off, have a conversation then. Why are you acting so erratically? And then I would have thought it would become really apparent in a one-on-one conversation that, this guy's not right to actually go back out and continue playing this game of football.
I think it's important here, his background and his history, and I've been a big believer, then you'd probably be the same, Lingy, that everyone deserves a second chance. Yep. Elijah Holland's on his 3rd chance because he was a top pick, top number 7. The Gold Coast Suns had him initially. They traded him to Carlton. They were happy to do that trade. Before he played a game of footy with Carlton, he was found in possession of illicit substances and he was suspended for the first 2 games with Carlton. And then last year in his 2nd year, he took personal leave. And, I mean, he didn't need to do this, but he's publicly admitted that he suffers from anxiety, and he's also spoken about the fact that he has issues with alcohol. Put aside all of his documented mental health and alcohol challenges, the questions are, and you've addressed it, how on earth could no one have noticed this? So all the teammates need to be asked. His brother was trying to tag Nick Dacos, and yet at the same time was he aware? Your senior coach is on the bench, support staff in the rooms. There has to be someone that is responsible for this. And I'll put that to you, Mick and Lingy, in a minute. Like, who is the person that is responsible? I think Carlton have got some really hard questions that they need to ask themselves. The culture's been, as we know, Mick, scrutinised for years. You've got a former president that's still in the headlines for all the wrong reasons. Elijah was delisted at the end of last season. He was told to try out for a rookie list. I actually today was feeling for Will White, who played his first year last year, was picked up on the last as this SFP a year ago. And it came down to the two of them. They stuck with Elijah. Will White then went to the Bulldogs, who's playing tonight after James Harms retired, and just missed out on a spot there. So it has been challenging for the club. I spoke to someone at the club today who says it's been a really challenging circumstances trying to manage him. But we need to hold the AFL and the Carlton Football Club to account.
Absolutely.
Here, particularly when it comes to, the measures they put in place around past players and present players when it comes to mental health and wellbeing. I cannot think of another professional league in the world that would allow this to happen.
Can I ask you, Cal, so question about the AFL. There's a lot of footy fans out there right now who are wanting to believe the statement made by the Carlton Football Club and wanting to believe the best. However, there are a lot of those footy fans who have some doubts around, was it a mental health episode or was it something else? Was he affected by something else? Does the AFL need to clear that up by taking a stronger stance, i.e., do they make sure that he takes an illicit drug test?
Transparency here is everything. And the AFL needs to take control because they would have watched that unfold last night, and that is just terrible look. But also,
have we heard from the AFL yet?
So the AFL, all we've heard is that there are ongoing discussions with Carlton and the Players Association. I actually think a drug test would be in Elijah's best interest.
Yeah, and I think players that have had a history of drug use, or in his situation, he was caught with drug possession, are target tested. So. Let us know. I mean, we know his privacy is everything in that sense, okay?
But if you're Elijah and you've had a mental health episode and you've got all these people on social media questioning what's happened out there, I would want that cleared up.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Because I think he's entitled to that as well. So I'm sure that would be both in Elijah's best interest and the broader football community.
And it is possible that he did suffer a mental health episode of some sort. We're both familiar with people close to us that we've... and go through that.
I picked it apart with a couple of mates last night. I was watching the Vision together, and that was the conclusion I drew. That it sounds like a bipolar type episode, or whatever it turns out to be. That it is a mental health episode that he seems to have been going through.
Can you forgive people for thinking the way and thinking the other?
Of course. And in my own scenario, where it happened to someone close to me, my first thought was that they must be affected by something, and it turned out that ultimately they weren't. And it turned out that it was a mental health episode that they were going through, and it was extremely confronting.
You feel for it. I mean, you feel for it no matter what the circumstances are. But who's responsible, Mick?
Well, we've got those 4 or 5 points I've made, and we still haven't started the game, right? So there should already be, by that stage, a number of issues being put forward to the people that count most, which in this case would be the doctor, if he doesn't already know. Then you've got, let's go into the game. The game starts and you've got quarter time. You break again in your divisions. Now, if you've got some bloke who's just not part of it, then it's the time to say to the doctor, listen, I think you need to look at this player. He's not with me at the moment. Then you've got half time. Then you've got three-quarter time. Then you've got the game and you've got the what's happening on the bench. Now, there are a lot of people on the bench who...
There's a lot of staffers.
A lot of staffers on the bench. So... somewhere along the line, there's been a real breakdown. And I hate saying that about Carlton or anyone else because we don't know where it should lie or whatever, but somewhere along the line is a breakdown. I'm disappointed we haven't heard from the AFL over this because this is a very, very serious thing that's taken place that most of the football world who are right into their football know about and are querying what's taking place. I mean, we've already had a dog's breakfast with the tribunal, a bloke in his car, trying to, and they're finding players. I mean, at the moment, the AFL are taking hits all over the place, and they're going to continue until they start to come out and face reality.
And there were a number of moments last night when you look back on it in retrospect, and even when you lived through it at the time, I don't think it's necessarily a hindsight thing.
So you were at the game, Corbin. You were broadcasting, and you mentioned it in the broadcast. It wasn't that something came to light post-match.
No, early in the second half, and it was noted again multiple times by the time the game had ended. And he went on the ground in the third quarter. He went on again on the ground in the fourth quarter after that point. So Carlton releasing a statement saying that Elijah Hollands has suffered a mental health episode, and the AFL is in ongoing discussions with the club and the Players Association. More on this throughout the night when it comes to hand, and more across the weekend. Our thoughts, of course, with Elijah Hollands at this time. More coming up from Kardinia Park next.
Are there any winners in the cost of living crisis? What's causing the algal bloom?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News. Keep asking.
ABC Sport.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
The well-trodden path. Lockett, Hall, Franklin, and now Curnow. The grass is greener at the SCG.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
On his left, he couldn't bang through a third, can he? You bet he can.
It's from 45 on the run. And they've made it 6 in a row. What a goal. Nick Dacos takes the advantage, eyes the goals, and kicks it. DNA doesn't lie. Want it down. Sock it off the ground by Will Ashcroft. He's a freak. That is just that. Freakish.
Welcome to the 2026 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and ABC Listen.
You take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
Friday night footy from the Cattery, and it is their biggest domestic rival, the Bulldogs, who come to play the Cats down the highway. Blitzar's 300th, the royal visit to the Dogs during the week. The Cats captain comes back in. There's a guy named Bailey Smith who plays against his old team for just the second time tonight. All of that baked into Friday night footy here on ABC Sport. There is no late change. It's a cool night down at the Cattery where the temperature is going to drop into single digits. The whole gang's here for Friday night on the ABC. Corbin Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood, the legendary Cat Cameron Ling, and the coaching icon Mick Malthouse. Tim Hodges with us on the boundary, and your thoughts throughout the night on 0437 774 774. It is a dual site double header tonight, which means there's 2 games in the Friday night time slot. One of them here at Kardinia Park, Geelong and the Western Bulldogs. The other is being played in the Harbour City tonight, and it is the Battle of the Bridge between the Swans and the Giants. There's no late change there. There is some weather about. There seems to be the way in Sydney these days. I don't know if they've somehow got southeast Queensland's weather pattern that's been moving through, but storms about, so hopefully there's not too many delays. If you're listening to us on traditional radio on ABC Sport, you will be getting some of that game later tonight. We'll take you there for the final quarter, so you'll get 5 quarters of footy for your Friday night. If you want to listen to that game in its entirety, or perhaps toggle between the 2 games, you can do that through ABC Listen, so AFL and AFL Extra, and you can pick your game tonight. Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse, Kelly Underwood, what do we make of the concept, the 2 Friday nighters running at least close to one another? I think they're about a quarter delayed.
Oh, I don't like it.
No, I always thought that they were designed to have a standalone game. Well, that's only like Thursday night and Friday night.
Yep.
So that's the way I thought it was designed.
So marquee slot, eyes of the country on one
That's
game.
what I thought.
I didn't mind every now and then the Perth one that would be
Later.
later, better staggered.
Yep.
Back to back, no problem.
Yeah.
Not the crossover.
No,
it's ridiculous.
I want to watch the Swans and Giants. I reckon that'll be a good game of footy.
Is it just me? But I do hear a lot of people talking about the draw so far this year. It's been abysmal, and it's been all over the shop, and no one's really comfortable with it because it's catch up round to get the ladder right. I can understand that, but it just we're 2/3 way, or nearabouts through April. We're around 6.
A quarter of the way.
A quarter of the way already. So, Lingy, let's go back to your first year. When did you actually start the season?
I reckon the last weekend in March would be about right.
Yes, I'm in April.
Late March, but yeah.
So cricket finished March, and then you started playing football in April. And admittedly, I think we might have only had 18 games. I'm not sure how many games we had.
I remember our Geelong Hawthorn Easter Monday games were usually about round 2. So that's early April was about
Got a lot
round
of
two.
games. I was interested in listening to Ken Hinkley, or I saw him write it somewhere where he reckons, and I'm not disagreeing with him, top 6 are settled. Which we're round 6. Round 6. We don't want round 6 to have the top 6 settled.
Just on the Friday night doubleheaders, I think part of the reason for the 2 games on the Friday night has been all of us whinging about the poor quality Thursday night game. So the reason for that is essentially each team's only allowed 2 5-day breaks. So if you went from a Saturday to play on a Thursday, that's one of your 5-day breaks gone, right? And you're only allowed 2 across the course of the season. So the way we can get more teams through the Thursday night cycle is to put more teams on the Friday night. So now for the Thursday night fixture next week, we essentially have 6 teams that are in that rotation to play off 6 days the following week, and it doesn't take up one of their 5-day breaks. So
So it's definitely nothing to do with the fact that it's 2 Sydney teams and they don't have faith that as a national broadcaster it'll pull big ratings nationally?
That's a big part of it.
I would have thought. But that's a big part of it.
But whether that game's on Saturday or it's on Friday, I think part of the appeal for Channel 7 is that gets beamed into 7 or New South Wales on free-to-air. So more people are likely to watch the Swans and Giants there, as well as watching the Dogs and the Cats in all the other states. And so it does give you a bigger number, and perhaps the Friday night viewership is better than Saturday afternoon or whatever it turns out to be. So, but it does give them more fixture flexibility, is the idea of these doubleheaders on the Friday night. Which
Stop
why
making
they've done
sense, Corbs, and talking actual practical stuff. I just want to whinge about the fixture. I want to watch the Swans-Giants game at a different time.
There's no late change here at Cardinia Park. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. We've been inside the Dogs camp. They're on the way out. Marcus Bontempelli, their inspirational skipper, is about to lead them through the banner. While that's going on, we're going to head inside the Geelong camp with Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Corbin down on the boundary with James Raleigh, senior assistant coach of Geelong. My old schoolmate down in Warrnambool. James, good to see you. It's a big event for your club tonight. It's a big moment for Mark Blitzavs playing game 300. You know him better than just about anyone. Tell us about him.
Oh, yeah. No, Mark's just been an amazing player for this footy club for a long time. See him come in as that steeplechaser that we speak about and to be the player that he is today. And so early on, you know, he's been such an important player for us for so long. Obviously, it's talked about he can play so many different positions, and he's just an organiser in all those positions. So, no, I think everyone's keen to play really well for him tonight.
What does it mean in the coach's box to have his name on the whiteboard where you can put it just about any position? I think even Chris Scott said earlier in the week it's 16 positions you consider him for before any given weekend.
And that's not a lie. We speak about it, you know, at match committee all the time. Where's Blitz going to play? He's the most flexible player that I've ever seen play the game, and he's just been so important to helping us contend year after year.
Friday nights are always a big stage. It means plenty. Do you feel that the boys are up a little bit more because he's such a much-loved figure in this team?
I think so. They know how much how good a teammate he's been. That's probably the key to it. He's just been such a great teammate for everyone that's come through in his time in the game. So, and Colin Jasny as well. He's been a real stalwart down back, and we have to mention him with how important he is for us down back.
How are you feeling about tonight for the Cats, but also having watched the Dogs last Saturday? We spoke to Brendan Lade before. You know, they're really, really good for 4 weeks, and they had a shocker. Yeah. What do you read into? Do you read into that game or more their first month?
No, definitely their first month. You know, we've been rating the Bulldogs for a long time now, and we've had a lot of good battles against them, and it's going to be one in the contest. I know they didn't think they played the best game last week in the contest, and that never happens 2 weeks in a row with the Bulldogs, so we know they're going to be at their best, and we need to at least match it.
Brendan Lade spoke to us just a short time ago. He said he thought Ed Richards did his knee and be out for the year last year. Can you believe that he's actually playing tonight?
Well, we're in the same hotel with them as well at Gather Round, so we thought that as well. But he's obviously come up, and it looks like he's going to play. So he's obviously a fantastic player, and another one of their midfield brigade that's really tough to beat.
And just on injuries, Grind Myers didn't get up for tonight. What's the latest?
Yeah, no, Grind didn't get up. Look, the medicos thought, because he's been grumbling for a little bit, that this was the week to miss. So, Grind will have the week off and hopefully be all right.
And the skipper is back. What are your expectations for Patrick tonight?
Yeah, as I said, this game's always won in a contest, and there's no one better than Patrick Dangerfield. So he's been working really hard off the field to get himself right. Yes, possibly could have played last week, but another week off, another week of training, he's raring to go.
It has been a frustrating season for him. He played in the Origin, missed 28 days, and played round one and missed 34 days until tonight. It's been a hard grind for someone who's used to grinding it out every single week.
Yeah, very frustrating because he's put a lot into this and he's actually looked really good on the track. And I think the games that the time that he's played, he's looked really, really strong. So he even lost a little bit of weight. He's thinking about his age and getting through. He wants to play another year. So, we're just rapt to have him back in the side.
It's a big stage. It's a cool vibe down here on the boundaries, and it's going to be a good night.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Thanks, James.
No worries, Tim.
Good to see you. Corbin, James Riley from the Cats.
Good old-fashioned school reunion down there. Tim Hodges with James Riley inside the Cats camp. And just as that was wrapping up, the team comes jogging past. The banner reads, back, middle, forward, wherever he fits. 300 games giving Oppo teams the Blitz. As Mark Blitzarves plays his 300th game tonight.
I like that dramatic pause.
Just the 8th guy in Geelong's history to get there. Incredibly, for the first 120 years, they only had 2 guys, Ian Nankervis and John Sammy Newman, of course, the only 2 to get there. And from 2015 onwards, Lingy, all of a sudden 6 further players have made the 300 club. So Corey Enright, James Bartell, Joel Selwood, Tom Hawkins, Mitch Duncan, and now Mark Blitzarves.
It's funny how right great coaches are all the time. Mick was often very, very right with things he said. I got to be coached by one of the greats, Bomber Thompson, and he said to us early, he said, boys, if you just trust me and get on board with what we're trying to do, we will have great team success, and I promise that all of you will play more games than you could ever imagine. You will have more awards, you will have more success, you will have more money, you'll get to enjoy it all. But let's make sure we get the team success first. And with that team success has come now 6 players playing 300-plus games. So
you told us you didn't get paid well.
Oh, no, I didn't. I didn't think it went to all my teammates, of course. No, but Mark Blitzarves, it's funny. I spoke to a few of his old teammates who are now retired during the week just to get a little bit of, I wanted a bit of a inner sanctum, little things I could stir him up about, but also some serious stuff. And to a man, they all said when Joel Selwood retired, and there was a bit of a chat, will it be Paddy Dangerfield? Will it be Tom Stewart? Will it be Mark Blitzarves as the next captain? All of them would have been totally comfortable if Mark Blitzarves had been the captain. He's the one who glues the entire group together. He gets along well with the 18 and 19-year-olds. He gets along well with the 35-year-olds. The coach, he's known to have a red wine with the coach after the game. He's just the one that brings the entire group together and would have been a perfect captain. But what they told me was he really couldn't care less if he got the title or not. He was happy just to keep competing and keep trying to be a good teammate, which I think sums him up perfectly.
Only the second to get to 300 off the rookie list. So Luke Bruce was the first.
Wow.
Second fastest to 300 games ever. So he's the 111th player to get there in the history of the game. Only Adam Goods did it quicker. So Goodsy in 12 years, 172 days, and now Blitzarves 13 years and 16 days. Premiership in 2022, All-Australian same year, dual best and fairest winner. And my favourite bit from the Blitzarves family during the week was his brother Chris, who attended the press conference. I don't know if you saw this. Mark Blitzarves and Chris Scott did the presser together to bring in his 300th game. And Chris asked a question, Chris Blitzarves, of Chris Scott. Just in the middle of the press conference, said, oh, by the way, I've got one, Chris, and asked him a question about culture, of which Chris Scott gave this long 3-minute answer, essentially, and he thought, oh, this is a fascinating presser. I'll just ask my brother's senior coach a question about the game, and off he went. So, in the middle of the presser, which was a nice
And, of course, parents, Australian basketballers.
Yeah.
Sister Sarah Blitzarves, an Australian basketballer.
Being around sporting people would help him adjust, understand sporting people. So
high performance.
all the way through.
Yep.
And having a body that doesn't put a lot of weight on. When you look at people that have played a lot of games, they're generally, 1, injury free, and 2, their body is much the same. Obviously, he's going to be about 5 or 6 kilos heavier when he started, but not 10 to 12 where you're putting a lot of pressure on your knees and ankles and so forth.
Couple off the SMS, no late change here. It's going to be a cool night in Geelong, but clear for now. Greg, who's in this neck of the woods, he says, I miss Ripper Roast as much as anyone. And that's why I'd like to create a support group for those suffering with a barbecue spit roast meat and some veggie therapy session in the car park before the game. Good call, go the Cats.
I know who will be the number 1 ticket holder of that group.
Well, we'll come down more often down to Geelong if it happens. It's the gravy that gets you too.
Do you know, Lingy could have made us a roast before we came here.
Look,
I'm a vegetarian, and yet the roast veggies that they put on was worth it alone. You could go in there, you get a whole plate of roast veggies, some gravy over the top.
Oh,
Corb's amazing.
Corbs, I would have put a roast on, but then I was just worried that Kelly would call in sick for a job.
Not if you're cooking, Lingy. Actually, hang on second thoughts. Let me ask Nicole first, and then I might pull out.
Laurel in Rushworth. Sorry, team. You aren't my favourites tonight as my Cats are playing. Good calling. Not sure about that, Laurel. We aren't our favourites.
It's all right, as long as it's not Laurel in Torquay, because that's my mum's name.
Yes.
I always want to be the favourite.
Just on the serious stuff, for those of you that weren't with us earlier, just repeating, the Carlton Football Club have put out a statement to say that Elijah Holland suffered a mental health episode last night. The 23-year-old is continuing to receive the appropriate level of medical and wellbeing support. With Holland's welfare remaining the number one priority, the club continues to work with the AFL and the AFLPA. We spoke about it just before the news and the join. For those of you that came along about 15 minutes ago, Joseph, who's in Essendon, says, I'm a 50-year Carlton member and embarrassed by the way Elijah Hollands was handled last night. The AFL won't investigate anything to protect the brand. I wouldn't be so sure just yet, Joseph, with the AFL holding out on this one. There'll be more, I'm sure, to come in the coming days. Steve from Ballarat, having worked in mental health for over 15 years, these episodes can come on out of nowhere. It is possible. Steve, appreciate your contribution. If you want to get in touch with us throughout the night, 0437 774 774. Couple of minutes before the coin toss. Hodgie's downstairs. He'll bring us the conditions in just a moment. But Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling, set it up for us. What are we in for tonight? Cats, dogs here at Cardinia Park.
Well, Mick, we're talking Ripper Roast, and we're obviously talking some pretty serious stuff, but at hand is a really good game of footy. Before last week, would have said the Dogs were nearly the best team in the comp, probably along with the Brisbane Lions, the way they'd started the season, but maybe injuries, maybe just a little drop-off. They look a bit more vulnerable. Obviously, Tim English missing in the ruck is a huge out. The Cats winning games and just dropping that one to Hawthorn, but probably looking nowhere near their very best. They're not really firing on all cylinders. So it'll be interesting to see the way this one goes. The Dogs' midfield is better than Geelong's midfield, I believe. But Geelong...
Do you really reckon that?
I think so. With Bontempelli, Libba, Richards. Now, this is all assuming that Ed Richards, he's playing.
And they're fit.
He's fit.
Well, he's going to be out there, it looks like. So we'll assume that you put the boots on.
He's done the warm-up.
Yeah, well, you put the boots on and run outside. There's no then excuses. We all know that he's got an ankle, but you can't have that as an excuse. So I'm just thinking about Smith and Holmes, the way they carry the football. And I'll be interested. This will be a good test. I'll be interested to see how many yards they carry the football, or use the football rather, compared to, say, the Dogs. Because I think they seem to use the ball shorter and don't get as much distance as, say, Holmes, who carries and kicks, and Smith carries and kicks.
Yeah, it's a great point where and maybe Max Holmes is more in the midfield. Last week he was a lot off half-back.
Yeah,
but
still that sort of play, though.
Yeah. So one of the stats that Geelong is struggling on big time this year compared to their last couple of years and grand final years and even a couple of years back, a premiership year, is the post-clearance ground ball. Mm-hmm. So for those listening, the ball gets cleared from a stoppage and it's the next ground ball on the outside. It can be a front and square off a contest, or it can just be a scrubby kick and clean up. They rank really poorly at that. And that's, for me, so right now, Sean Manor is not in his peak form.
No, totally agree.
Brian Myers is missing tonight and hasn't been in his peak form. Brad Close is again out of the team after having been dropped a couple of weeks ago. And Tyson Stengel is not in the team and hasn't featured so far this season. Those high half forwards who also spend 5 minutes a quarter through the midfield are just not cleaning up those ground balls and hunting the ball as well as what they've done in the past. And that's the opportunity for the Dogs to get the Cats, I reckon, with their mids and their running players who do naturally hunt the ball really well.
I like to think that the secondary mids that go in with... Look, let's break the quarter down to what it is. It's 20 minutes.
Yep.
And if it goes to 33, that's time-ons and that sort of stuff. It has to be. That's simply the 13 minutes, 14 minutes, 12 minutes, whatever it is. So 20 minutes, you'd like to think that you've got 2 or 3 other players that will do 6 or 7 minutes each.
Yep.
Because if you weigh it up, you've got 3 midfields in your ruckman. Let's take the ruckman out. 3 midfields. They've got the 60 minutes. reduced by, now I'm not even sure the Dogs have got enough players to go through there to actually take off 20 minutes. Mind you, having said that, Bontempelli is spending more time foot and probably needs to if they tag through the middle, and I'm not sure they'll do that. However, it's the same with the Cats. That's their next layer, and they've got a few that can go through the middle, and they've got the Hawthorn lad Warble who has to go through the middle.
Yep, absolutely. And Tanner Bruin pointed to. He's been good so far.
So that's why I reckon their secondary is better.
Yep.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. It wouldn't be complete without a trip down the highway from the great Tim Hodges. He's a regional Victorian man at heart.
Loves the country footy.
And here he is down at the Cattery for a Friday night. Good evening, Hodgie.
G'day, Corbin. Hi, team. A nice moment there. Mark Blixsavs and Marcus Bontempelli tossing the coin. The Bont with a big hug for the 300 gamer. Bont then went and won the toss. The Dogs will kick to the city end. That's the left of screen if you're at home watching on the telly, listening to us. A brilliant day and a perfect night here in Geelong. It's going to be a little chilly. It's currently 13. We'll be down to 10 degrees by the time of the final siren. Just one on the crowd. The Cats expecting 30 to 31,000. That's a bit unders for mine, especially with the Blixsavs milestone. The captain's back. Bailey Smith up against his old team. So, unfortunately, the new look Cardinia Park still well below capacity. And no late changes, so that means Ed Richards and Aaron Norton are playing. And as Brendan Lade said, they're playing in a little bit of pain. Good calling.
So a chance to establish some early season hierarchy. The Cats and the Dogs. You're with Kelly Underwood.
Darcy starting in the ruck. He had a couple of cracks at it. Got it down to Bontempelli. Goes long on the left, inside 50, over the head of Norton. Once it hits the deck, pouncing on it, Stewart with a tackle. And another tackle this time, Williams. Loose ball, left forward pocket, going to the northern end before De Koning sees it out past Riley West.
Did Tom Stewart just get away with
around the
neck decapitating Will Lewis?
Unbelievable. I just can't believe that nothing was done there. They've got 4 umpires.
And Tom Stewart's laughing about it in the replay. He thought he was gone for all money.
Boundary throw in front of the Joel Selwood stand. Bulldogs are kicking to this end. It's camped inside 50. Ball in dispute. Williams, West, Davidson, hooks it. Quick snap, offline. First score of the evening. And it happened in the opening minute. A minor score to the Dogs.
Oisin Mullen going straight to Marcus Bontempelli at the centre bounce and just following him everywhere. He's had a number of jobs this season already, the Irishman.
Holmes with the kick-out duty. Saw him play really halfback last Sunday against the West Coast Eagles. To Cameron, who spent a bit of time up on the wings. Here's his kick into the path of Martin on his return. Takes the mark, hands it off to Smith against the old team. Long kick to half forward. Buku getting across, tries to spoil. Close to the boundary line. Wiltshire paddles it further afield, and then he's mowed down by Selwood. And the umpire said that's okay too. So whistles away early. Ball spills out of bounds, forward pocket for the Cats.
Yeah, I thought he probably took his... I thought he grabbed him before he had the ball. I don't think he had actually... I don't think he even had control of the ball at all.
No late change coming in, so forward 50 stoppage at both ends now. The Cats trying to capitalise on theirs. Edwards hooks it down behind. Sanders coughs it up, running through traffic. Mullen held up and penalised, holding the ball. So didn't get rid of it, and in the end...
Oh, he took 3 or 4 steps.
Yep.
Karmas rewarded. He gets the free kick at full back for the Bulldogs.
He retreats to the defensive goal square. Lob pokes the kick over the top. Lockie Bramble in the fluorescent yellow boots. He's got it in the back pocket.
This is where the Dogs will really struggle because they do like space across the ground. They can't get it here at Geelong.
Long down the line, big pack of players off hands. They can't keep it in play.
So it's a lot of up and down the line, which suits the Cats. And if they manage to keep their 6th back free and the Dogs don't pick him up, they'll pick the Dogs off.
Yeah, and if you're going to go to the middle on this ground, you've got to go there straight away. You cannot hesitate because of the width of the ground.
Croft into the ruck. He got it down. Manu was able to get it. Quick kick inside 50, blazes away. And Selwood with the uncontested mark. Said that many times over the last few decades. But, of course, this is a different Selwood. This is Michael Selwood, number 37 for the Doggies in the D50.
Contest kick down the wing. Darcy the target. He flies for it. No mark close to the boundary line. And De Koning and Williams share it out.
That's it. Corby, that kick, for those that aren't watching, that kick's gone to the wing. That's going to happen all night with the way the Dogs set up because they can't get the clearance across the ground. The Cats are in behind them and they're allowing that man to come up the ground, which is Darcy, and that's going to take the scoring capabilities away from the Dogs.
Edwards down to Smith. Tackle dispossessed, hand pass back into dispute. Kennedy wins it, gives it to Sanders. Hurried kick forward for the Bulldogs. Arriving late, O'Sullivan spoils it down, but straight to Davidson. On it for the Bulldogs, open goal square, kicks untidy and slides out of bounds. Left forward pocket for the Dogs.
Yeah, it was good late pressure by Ollie Dempsey. Just got
him.
Enough of a nudge in as Davidson kicked that ball to affect the kick.
Cats wouldn't like the fact that he was able to crumb that ball, though.
I think O'Sullivan flew when he didn't need to.
Did not have to. They had two up.
Left forward pocket. Yellow Sharon twirling in. Darcy in front position. Down to West. They can't control it. It dribbles over again. So another boundary throw in, this time about 5 metres further out, 40 metres around.
Sure, I'd like to see go on the ball a bit is West. He's been around for long enough now as a half forward. He knows how to win the football and he's very hard at it. Plays low.
No Team English. So Darcy this time against Blitzarves. Blitzarves gets it down and he's palmed that straight over the boundary line. No one got a touch on it. So third consecutive stoppage. This time it's right where the 50 meets the boundary line.
He knows the rules, though, after 300 games. You can smack it towards the line as much as you like, as long as it bounces. If it goes over on the full, it's a free kick.
Blitzarves keeps an eye on young Emmett as he arrives there. They both share it down, spills off a set of hands of Bruin, and then it comes back to him. Bruin collects his tackle.
And he did it the right side of the inside 50, because if he did it on the other side of the arc, it would have been last touch.
Ball up. Comes down to Blitzarves. Blitzarves quick handball away to Dempsey. Dempsey trying to get a kick away. Puts it over the boundary line, so we'll throw it in. Cats all in white tonight. They got the white shorts on and the navy blue hoops. And the Western Bulldogs, despite the fact they're the road team, they're all in royal blue. The blue shorts and the red and white hoop. Which makes a bit more sense. One light team, one dark team. And the boundary throwing, Edwards hooks it down, picked up by Dempsey. Geelong win it, back to Edwards, the young ruckman. Kicks a floater down the wing, good luck marking that. Spills front and centre, Martin keeps it in front of him, paddles it out in front, big fend off. Get off me, says to James O'Donnell. Now Martin kicks deep for Dangerfield. The captain's back, and he's got it in the left forward pocket, wins the one-on-one with Buku.
Yeah, outstanding by Jack Martin to first of all just tap it to his own advantage, and then the collect, no fumble, fend off. And he saw Dangerfield straight away, just had that backside of Buku Khamis. Beautiful kick to his skipper's advantage.
The top cat is back, starting at full forward and kicks the first of the night. Welcome back, Paddy. Geelong with the opener. It has taken 6.5 minutes. One straight to one behind. Cats by 5 points. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Just smart, open play too. Martin makes a difference because he's such a smart player. He's a ground player, he can take a mark. He been around a long time being a smart player, but just hasn't been able to get his body right.
Tip, we heard from James Raleigh in the pre-match, the senior assistant coach of the Cats. Talking to him last year, he said when he arrived at Geelong, he had to get his body right.
Yeah.
He obviously, it had broken down pretty badly, but straight away James noticed that Jack Martin had some of the best football forward knowledge, forward craft that he had seen in the game. And he spent time over at the Adelaide Crows with a couple of their talented forwards. So clearly sees the game really well.
Back in the centre, Edwards gets it down. Bailey Smith's already had a couple of touches. He's over it. He missed it. Darcy hacks the kick. Another hacked kick out of there. Got it to half forward here for the Dogs. Bruin picked it up. Tackled by Liberatore. Collar Jasney's got it now by hands. This is Edwards the ruck. Gives it off to Guthrie. Kicks down the broadcast wing. Cameron reaches up over the top, taps it to the turf. Now he comes in, he's hustling and bustling. Well played by Ollie Henry. Spins through, picks up the Sharon, gives it to Holmes. Standing start, kicks to half forward. It's all the Dogs, and mopping up is Selwood.
Sends it back down the wing. Darcy playing in front, takes the juggled mark. And Darcy immediately on the 45. Kicks inboard to Richards. They've got runners, the Dogs. Hands it off to Riley Sanders. Kicks for Norton in the goal square. Marks plays on. And the Dogs answer back immediately. Punches through the first of the night for the Bulldogs. And Aaron Norton with that left hand covered. Oh, he's gloved tonight, coming back from that hand complaint. The Bulldogs 1-1. They now lead Geelong one straight. Second lead change 8 minutes in. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Oh, what a difference. Sam Darcy up here on the wing. Just a strong contested mark. So tick, number one you got to do.
Yep.
But then the ability to basically pop up straight away and just bang the kick into the corridor, opened everything up. Watching the replay, it was a genuine contested mark on De Koning. He went to ground, and at his height, it usually which should take a little while, but that kick inboard, Mick, that just allows the Dogs to do whatever they want from there.
Yeah, and the other, what we're saying also, Lingy, you talk about Martin being a smart player. Darcy is a very smart player for a young fella like that.
Yep.
Friday night footy, we're a goal apiece. It's the Dogs by 7 points after the first 9 minutes. And ball in dispute, although the umpire's blown his whistle. It's a free kick. It'll go to Smith, the tackler. He's going to be rewarded. He's got it inside the centre square. That was a tumbler of a ball, a wobbler, and Fraser in the right place, right time. Gets down low, takes the mark. Short kick. And it goes to Kennedy. And the kick has been picked off here by the Cats. Holmes has got it now. Bangs it long into the left forward pocket. Rising up over is Dangerfield. He goes to ground. Manna's got it. It'll come back to Manna. In that left forward pocket, goes with the snap.
I think a throw's been paid here.
Yep, it's going to come back. It was a throw from Bowes.
Yes.
On the bottom of the pack.
Yeah, he tried to tap it to a teammate, but got underneath it, scooped it up.
And the snap missed anyway. So, free kick for the Dogs.
He's just going to poke it down the line, and good decision to always kick it in Darcy's direction. He got hands to it close to the boundary line, and Himes sees it out.
Can you see a player? I think Geelong have got someone coming up behind the play, so the Cats have got the loose one thingy, I think. Yeah, well, we've got one out here for a start off.
Yeah, but
now... But Dempsey's a winger, but he's still...
So now it's Max Holmes at the back of the stoppage. If they can free Holmes up, they'll do it closer to the stoppage. If it's one of their defenders, they'll drop them back further.
Boundary throw in, close to the boundary line again. Sanders hooks it back into a dangerous spot. Geelong almost won it back. Wiltshire knocks it in the direction of Smith. Does well to scoop it up to Humphrey's advantage. Kicks to fall forward. Oh, had a fair piece of it in all of that. And the mark's going to be paid to Cameron.
Yeah, I reckon he marked it.
Between two Bulldogs, just edged O'Donnell underneath the footy. And Cameron had enough of it.
Oh, yeah, Karmas almost tried to grab it off him.
Instead of punching it.
He needed to just punch it away, didn't he?
If he had to punch that, because it was a double grab, if he had to punch that ball comes to ground. That's their vulnerability of the Dogs. I mean, we all know that last year we said about it. Have they grown up? Well, they've probably got a little bit better, but that's an indicator where they're just letting themselves down.
Drop punch straight in front, 35 out, goal. The lead swings again. 3 early lead changes, and Jeremy Cameron is working his way into the season. 4 goals in his first 3 games, kicked 3 last week. He's got an early one to get going tonight. 11 minutes in. Geelong 2 straight. The Dogs 1-1. Cameron Ling, Mick Moldhouse, ABC Sports.
Nick, he had a bit of something about him last week, Jez. Yeah. He only kicked 3 goals. It felt like with a little half chance here or there, it could have been 6 or 7 goals last week, and that's just showing that he's building back a bit of confidence in his arm after the bad break in the grand final, and a bit of fitness, a bit of touch.
I'm just watching that replay again, Lingy. That third player, and I'm talking about the Karmas, then that's your role, is when you've dropped off your man, you've got to come over the back and smash the hell out of that, because he's left Dangerfield. So what are you doing up there? You're not trying to wrestle a mark off him.
12 minutes down in the opening quarter. It's the Cats by 5. Goal for goal in the centre. There's a free kick. It goes the way of the Dogs, and this is Sanders, a Tasmanian. Warple, the player on the mark. Sanders penetrating kick and getting in front. Taking the defensive mark was Guthrie, reading it best.
Yeah, that's not a good kick.
No.
Just lob it up in the air.
Fell short of Bontempelli, didn't it?
Well, Geelong are one of 3 sides that are fantastic in the air. They'll just spoil everything and anything.
So they share it around, and then the big long kick from De Koning. Riley West got involved in a one-on-one contest. It comes to ground. Humphreys. They keep it in place somehow. Bowes was involved on the end of this passage of quick handballs. Is Mullen. He goes wide. Oh, that's a brilliant spoil by O'Donnell in a one-on-one with Cameron. Jeremy Cameron thought he was going to take a chest mark. Now Karmas has got it. He's stepped over the boundary line with Cameron applying a little bit of pressure. Cameron asked the question.
You're right about the spoil, Cal. That was an
brilliant
elite spoil, because that was lace out from Mullen to Cameron.
And he was charging out with a step on O'Donnell, and he actually put the hands up to take the comfy chest mark.
Yeah.
And it was a brilliant spoil. So we're about, 15 all now in that little battle, within this big battle.
Blitzups wins it down, but it's Sanders to Hines, back to Sanders, and his kick smothered. Nice bit of work out there by Max Holmes as he gets the 1%er and then trots back inboard. He's got a very distinct running gait, doesn't he, Max Holmes, and the way he trots through.
Just pure power when he winds up to the speed. Oh, I'm glad I'm not playing anymore. Mind you, be on my team, but they move quick, these players.
Boundary throw in. Blitzarves gets a hand pass away to Williams. Dogs back with it. Gives it to Liberatore. Handball inside to Sanders, who's locked up immediately.
There's no room to move out there. The best ball forward is if it's a chaos ball, just get it in there, because at the moment the Dogs are lined up 1-on-1.
Geelong by 5, 2-1 early doors from the restart. Hines trying to charge his way through with the footy. Hand pass back into dispute. Oh, met front on West on the bottom of that pack, but all okay. The umpire now says, I'll have it, almost like a rolling maul, and we'll have a ball up here, high half forward for the Cats.
There's a half forward up there, Lingy, for the Dogs. I'm not sure what he does, but he's going to be caught out here.
So high ball from Bailey Williams to Koning with the slap down. He's got the match up on Darcy now. Wonderful pick up from Holmes. Gives it to Humphreys. Handball's back. Dempsey in those hot pink boots. He's hard to miss. Coming late, closing was nil. Couldn't quite take a mark, but at the back it spills. Atkins is going to get on the end of this passage of play and dab the kick towards Ollie Henry. Boundary line. He had to get down low. It was awkward half volley in the end. The kick just fell short, and Ollie Henry had no other option but to run it over the boundary line.
Yeah, the Bulldogs defenders all had good position on their Cats forwards. That's why the kick had to go so wide.
Lobb and Neal doing the ruck work. Lobb palms it down. Warple extracts it. Dangerfield couldn't take it clean. In the other direction, Atkins feeds it out to Manor. Hurried kick goalward. Floats across the goal face. 2 Dogs on the behind line. And there's a free kick here for a front-on push. And it's going to Dempsey, who goes and picks up the ball next to the goalpost. And that's a sloppy free kick.
Oh, yeah, terrible free kick.
Was it Davidson who just almost
2v1
took him out?
Just 2v1 and really just a give me.
We lauded the Dogs' defence through the first couple of weeks of the season and talked about how it's different, it's changed, and the early signs were looking good. And that will not please Coach Beveridge. Dempsey to take the free kick, hooks it through off the left, and the Cats are off to a bright start. They've kicked 3 of the first 4. Dempsey goals off his non-preferred. And the leaky defence of the Western Bulldogs showing some vulnerabilities in this opening quarter. We're halfway through it. Geelong now by 11 points.
Yeah, 6 to 12 inside 50s, and the most marked difference at the moment, outside the fact that Dogs can't get a lateral ball and movement, is speed. Geelong just look quicker over the ground from their back line, certainly through their mid. Back the forwards and the backs of the Dogs, it's not overly evident, but certainly from full-back to the middle of the ground, the way that the Cats are running the ball, they are so much quicker.
Just got to make a quick correction. I dobbed Tom Davidson in for that free kick. It was Michael Selwood. Just gave him a massive shove in the back.
Ball up in the centre. Edwards straight down to Smith. Smith with an up and under. It's just going to land on the right in front of the benches, in fact. It rolls free. Guthrie, Dempsey, right, takes it over right in front of Tim Hodges, watching from the front row down there. Hodgie.
Kel, there's some real concern for the Cats. Patrick Dangerfield hasn't played since round 1, came off the ground. He grabbed the doctor. They've gone straight to the room. So
dear.
I think he fears he's done something here.
Ruckman in front was Edwards, got 2 hands to it. In the end, he volleyball slapped it down. It rolls back over.
He's not a very common surname, and now we've got Edwards and Emmett going at it in the ruck, so there's even more rare to have 2 ruckmen with the same letter starting their surname.
Now you're going to confuse me. Edwards and Emmett. Emmett got a hand to it and it goes back over. So they'll restart and go again. Anyone running with Bailey Smith at this stage, do we think?
No, not a strong tag. Not as close as what Mullen's trying to do with Bontempelli. At the moment, it's Kennedy standing next to him, but that's not a strict one, Kel.
Boundary throwing again. Edwards palms it down. Warple runs straight into Liberatore and held up.
You know, we got rid of the bounce. These boundary throw-ins, I know Ruckman are a bit dopey, but they get back so far they don't time it at all.
Ruck share it down here. Emmett had it, lost it. Spills to Richards. Dogs come away with it. Kennedy to Liberatore to a Prince Harry's mates. Pokes the kick down to half forward, and here's Lewis. And marks between wing and half forward. Lewis kicks inside 50. Davidson caught at the back. Humphreys up in front. No mark. Richards roves it. Gives it to Baker. Handball to Davidson. Goes back by hand to Lewis. Lewis hurried handball to Baker. Again, hot potato. Back to Davidson. Dempsey comes and gets him. Big tackle, holding the ball.
Wow, I think the first one was around his neck.
He looked high. Oh, no.
The umpire's changed his call there.
Oh, I think the other umpire...
The other umpire came in.
The Arizona umpire said too high. The umpire in the zone was about to call holding the ball, and after hearing the out of zone umpire, he said, no, it's too high, and in the end, the out of zone umpire overrules.
Yeah.
Gee, fruit. So the Dogs reload back inside 50. West puts it into the pocket, but it's coming back. The Cats work it out. DeConing got it from Dempsey. Gives it to Guthrie. Now to Humphreys. Get out of here. Kick straight to Baker. And Baker marks left half forward, 40 out for the Bulldogs.
Yeah,
good pressure.
Yeah, it was great pressure. The first get out of here kick needed to be from Ollie Dempsey, who had that probably an extra second closer to the boundary line.
Definitely did.
Just needed to get out of there. Instead, it was good pressure, as you called, Mick, and it came on Lawson Humphrey, and he had no choice but just to kick it anywhere and couldn't get the elevation. And he set up Oscar Baker with a pretty simple set shot.
He didn't go down the middle, where a lot of players do. He went to the side, so he's a bit unlucky.
He's a 9th-year AFL footballer in game 54. He's done it the hard way, Oscar Baker. He's got Colt status with the Baker's dozen on his back. He hits the post. A behind for the number 13. 3 straight to 1-2. Geelong by 10 points, approaching time on in the first. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, an update. Patrick Dangerfield is back from the rooms. He's on the physio's bench with the physio, who is working feverishly on his right hip. I'm not sure whether it's a hip or a corky, so they're working overtime to try and get him back on this ground.
And the pause behind you was because Bailey Smith picked it up on the wing, gave it to Ollie Henry, and they've gone inside 50. The umpire's blown his whistle and says it's going a free kick to Jack Martin because Mark paid. Apologies.
Mark paid. The crowd, I think, wanted the 50.
The 50. But Liberatore came through late and just knocked that yellow Sharon out of the hands of Jack Martin.
Yeah, you're allowed to still be late in attempting a spoil and a mark being paid. There's no 50-metre penalty for that one, but Libba probably knew what he was doing as well. Slow things up a bit.
So the Cats have worked it well from one end to the other. And now Martin in the right forward pocket. Tough angle for a right footer. Gave it a good crack. And just missing to the near side through for a minor score. So 3-1-19. The Dogs 1-2-8.
Yeah, that speed of the ball from the fullback through. The Cats just marched it down. The Dogs really struggled.
Dale short deliver, kicks the centre half back, pulled the trigger trying to get it to Bont. Advantage applied as he had his arms chopped. Emmett's hand passed a shocker. He missed Kennedy, picked up by Neal of the Cats. Handball away towards Manor, kicks inside 50 and Smith. The old dog marks it centre half forward.
So they were trying to get the ball. Jez Cameron here running past.
Cameron riding shotgun, collects, loads up, and that is a cannon from Jezza. Tops it from long range on the run. Cameron's got 2. High fives all round on his way to the bench. And Geelong in a groove. They move to 4-1. They lead the Bulldogs 1-2. 22 minutes in. Geelong by 17. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
It was a beautiful kick inboard from Manor to hit his teammate initially, and then just no Bulldogs player were on to the fact that Jeremy Cameron was lurking around on his left foot and nailed it superbly. The Dogs I saw trying to get the ball with that first kick inboard to Marcus Bontempelli. Bontempelli's only had the one touch so far, so Oisin Mullen doing a really good job. Cal, bit going on the bench.
There is. Let's get down to Hodgie.
Kel, so Patrick Dangerfield, he's just jumped off the physio's table, gone back on the ground. He ran about 70 metres and then went to a stop. He does look very sore, so it's a right hip or a right corky we're keeping an eye on. So I'll keep an eye on that while you call the game.
Thanks, Tim Hodges on the boundary. Edwards again in the ruck. A grubbered kick out of the centre. It's a loose one and the ball's in dispute. Blitzarves applies a tackle on Lockie Bramble. The umpire says a ball up just inside that centre square. Geelong by 17 points. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Coming to you live from Cardinia Park. A scramble. Holmes tries to break a tackle, spins out of it. Handballs over to Wiltshire. Bowes, all by hand, Holmes again, now to Wiltshire. It's got a bit of space, dashes away, and then instead of going for home, he saw danger in the pocket. I don't think he meant that, Cameron Ling. He was going for home.
You are too kind. He was definitely going for home. That was a good old-fashioned shank that landed beautifully to the skipper.
Put it in a similar spot from where he kicked his first goal tonight.
Dominating the loose and the contested ball. Dogs can't get their hands on it, or the right players can't get their hands on it.
So Dangerfield's night. A goal, he's been off with a hip issue, and now a curling set shot, a snap set shot from that left forward pocket misses. It's the Cats by 18.
Just leave the goals to me, Cal. All 5 of them, I think, so far early on.
He's called them all, not that we're competing.
There's been a turnover here off the back flank. Is going to be going the way of Manor. So Manor jumps in the hole and copped a high one from Sanders. So he can reload for the Cats. 60 metres out, kicks to full forward. Punched away by Lobb, couldn't clear it. Martin got his arms free, gives it to Henry. Had it airy, trying to put it onto his boot. Ball slips away towards Neil. He's tackled, he's legged. Shannon Neal gets a free left forward pocket at the Barwon River end.
Oh, unlucky. Who was the tackler? Jakes, yeah.
Very, very unlucky.
He started at the waist. It was a great tackle. And then Neil just trying to backpedal. Just got lower and lower the tackle and ended up, it was a trip, but stiff.
What a start this would be. Back at Kininya Park, Shannon Neal. He's hooked it through from the boundary line. Cats are purring. They've kicked 5 of the first 6. 5-2 to 1-2. Time on of this opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Cal, are we seeing a little side of Corbs that we didn't know? I didn't realise he counted who called the goal.
Just by chance it's landed this way.
You know what the score is between Corbin and I? 6-love. He's called all 6 goals.
It's a bagel.
I might go out and have a cup of tea, Mick.
Oh, you get me one.
Excuse me.
Well,
it's not the 1950s.
It doesn't matter. What? You can't do one? Have a look. We've got Lingy here. Lingy can't. He won't. He's glued to the seat. He won't move.
And Cal very kindly brought me a coffee at the start of the game, so I'm going to defend Cal completely.
There you go. What?
Thank
so
you,
he's
Cal.
Different, Cal.
Cats by 24 points. 5-2-32. The Dogs 1-2-8. I'm going to take another set of bounce. And they leap in the air and look at Atkins. Returned to form last week. And he dashes out of the centre. Big pack. Karmas with the spoil. Spills the way of the milestone man in blitz halves. Goes out to Manor. He grubbers it. It was a centering kick. Now the ball's in dispute. Baker hits it hard. Blitz halves hits Baker hard. It'll be a ball up 25 metres out from the Cats' goal.
So they got bullied around the contest last week. The Dogs in the absence of Tim English. We've got Mick and Lingy to keep a close eye on that. We've got repeat ball ups. Is that the issue tonight?
They can't get clear. They just cannot find space to run the ball. They can't find space to find the outside target. So they're just getting hemmed in and bullied, quite frankly.
Cats win it at the coalface here. Dangerfield to blitz arms. His hand pass back in dispute and a ball up, half forward for the Cats.
We mentioned that post-clearance ground balls the Cats had ranked pretty poorly at before tonight. It's clearly something they've gone to work on throughout the week, and they've been excellent so far.
Edwards gets a kick away. It was a high up and under, and Humphreys launched himself, took a beautiful mark, kicked it in the nil direction. Karmas got there, so too did O'Donnell with the spoil.
Well, that's the one area their backline has improved, because they work together in the air, whereas last year they weren't.
The 2 key defenders there did well.
It's free kick, isn't it?
Yeah, so it was...
It can't be a last touch.
that saw it over. Must have come off a Geelong player on the full, did it? So, anyway, the free kick for Davidson. He gets it to Kennedy. Still in the defensive 50. He's going to kick long and strong down the Reg Hickey stand. Cleared the pack. Waiting at the back was Humphreys. Handballs to Stewart. Handballs to O'Sullivan. Handballs to Bowes. Bowes now. The long kick up towards Dangerfield. He leapt, which is a good sign. Couldn't take the mark. Davidson stripped of it. Almost collared there and winning the free kick. It's coming back, in fact.
Holding the ball, Cal.
Yeah, so it'll be a Shannon Neal free kick. And he's pointing towards the goals. How far out would he be? 55?
He's got the distance, though.
That's okay for him.
So he's kicked bags of 5 and 4 so far this year. He kicked 2 in his 50th last week in Adelaide. He kicked more goals in his 50 games than Tom Hawkins. Neal sends it on its way. And that is going to clear. Touched. It was touched right at the last minute. It went right to the line. And Rory Lobb, hard to miss him with that shock blonde hair. Put up the tattooed arm, and it was through for a rush behind.
Oh, Lockie Bramble went one way then the other, and coming back towards the left back pocket, misses his target, slides out of bounds, forward pocket for the Cats.
Well, they've not only their confidence is shot, and their speed is down, and they can't clear it, and the Bont can't get near it. That's probably half the problem, is their captain has just been held.
Boundary throw-in, spills off the pack to Bailey Smith. Handball ends up out of bounds, looking for Dangerfield.
He's had 2 disposals, 1 kick and 1 handball.
Well, I'll be getting Darcy up on the ball. He's freezing to death where he is.
28 minutes gone in the first quarter.
By the way, big watch is the Western Bulldogs apparel this year. They've gone with the baby blue jackets, which I'm not so sure about with the royal blue polo shirts, which Luke Beveridge is sporting. Dangerfield to Smith. He kicks it as he slips over, but fortuitously lands in the lap of Mullen in the right forward pocket.
And this is where, when you've done a great job on an elite superstar player for the opposition, you can really just make them hurt a little bit more. As the run with player, if you can find a goal and maybe a second goal throughout the game, it just caps off what could be a really big performance by Mullen.
It wasn't his intended target, but it turns out all right. The luck of the Irish. Not quite. Might have used it all up. O'Shea Mullen misses to the near side. So 5-4 to 1-2. It's all Geelong in this opening term. 2 minutes before quarter time. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Dogs get it rolling. The kick in to Richards. Oh no, it's been intercepted. Bailey Smith's got it. He wheels around from 50, goes on the left, and Lobb tracking back, beat Dangerfield to the footy. Last line of defence, Lobb, and it's 50. No one stood the mark.
Well, I think Martin went within the 9 metres, and you've just got to immediately get back.
Oh, and almost another kick that's going to come unstuck, and it does. Warple pounces, danger this time, all by himself in the left forward pocket, shares it to Martin, who marks uncontested in the goal square.
Oh.
They are completely in control, utterly dominant at the moment, Mick Malthouse.
Well, I thought you may have been, they're at disarray. They are totally devoid of any confidence whatsoever with their disposal for a start off.
Martin directly in front, and he adds to the Dogs' pain. 30 minutes gone. The Cats lead it by 32 points. They're in for the quick kill, 6-4-40. The Doggies 1-2-8. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Cal, just one for Mick. I'm just watching Luke Beveridge, who's made the trek around from the away team's coach's box. He had the whiteboard in his hand. He just put it down on the ground and put his head in his hands. It was just couldn't believe that Rory Lobb could play on before taking his full 50 metres, turn the ball over and then leave Dangerfield alone in the forward pocket. What sort of a challenge is this for Beveridge? We know he's missing Tim English, who was so important. We saw that last Saturday, but I don't know what he says at quarter time, Mick, to get this team up.
Well, Timmy, let me tell you, the rucks aren't the problem. It's the speed around the ball, and by Geelong, that's one, and the lack of speed and carry by the Dogs. So it's a dual thing. They just can't move the football. And here we go again.
Yeah, some ruck minutes for Sean Darcy. He got it. Sam Darcy, he got it out, but the Cats pick it off. Bruin away to Warple. Hand pass out to Blitzarves. Long kick forward, turnover. And dropping back in the hole is O'Donnell, who takes the intercept mark.
But they've had so many nervous kicks.
Nowhere to go from here.
Yeah, so it goes short to Bontempelli.
Not the required range. Told to keep it moving. Off the back flank, the Bont. Long kick to a contest on the wing. Darcy leaps up, takes the juggled mark.
Brilliant mark.
But he's on the wing.
And then takes on Edwards, who tried to stand the mark. He's going to run around another in Dempsey. Kicks to half forward. Lewis let it slide through to Norton. High half forward. Hand pass inside to Sanders. Under pressure, turns it over. Warple on the back flank. Miss Kolajasny. Dogs still a chance. Lewis trying to put his head over the top of it. Attracts a crowd. And Dempsey wrestles Lewis for it. And out of bounds. The two number 28s go. Boundary throw in, 55 out from the Dogs' goal.
The only time that Dogs have looked threatening, one with their first goal of the game, and then that one, it was a Sam Darcy.
Darcy with the ball, exactly. There's just lack of... it's really strange to see the Dogs, who dominated the first 4 games, nowhere near the loose football.
Bontempelli tries to read it off the ruck. Sanders in the end, handball straight into Edwards. It's picked up by the Dogs. A hurried kick. Norton, it bounces off his chest. Had to get down low then. Follows up with a tackle. Spills away of Kennedy. Gives it off to Richards. He goes the left foot snap, but the siren beats him. The Cats are off to a flyer at the Cattery. And this could get ugly for the Dogs. At quarter time, it's Geelong by 32 points. 6-4-40 to the Dogs 1-2-8. The goal kickers, Jeremy Cameron, who's working himself into the season, booted 3 last week. He's kicked 2 first quarter goals. First one was to Dangerfield. Then Dempsey, Shannon Neal and Jack Martin back in the side tonight. And the sole goal kicker for the Dogs is Norton with 1. Let's go down to Tim Hodges on the boundary. You've got the binoculars on Luke Beveridge.
Yeah, he wanted to get the whiteboard stuff done before that final siren, Kel. He's gone straight out. He's brought every player in, and he grabbed Marcus Bontempelli first and told him to make sure everyone was in. And now this is the powwow. So it's only players and Luke Beveridge. So fascinating what's going on out there at the moment. What would be being said to try and get this Dogs team back into this contest in the second term?
You literally can't see him, Hodgie, because we know that he's small anyway, but so tight is the huddle that you cannot see Luke Beveridge in there.
19-6 inside 50s, and quite frankly, I don't think 6'4" justifies the dominance of Geelong, quite frankly. They haven't even looked. They look like a second-rate side, and I say that with, and I've got a real soft spot for the Dogs, let me tell you, but I've never seen the Dogs actually close up so badly and almost like they get the football and they don't know what to do with it. They can't. Yeah.
Lingy and Mick will pull it apart in just a moment. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. The Cats by 32. Back in 30 seconds.
New from ABC Books.
A World War II hospital ship torpedoed. From over 300 souls, just 64 survivors, including a young nurse. Ellen Savage and the Heroes of the Centaur by Grant Lee Keezer. Book and audiobook out now.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Spills front and centre. Martin keeps it in front of him. Paddles it out in front. Big fend off. Get off me, says to James O'Donnell. Now Martin kicks deep for Dangerfield. The captain's back. And he's got it in the left forward pocket. Wins the one-on-one with Buku. The top cat is back, starting at full forward and kicks the first of the night. Welcome back, Paddy. Geelong with the opener. Dempsey to take the free kick, hooks it through off the left, and the Cats are off to a bright start. They've kicked 3 of the first 4. Dempsey goals off his non-preferred. Emmett's hand pass a shocker. He missed Kennedy, picked up by Neal of the Cats. Handball away towards Manor, kicks inside 50 and Smith. The old dog marks it centre-half forward.
So they were trying to get the ball. Oh, Jez Cameron here running past.
Cameron riding shotgun, collects, loads up, and that is a cannon from Jezza. Dobs it from long range on the run. Cameron's got 2. What a start this would be. Back at Cadinia Park, Shannon Neal. He's hooked it through from the boundary line. Cats are purring. They've kicked 5 of the first 6.
Their confidence is shot and their speed is down and they can't clear it. And the Bond can't get near it.
Martin directly in front. And he adds to the Dogs' pain. 30 minutes gone. The Cats lead it by 32 points.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Sounds there from the opening term, 6-1. It's all Geelong. It's an incredible way to chop it up. What has happened to the Bulldogs in 5 quarters of footy? Last year they scored more stoppage points than any team in the history of the game. So they were the clearance kings, and English goes out. 5 quarters later, they can't get near it. Diagnose it for us. What has happened, Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse?
Okay, but to clear one thing up, clearances aren't king because clearances are to the advantage of the Western Bulldogs right now.
Amazing.
+1, the Dogs 11 to 10. So it is what is happening after the clearance, where all the work is being done, both from a positive for the Cats and clearly a negative for the Bulldogs, Mick. Geelong are hunting across the ground. We spoke pre-game the fact that their post-clearance ground balls had been poor so far this year. They've gone to work on it. They've been excellent on it. But the Bulldogs, Mick, when they get it, they don't feel like they've got any run, any connectivity, any way of fluently moving the ball. I mentioned it in the call. The 2 times they looked dangerous. One ended in a goal and another one looked like it might have. took a superb contested mark by Sam Darcy. You can't rely on that being the only avenue to goal all night.
Well, that's spot on too, Ling. And if we just go from raw stats, the Dogs have had it 73 times, and it's not in the hands of the players that should be having the ball because they can make something happen. The Cats have gone 96. Inside 50s, it's 19-6. That's a thumping. That is, and in fact, it's more than a thumping. You've only scored 50%, 1 goal, 2 in your 6 entrances, whereas the Cats have gone 10. So they're gone slightly over 50%. And as I said, really the way the Cats have controlled the ball, it's a wonder that leads not further. I've seen GWS, Gold Coast, a couple of other sides, it might have been Port Adelaide a few years ago, win on this ground by having 6 forwards and making Geelong have 6 backs. That was the only way sides were able to stop the run out of the back line. But right now, anywhere in and around the ball, it just seems that the Dogs are putting their head in the trough, and when it spits out, Geelong have got the runners outside. And I just think the mix is wrong at the moment with the Dogs. They're all over the shop with their play. I mean, they can play football. They won the first 4 games, so we know they can play football, but they are being denied any way of moving that football.
Luke Beveridge has gone to his A-grade midfield for this centre bounce. So it's Richards, Bontempelli, Liberatore, and no doubt the challenge would be, hey guys, get it done. You are getting slaughtered across the middle of the ground. We need you getting the ball forward. But as you said, Mick, it's got to be more than that. It's the others on the outside.
Oh, absolutely it is.
Who have to support. Those 3 players will put their head
Davidson
over
and
the
these
footy.
sort of blokes on the wings, they've been ordinary.
Underway in the second term, 32-point advantage for the Cats. Edwards puts it out in front of Smith, hits it at speed, drives into full forward, danger over the back, inadvertently socked away by Cameron, pokes it through off the deck. Jez has got 3. And he's just warming up in the young season. It took 11 seconds. Jeremy Cameron takes his tally to 10. The Cats move to 7-4-46. The Western Bulldogs 1-2-8. 32 seconds now travelled in this second term.
And probably the most exciting thing from a Chris Scott perspective goes right back to the centre bounce. Mitch Edwards, the young ruckman they've been dying to play, with the big outside hit into the path of Bailey Smith, a deep forward 50 entry. And from there, it was just the quality of the Cats forwards. Bring it to ground. Jez Cameron gets the goal. But the Cats have been dying to play Mitch Edwards for the last couple of years, and now starting to see why.
The margin's blown out to 38 points in the opening seconds of this second term. No one can clear it out of the centre. Eventually, Bontempelli to Liberatore. Handballs over his shoulder to a standing Richards. He gives it to Sanders. Dabs the kick, and taking the mark is Lewis. He's got a player all by himself inside 50, and Baker has floated down and takes the mark uncontested inside the arc, and he'll kick 35 metres out on a slightish angle.
Well, that's 2 players that were out by themselves, Kel, and that's unlike Geelong the way they've played so far this quarter. It's been very much man on man, not giving him any space. So they'll be looking at that and thinking, did we get too conscious of running forward?
He's lining up for a set snap directly in front, and it worked off 2 steps. Unorthodox, but just to look at him with the long hair and the headband and the goatee, he is unorthodox, but it was effective and a much needed goal against the run and play. The Dogs now 2-2-14. Geelong 7-4-46. The margin is back to that quarter time margin of 32 points.
And I think what happened, Mick, was there was confusion. When the ball went forward, there was confusion about who was going to take the man on the mark. Initially, Kolajasny came up, and then Stewart took it and tried to send Kolajasny back. But by then, it's too late.
Yeah, and they get caught out with this rule. Like, who stands? Because you don't. If you're not the player that stands, it's a 50-metre penalty.
Yeah, if both of you end up.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Hogan's are laid out in Sydney. No Jesse Hogan, misses with a quad injury 15 minutes before the bounce. So very, very late change for the Giants. Callum Brown takes his place. They're underway there, and the Swans have kicked the first 3 goals. So 11 minutes in, Sydney 3 straight, Giants 1 behind. And back here at Kardinia Park, it's the Cats by 32. And we're back where we were, as Kelly said, at quarter time early in the second. Edwards wins the hit out to the outskirts of the stoppage. Dogs win it. Dale gives it to West. Handball wide to Bramble. Kicks to half forward. Too much hang time, and Kolajasny punches it out of bounds. Game 200 for him tonight. As Kel mentioned, had to wait a long time from the 2024 prelim all the way to round 5 last week to go from 198 to 199, and 5 days later here he is playing game number 200 for the Cats. Boundary throw in half forward for the Bulldogs.
It was a shallow throw in. Emmett couldn't get his hands to it. Once it hit the deck, Edwards, who is impressive, picked it up. Handball away. Smith had the Sharon and he was set upon. It breaks clear. In the end, there's a heap of players around this, and the umpire will ball it up. Bit of push and shove afterwards.
Well, there's a bit more intent, Kel. Bit more intent.
Bontempelli involved there with Bailey Smith. Emmett straight down to Bontempelli. Had a couple of cracks at it. Here comes Edwards. He picks it up and standing up in a two-man tackle. Edwards now pushing and shoving. Ed Richards wearing a tight tag off Mullen. It was a quick hurry kick out of there. Manor to Martin. Lux of Fortune in the right place. He kicks it to Cameron. Cameron's got it inside the centre square. Places it beautifully for Dangerfield. Buku Kamas read it well in the air. Came in and made it a contest. At the deck, Bontempelli's got it. Met heavily by Neil. Sanders, handball. West, handball. Off to Baker. Handball. Liberatore. Quick hands. That was elite. And he moved it off to Jakes. Jakes' kick out wide to the Reg Hickey stand wing where Norton's got it. Stops, props, gives it to Bailey Williams. Short kick to Bailey Dale. It's been a hard build-up inside 50. It was a laser-like kick, but no Bulldog could control it, and off hands Manor gets it. His kick hung out for an awkward moment. Bontempelli with the intercept. The fake. The step around. The drive to the top of the goal square, but the kick has been marked by Blitzarves.
Yeah,
Bontempelli's lifting.
Well, yes, he had two targets right in front of him, though. He ignored the 20 and he ignored the 40 and went to 60, which was crowded by Geelong players.
Blitzarves comes out to the wing. Offhand spills down to Connor O'Sullivan. Hand pass back inboard. Ollie Henry bangs bodies with Dale. Cats win it. Manor squirts a kick over the top of the running players and finds Dempsey. Hand pass away to Holmes. Never broke stride. Kicks to full forward. Jezza. Number 4 coming up for Cameron.
That was a big moment before for Ollie Henry to be able to stand, bodyline the ball. Just a little question around him over the years about his ability to do that. He took the hit, it spilled Geelong's way, and then they were out.
Cameron hooks across the body. He's got 4 already. And the Coleman medalist is feeling like his old self. 4 goals in a quarter and a bit of footy. It was his same return through the first 3 games of the season. And the Cats pull further in front. 8-4 to 2-2. Margin out to 38 Geelong's way. 6 gone in the second term. Cameron Lang, Mick Malthouse, ABC Sport.
Well, I think Cameron he's got 2 marks and 2 from play. One was in the goal square off the ground. His eyes light up when they come out of the centre because the Dogs can't go with the Geelong runners. And this is just an open up forward line. How would any backline player is ever going to stop that?
And there's runners, Mick, and then there's Max Holmes type runners. So Ollie Dempsey had the ball in his hand, who's an elite runner himself. And even his eyes lit up when he realised it was Max Holmes running past him. He runs at a different level.
So Emmett gets it down to Ed Richards, takes a bounce, drives it to the top of the goal square. Almost Darcy got there, did the right position, dropped it at the last minute to Koning with the mop up to Dempsey. O'Sullivan, great kick, switches from one side to the other. Holmes takes the uncontested mark. He just dabs it over to Guthrie. Just a step or 2 in from the boundary. He's going to kick backwards now to Holmes. Bruins found a little bit of space. Holmes goes long, set it up here for Dempsey. Had to fly and take it hanger up the back of Lewis. Lewis does well to stand his ground. Fraser had the ball tackled, spun around in a 360. Bruin, brilliant. It's been a great first 5 rounds for Tanner Bruin after missing all of last year. A wayward handball, a little sloppy. Bailey Smith was the intended target. Couldn't keep it in play.
Well, he's called him for insufficient intent.
Well, he was desperately trying to keep it in play. Well, Davidson's got it for the Dogs.
He was desperately trying to get a touch on it because of the last touch rule.
Exactly.
Dogs win it, just forward of the wing. Richards to Fraser, gives it away to Hines.
No.
Who's pocket.
That's Darcy.
And
Sam
Darcy has gone down leading up to the footy, and his left leg has buckled beneath him. And Darcy, but with no contact, running out from the forward pocket, hitting up at the footy, and before the ball's got to him, he's gone down like a baby giraffe, and Sam Darcy is immediately swarmed by the trainers.
I'll also say by the Geelong players, who I think any player knows the significance of what just took place. So full credit to those Geelong players that come over to him.
And
he knows. He knows he's done.
He smacked the turf. He's absolutely shattered. Oh, my heart's in my mouth. You feel sick for him. They're showing replays in the broadcast box here, and he grabbed the knee, Lingy, before he hit the turf.
He did, yeah. You watch that and you pray it's an ankle, a rolled ankle or something like that, but no, you're right, Kelly grabbed at the knee. Oh, that is awful.
It was about this time last year where he went down at Docklands, and we thought he'd done one there, and ultimately it wasn't as bad as first feared. I hope that the same repeats for him tonight, where he obviously came back last year and ended up making the All-Australian squad and only missed about half a dozen weeks. Tim Hodges, he's coming your way. Hodgie.
I just don't know, guys. There's a heavy dew on the field, so it is slippery, and that's where the leg just slipped out from under him. He cannot straighten it, so I'm not sure what that means, but the doctor is helping him, and he's walking straight around, still head in the hand, and he's going straight to the Bulldogs' rooms in the forward pocket.
Left knee injury for Sam Darcy. He's off the ground here after really a non-contact injury he sustains here, leading at the footy as his leg buckles underneath him. The Cats clear off the back flank up to the wing. Dempsey hasn't landed his lap, worried out of it by Dale. Did well just to get a toe poke on it to the advantage of Warple. Hand pass to Smith, kick straight up the pipe. Mark dropped, couldn't quite reel it in. Bowes follows up, gives it by hand to Henry. Henry kicks into oncoming traffic. Good smother there by Baker. Hunts out after it. Neal knocks it away for Geelong. Back to Bowes. Hurried kick forward, and Davidson takes the sprawling mark back pocket for the Dogs.
Just been watching Sam Darcy. He's at the top of the race now. He took his mouthguard out of his mouth and threw it around into the crowd, and it went about 8 rows back. Someone caught it.
Wow.
But he is just a shattered human being.
He's just given, you mentioned he was whacking the turf as well. He just whacked one of the air vents in the race on his way back into the Dogs' rooms as well. So that tells you everything you need to know at how Sam Darcy feels about what just happened to his left knee. As the Dogs work it down to half forward without the same focal point down there. Emmett takes the mark. Dogs go inside 50 for the first time since. Kicks it deep to full forward. Arriving late, Kennedy. Spoiled away by Wiltshire. Chance for Fraser. Collects. Hand pass goes back towards the advantage of his teammate there. Hot hand pass away to Hines. He got it from Croft, and Hines is tackled. Forward pocket for the Dogs.
It's interesting to see how the Dogs now react to this.
Yeah.
It's like an easy drop. Well, they're 6 or 7. What are they? 6 down now. So they're a long way down. It's now mentally how they handle this. They know what he means to the side.
11 minutes gone in the second term. It's the Cats by 38 points. Sam Darcy off with a serious knee injury. Bailey Smith's got the ball in his hands. In the back pocket, goes via the eastern wing. Croft got his hand to it. And then Williams, Liberatore, kicks inside 50. It's a high ball. De Koning floated across in front. Reading it off De Koning's hands was Holmes. Holmes looks to get it to Dempsey. Davidson flew over the front. That was clever by Bailey Dale. He knocked it down to himself. Tries to handball for Davidson. Instead, Guthrie got in front. Quick handball, Holmes. Squeezes the kick round to Ollie Henry. Gets around a Bulldog beautifully. Manor works it up to Neal. Had to get down low. He's still a couple of kicks out from goal. He's only got 2 teammates inside 50. He could have gone short. Instead, he goes long. Best option. Jeremy Cameron marks right in front of his eyes. In a one-on-one contest, he steps around. He skids it through as casual as you like. Jeremy is in second gear, and he's got a handful already. 5 goals of the 9 tonight. And you want to say Cameron's dialed in, but he could have kicked that with his feet on the table and a cigar in his mouth, Cameron Lang. 9-4-58 The Dogs 2-2-14. We're halfway through this second term Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
It was a masterclass in contested marking, though. I mean, he had lots of space. The kick by Neil was perfect. But the way he just held off O'Donnell and then released at the right time, turned a contested mark into a completely uncontested mark. And then no Dogs players got back quickly and he just wheeled around and popped it through for an easy one. He might be eyeing off double figures right now, Jess.
Oh, well, why wouldn't you? He's got
5. And
only got halfway through the second, not even halfway through the second quarter.
That's the best gift we could give Luke Beveridge, isn't it? It's just to ponder how many he could possibly kick tonight. It feels like as a commentator's curse, no better way to try and stop a player that's running hot, and Jeremy Cameron is just that. Dogs got it going forward. Smith has it coming back. The 1-2 with Dempsey. And I don't know if that's the 3 and the 4. Back to Dempsey again as he kicks down the wing. Looking for Guthrie. Floats through. Can't complete the mark and then drilled into Kennedy tackle. Ball up on the wing. Tim Hodges.
Corbin, Mick made a great point before about what this does for the Bulldogs. I think Luke Beveridge sensed the same thing for the second time this half. He came around from his coach's box to the bench. He was offered the whiteboard. He put it away and just started talking to the boys on the bench. Like, I think he knows there's some shattered players after what they've seen with Sam Darcy.
Dogs stoppage win, but picked off on the back flank for the Cats, and Stewart switches from one back flank to the other for Bowes. Handball away to Lawson Humphreys, the least experienced player in Origin. Kicks down the wing. Scooped up here by Neil. Does well. Steps his way around lob. Neil's got it going forward. Ollie Henry launches at it. Went early. Punched away by O'Donnell. Free kick. Push. Dogs free.
Unrealistic attempt, I think, Corbs.
Okay, against
As you
Henry.
said, Ollie went early. Didn't get a hand on it.
O'Donnell's going to get it. Centre half back for the Bulldogs. So the margin is wide. It's 44 points Geelong's way. Cameron's got 5 already.
Good kick. Was able to pinpoint his teammate in Croft. But his kick was looking for, but couldn't quite find Baker. It was picked off there. And then a couple of quick turnovers. The Cats' kick's gone straight to Buku Karmas. It was Sam de Koning. So Karmas to Liberatore, around the outer side they go. All by himself here is Williams. Dabs it over to Fraser. He's 55 metres out. And he kicks and he really makes Croft launch for it. Couldn't take the ball. That was a really horrible kick there by Fraser. And Bailey Smith is able to pounce, goes up towards Neil, who takes the mark.
Yeah, good call, Cal. That kick inside, you just have to hit that.
It's right, you've got to mark it.
Yeah, just make it easy, simple. It's a shot at goal. You can settle your teammates down a bit.
So they're doing the horseshoe now, the Cats. Well, they almost got there.
They were always going back, though. That was set up to reverse it there.
So Stewart goes to Sam de Koning. Ling now back to Neil.
That's lazy by de Koning. Very lazy kick. That's 2 bad kicks from de Koning in the last minute or so.
Now, can Bailey Williams make them pay? Oh, did all the hard work, did Norton. He dropped the ball. He picks it up. He snaps. And it's gone right across the face through 4.
They're going to have a chat about it.
You're talking about lazy. That is lazy. That is lazy by Norton, who should have marked the football, drops the football.
Just dropped a sitter in front of his eyes.
Well, it's one that's... Now, I say you don't make excuses. He has had that hand injury. Perhaps that's something to do with it. I'm not sure.
This is my least favourite thing in football at the moment. The checking to see whether the ball went over the top of the behind post.
And you're trailing by 44.
Whether it's out on the full or whether it's a behind. Like, surely we've just got to commit to the goal umpires.
Back the umpire in here. Yep. Have a quick chat between the two of the umpires and go, I reckon it's out in the full. I reckon it's a point, whatever it might be. Get on with it. I'm with you.
Time for us to get to Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Corbin, I'm not sure if you can see me. Patrick Dangerfield right beside me, back on the physio bench. He hasn't looked comfortable 1 second tonight. So he's got both physios working on that right side. So it's high up in where a corky would be or the hip, which he went to the rooms earlier in the first quarter. And now for the second time on the physio table. He spent 5 of the 6 minutes at the quarter time break receiving treatment. So... yeah, he's back for his first game since round 1, but Jeff looks far from comfortable.
Well, Corky on that hip pointer is very, very uncomfortable.
It is a hip pointer, you reckon?
If it is. If it is, I'm not sure, but it's an awful one to get.
The arc used most of that time to decide whether that was no score or whether it was a behind. In the end, it's come back no score. Cats take the free. Dempsey miskicks it, but it still lands in the lap of Atkins. The margin, by the way, is 44.
Yeah.
We are 18 minutes into the second. The big story here tonight is that Sam Darcy has suffered a suspected ACL as he was leading to the footy. His left knee buckled. He was whacking the ground, looked in much discomfort both on the field and looked so frustrated at what had just unfolded as he made his way off the ground, including ripping his mouthguard out and throwing it into the stands. So Sam Darcy out of the game here in the second quarter with a suspected left ACL tear. More to come from the club, I'm sure, as we work our way through, but that's the big storyline to follow. Geelong's on top in the game. They lead by 44 halfway through the second, and they've also got Jeremy Cameron on fire with 5.
And the boundary throw in right in front of the interchange gates. Edwards again dominating in the air at ground level. Warple picks it up. Handballs to no one in particular. Oh, Buku Kalmas came through, and with his big right mitt, he just dabbed it over the line. Insufficient intent. Manor picks it up, kicks it out of bounds on the full. Gee, ever since Sam Darcy's hurt his knee, it's sort of like it's been a real scrap. It's been elite skills, particularly by the Cats so far this evening. And a little scrappy with 9 minutes to play before half-time. The kick from the Dogs out of defence. Waiting at the back. Oh, good tackle. Spills free. Unkind bounce for Bruin. Bruin goes back in and wins it again. Handball to Atkins. He flares it wide to Guthrie. Sidesteps a couple. Hits up Warple. 60 metres out. Warple's just going to put it up and ask, where's Jezza? He worked his way in front of Neil. In the end, they spoiled each other. Liberatore gets it down to Jack Martin, gives it off to Cameron. He couldn't have 6, could he? Oh, Jezza's dialed in. When you're hot, you're hot. And Jezza's hot tonight. His PB is 11 against North Melbourne last year, and he's kicked 6 goals already, and there's still 9 minutes to play before half-time. Cats by 50, 10-4-64, the Dogs 2-2-14. That is just jaw-dropping, Nick Malthouse.
I had to look at the clock and think, no, there's got to be a mistake there. I'm looking at 8:26, so we're almost half a quarter of general play to go, and he's already kicked 4 this quarter, make it 6 for the game, 4 this quarter.
Yep.
And he's got them through mark, play, mark, play. So there's no one pattern where it'll just lead up and keep copying a mark. You've got to make the play. That's I don't know whether they've got any answers on the back line for him, quite frankly.
He kicked 6 last time they met. He's got 6 already in a quarter and a half. Edwards knocks it out in front of space for Warple. Kicks for Cameron. He's in the pack. Spills off hands. Cats get it out. Henry goals. This is just a walk in the park for the Cats. Make it goal number 11. 11-4-70. The Western Bulldogs 2-2-14. They lost English a fortnight ago. They've lost Sam Darcy on the run tonight, and they look like a shell of themselves. The early season premiership favourites, 56 points the margin. Still a whole lot of time to go before the half. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, this is, it's hard to say, but this is about as close as you can see to a team waving the white flag. Just both Bulldogs club doctors, so there's 2 on the bench. Both are in the rooms now with Sam Darcy, so they don't have a doctor on the bench. Luke Beveridge has left his coach's box to coach from the sidelines. He's not coaching at the moment. He's almost consoling. He just had the arm around his captain, Marcus Bontempelli, on the sidelines. Like, this is a team that's, you can almost see them hurting in front of you without even looking at the scoreboard.
Cats have cranked up the speed dial, and the Dogs just cannot go with them. Geelong by 56 points, 8 minutes to play in the second term. There's a ground ball to be won here. Who wants it? Edwards flicked up. Ed Richards had it. He lost it. Edwards kicks it off the turf. Skittles past a couple. Bailey Dale's there to mop up. Kick sideways. Slipping over there was Bailey Williams. So the 2 Baileys muck it up before a free kick to Bailey Williams. Holmes coming in and collecting him high.
Yes, sorry, home crowd, but that is a free kick. If somebody's head's over the ball trying to pick up a ground ball, you can't come in and get them high. There's no ducking there. There's no leading with the head.
It's just poorly done.
Yeah, got to protect the head.
So he squares the kick to Karmas. Got it at half back. He's going to kick it straight to the same direction. Williams.
So they just don't have a tall target or a marking target. Darcy's gone, and Norton's 70 metres off the ball.
Stripped of all confidence. He was trying to get it to Lewis, but instead it was Mullen that takes the mark. Handballs to Guthrie. Now to Dangerfield, drops an absolute sitter of a handball. Somehow keeps it in play. Comes back to Mullen. Brilliant smother. Bailey Williams. Sanders thought he had it. Oh, Dangerfield bursts through. Right up against the boundary. Gives it to Guthrie. Give it back to Danger. That's exactly what he does. And the left curling kick was smothered. Still a live ball in the forward pocket here for the Cats before Selwood tries the dump kick. It's a chance here for the Dogs, and weaving steady hand out towards Norton was Scott. Norton slips over. Oh, they're making a meal of this. Tom Stewart has a bounce. He's got all day. Kicks long and strong. Waiting at the back. Wiltshire soccers it through for a point. Oh, they're just stripped of all confidence, the Bulldogs. It's hard to watch at the moment. The Cats by 56 points.
Bramble on the kick out. Short to Liberatore. Meanwhile, quarter time in the Battle of the Bridge. The Swans by 8 points over the Giants. The kick went over the head of Richards. Couldn't quite reel it in. Humphreys reloads. Dangerfield competes in the air. Collides with Buku. Spills down to Libba. Hand pass away to Williams. Kicks wide for West. Collides in the air with Holmes. Holmes does very well. Goes back, gets it. West tackles him. Holmes somehow got a kick away off his backside, and the ball comes back underneath him. Ball up half forward for Geelong. And the Cats fans love that. They are all over these Bulldogs. 57 points the margin. Sam Darcy, a suspected ACL tear on his left knee in this second quarter. Non-contact injury leading at the footy. From the ball up, comes down to Sanders. Hurried kick back inboard. Norton takes the mark back edge of the centre square. There's only two Dogs in front of him on the ground. Gives a hand pass laterally to Richards. He runs and carries. 3 bounces. Atkins chases. Ugly kick inside 50. Bounces away to the advantage of Kolodjasny. Tackled by Hines. Umpire says, I'll have it. And a ball up 30 out from the Dogs' goal.
See, sometimes that kick, when you're 2v3, that kick sometimes, and I don't know whether he meant it, but at least it created an opportunity.
Oh, here's a chance for the Bulldogs. Can they roll one through? They do.
And there it is.
And it was Mitch Lewis with his first goal in AFL footy, Will Lewis rather, after a stoppage inside 50 in his second game. The 26-year-old who played in the VFL Premiership last year.
And even that, Kel, you mentioned the confidence levels low. You wouldn't know it.
No.
It wasn't as if everyone got around him for his first goal. Or...
I know, what a terrible time to kick your first goal. Jeez. I'm sure he'll save at the moment, but here it was.
I think there's a little lesson here. Norton got involved on 2 occasions. The ball is just not going anywhere near the front 50. So the best thing they could possibly do is play Norton on the line and then come up the ground and play basically as a centreman. Across the centre as a target.
They're trying Rory Lobb in the ruck now.
And that's okay.
And that's okay. Maybe Norton in the ruck for a little bit and just play as a ruck rover, as you said. Just chase the ball.
Yep.
11-5 to 3-2. Back in the middle of the ground. Dogs got it going forward momentarily. Knocked down by the Cats. Picked up by Kennedy. Hand pass to the bomb. Drives it deep forward. West in a tangle. Good spoil at the back in all of that. By Kolodjasny. And in the end spills to Stewart. Hands it back to Kolodjasny. Kicks laterally to Dempsey. Gee, this man knows the meaning of hard work. Ollie Dempsey is the winger. He gets all the way into the back pocket to give an option. And just stand by. You might see him in the forward pocket in a minute as he kicks it long towards half-back. Punched away by the Dogs. Close to the boundary line. Croft and Blitzarf see it out. Boundary throwing between wing and half-forward for the Dogs.
Yeah, he's a truly elite runner, Ollie Dempsey. Time trial-wise, the speed that he can cover the ground. But you're right, he's also got that ability to grit the teeth and say, my team needs me to get very, very deep in defence and help out, and prepared to do it.
Boundary throw in, eastern wing. Bailey Smith on the bottom of the pack, fighting and scrapping.
Because you can always run pretty hard when you go forward, and you can maybe a chance of kicking a goal from the goal square. That doesn't feel as bad.
Blitzarv's in the ruck, just palmed it down, tried to get it to Smith. Instead, Liberatore got in front. Toe poke, picked up by West. Ed Richards bananas it towards goal. Guthrie beating Davidson in a one-on-one. Squares the kick to Jack Martin. He's got it in the back pocket. Shorts it to Guthrie. Martin kept running. Guthrie ignored him. And he goes short by foot to Bruin. Got loose players everywhere here. Mullen marks it, uncontested. The Irishman flares it wide. It's a beautiful kick out to the advantage of Humphreys. He marks, keeps rolling, gives it off to Edwards, to Dempsey, turns around Croft, spins him inside out and delivers down the throat of Dangerfield. Exquisite stills, coast to coast by the Cats. They are well and truly rolling on this Friday night.
Jezza, they tried for it. No, the umpire's not going to let it happen. Jez tried to run around the back for the handball on his left foot.
Was it?
And the umpire said, no, I'm not done setting your line yet. Bring it back. I reckon he'd missed the handball too, so maybe the Cats were fortuitous.
Yeah.
Danger goes back and we'll go the traditional lead up, roll up with the drop punt in the right forward pocket to the Joel Selwood stand. Lining up for his second, the captain. Off 3 steps, sends it on its way, misses to the near side.
You know what, Kel? Exactly, 3 steps. If you're going to get any momentum, no, it's not a distance thing here. If you're going to get a bit of poise, you need probably 8 or 9 steps. Get back to what your rhythm is.
Cats by 52 points. Sam Darcy off with a suspected knee injury.
There's a lot of eerie dates around all of this too, as I'll fill you in on at half-time as Richards kicks down to half-forward and thumbs up from Will Lewis as the ball's punched away from him, so boundary throw in half-forward for the Dogs.
It is a knee injury. It's a suspected ACL based on what we saw.
So this, I mentioned it was about this time last year. It was round 6 last year. It's round 6 tonight. It's the exact same round that he went down and we thought he'd done his ACL against the Saints. It turned out to be ligament damage and not an ACL tear. Was forecast to miss 6 to 10 weeks. He came back and obviously had a great season and made the broader All-Australian squad. And his old man did an ACL tear in round 6, 2005, so 21 years ago in this corresponding round. So
wow.
Round 6 is not kind of the Darcy family.
And sometimes, that body shape, well, if it's his father's genes, you just don't know. And the other thing you don't know is what damage was done 12 months ago that hasn't quite healed. Because ligaments like that, very hard to heal themselves.
And same knee.
So that's what I'm saying.
Yep. Left knee then, it's left knee now for Sam Darcy.
Cats by 52, closing in on half-time. Boundary throw in on the outer side. Cats wanted holding the ball. Umpire says play on. Danger pounced. Handballed over to Dempsey. Bouncing ball inside 50. Martin tries to break the tackle. He does. He dumped a would-be tackler and then he kicks it to Cameron, who rises high over the pack, up over the top of Kalmus and plucks a lovely mark.
Well, he's unstoppable tonight.
Yeah.
He's got his confidence. I was wondering about his confidence as far as in the air goes, but he's got it in the air as well as on the ground.
He was threatening last week to rip it apart.
So he squeezes the Sharon sideways. He takes 2 steps. He curls it on his left and Jezza has 7. Breaking news, Jeremy Cameron, 7 goals before half-time. He booted a PB of 11 last year against North Melbourne. Late in the season it was. Round 20 last year. But we haven't seen 12 or more since Buddy's 13. The man who called it, Anthony Hudson, in the commentary box, television box, alongside us this evening. Cats by 58, 12-6-78. The Dogs 3-2-20.
Another great sign from Jack Martin there, just the strength through the hips. Poor Jordan Croft just got shrugged off, ended up getting hurt from it and then brought it back inboard. And as you called, Mick, Jez is just flying at the moment. He's leading at the footy. The confidence in the arm is there now, I reckon, with his grip strength on the footy and his marking. Dominant.
Free kick back in the middle here. It is a throw going against the Cats. It's coming back to Ed Richards, who's going to get it alongside the centre circle. So kicks inside of forward 50 without Sam Darcy. A leap from the back from Lewis. Ball hits the deck. Picked up by Guthrie. He coughs it up. Straight to Lobb, who squeezes a kick goalward, and the surge kick misses out to the right. So 3-3 to 12-6. 32 and a half minutes into the second term. So lead is 57 points Geelong's way. And Jeremy Cameron is not just beating the Bulldogs on the scoreboard. He's kicked 7 goals. The Dogs have got 3. He's lapping them. That's Cameron alone versus the Dogs.
Bowes drops a uncontested mark. West pounces, kicks to the top of the goal square, and Humphreys, who did the kicking duties only a minute ago, has taken the mark, and this time he goes the other way and kicks to Kolodjasny. In his 200th, goes along up the line. Martin, and again drops another sitter. Dogs at ground level, pounce. Can Baker get it wide or Selwood? And the handball from Jakes doesn't go to the intended target in Selwood, and instead it'll be a ball up.
What we're really witnessing here is a Footscray side or a Bulldog side that the bottom half a dozen just can't measure. I'm not saying they're not going to be good players down the track, but they just can't measure up against Geelong's last 6. And it's so evident because they fumble, they get caught easily, they haven't got the same pace, they haven't got the same finishing power.
Liberatore just spins around, kicks. Well done by Jakes. Tries to keep the footy alive. Bontempelli handballs out to Dale, sidesteps and then kicks on his non-preferred and almost shanks that into the left forward pocket and over the boundary line. Closing in on half-time. Cats by 57 points after they led by 32 at quarter time.
Inside 50s this quarter are 15 each.
Yeah.
Blitz halves in the ruck, playing his 300th game. The crowd came to watch Blitz and cheer him on, but there's been another star cat that has dominated this opening half. Tossed in the air, inside 50 here for the Dogs. Liberatore tried to win it off Lob's hand. Jeremy Cameron has kicked 7 goals in a half of football, including the first 4 of the second quarter. He's kicked 5, 2 in the first, 5 of the Cats' 6 goals in the second, and he has 7 for the night. Geelong 12-6-78. The Dogs 3-3-21. So the goal kickers, Jezza with 7, Danger with the first, Dempsey, Neal, Martin and Henry. And for the Dogs, Norton in the first quarter, Baker and Lewis in the second, Will Lewis. So the margin is 57 points. Corbin Middlemass. The other big story, apart from Jeremy Cameron, is Sam Darcy, who many believes top 3 player in the AFL. No one around him in the forward pocket, going to the southern end in that second term, and his knee buckled, and it looks like he's suffered a serious ACL tear.
Non-contact injury leading at the football. Looks like his stock standard ACL. We'll learn more, obviously, from the Dogs as we progress through the night and throughout the days ahead, but fears of an ACL tear for Sam Darcy. I mentioned the eerie nature of the corresponding round. So round 6 last year, Sam Darcy had what was referred to as an impaction fracture. So basically in his left knee, suffered ligament damage, not an ACL tear. Now, it was the corresponding round that his dad, 20 years before that, in 2005, round 6, same round, suffered an ACL tear. That game that Luke Darcy played in round 6, 2005, against Geelong in Geelong. Yep. And here we are 21 years later in the same round against the same opponent at the same venue, and fears of an ACL tear for his son Sam Darcy at 22 years of age. Cameron with 7 goals to the half. It's been Geelong all night, 12 goals to 3, and it couldn't have gone much worse for the Bulldogs to half-time. They've got only 3 goals on the board. The Cats by 57. Jezza has 7 himself. The thoughts of Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse, Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
It has been a truly horror first half from the Western Bulldogs. Mick, we all share it. You hate seeing anyone get injured, but you just truly, truly hate the special talents that early on when they're young, getting an injury like that, because we're robbed of seeing incredible young players and somebody who's going to develop into one of the very, very best in the competition. So obviously, thinking of Sam, Cal?
And Luke is here tonight, so confirmation that, Sam's dad, Luke, is here. So it's a tough night. Hodgie, downstairs.
Kel, so I was just going to... Luke Darcy has spent the second half of the second term in the rooms with his son. Of course, as Corbin said, Luke Darcy, not only the one injury in round 6, he did it twice to his right knee. This is the left knee for his son, Sam. The Bulldogs have just told us they're going to give us an update towards the end of half-time. So this is it's almost like they're preparing a release to give to the media here, Kel, which, obviously it means it's probably bad news. If it was good news, they'd just tell us. But it's almost like they're preparing to put something official out. So I'll bring that to you as soon as they give it to us. But they say there is going to be an update towards the end of half time. So I don't know whether it's the football manager or they've got to run something past the coach or whether that's even something that would pass their desk during a busy halftime period. But so I think the entire club is maybe just checking off to make sure, and then it's all going to come out to us. So unfortunately, we are bracing for the worst news possible.
Thanks for that, Hodgie. I think for a player like Sam, yes, it would be the GM of football, and the hierarchy would choose how it's worded, because he is a possibly a once-in-a-generation.
Do you reckon they're a big gun show? I remember this time last year they did say it was a suspected ACL tear, and ultimately it wasn't, which was great news. They went and had further scans, and maybe they think,
that was when he come down and the ball and his leg bent this is different. This is
that was almost like
slightly change of direction.
Yeah, the other one was like a hyperextension.
It was a hyperextension.
Whereas this one is a change of direction, stock standard, classic ACL tear.
Well, that's what you fear.
Yep.
Yeah. You know, and they're probably preparing public and everyone else. The fact that is that instead of going another hour, this is what we think it is, and it takes. Well, I guess all the emotion is now and raw, so that's what they'll be looking. I would have thought so anyway, and it is a totally different type of injury the way it happened last year.
Their depth is going to be tested in a hurry. The Dogs. Their injury list is not that extensive, but they've lost English. They looked like a different team without him last week, and then fast forward to this week, they lose Darcy on the run, and in 6 quarters of footy, they've gone from a red-hot premiership fancy to now all of a sudden you're looking at them completely differently.
Well, absolutely, you have to, because as I've said, the reason why you look at the Dogs and you go, why did they finish 9th last year? And what's the difference? Yes, their backline has changed because they're starting to work a little bit in front of their opponents so they can come over the top and be a better spoiling side. But if the side moves the ball like Geelong did tonight on a skinny ground, they're not going to be able to stop them, and that's so evident. However, their bottom 6 again, at the best side they've got, doesn't measure up against Brisbane, doesn't measure Sydney. Even GWS, when they've got their full side in, and they won't have it all year because of Green being out. Geelong, who else is there?
Hawthorn.
Hawthorn. There's a severe doubt there. The one thing that we always said, how do you stop Darcy? How do you stop Norton when you've got them together? Well, now it's how do you stop Bontempelli? Well, the Bont is not quick. That's one of his. If there's something that you can stop Bont on, is get inside his shirt and he can't run away from you. Whereas. So these quicker players that you try to tag, they're hard to stop.
And we saw with Norton last year, didn't we, that he wasn't the same version of himself without Sam Darcy. No. His numbers fell off a cliff without him. And when Darcy came back in the team, Norton looked like an All-Australian forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And tonight's a really good example. So Oisin Mullen's doing the job on Marcus Bontempelli. The Bonts had 8 touches.
That's it.
To half-time, which is very, very rare that happens. It goes to show how many other players in the Bulldogs lineup feed off him. He brings 5, 6, 8 players into the game, makes them better players, and those other players are struggling massively while the skipper is struggling. Across the ground for the Cats, everything is winning. Everything is winning. So even young Mitch Edwards in the ruck.
Well, he's been dominant.
Yeah, minus Tim English, he is dominant in the ruck. Bailey Smith's finding a heap of the football. Max Holmes' run is so damaging. Some of those ground ball high half forwards, wingers from the Cats that have maybe just been a little off their best so far, they're finding a heap of the ball and looking super dangerous. And the superstar up forward, Jeremy Cameron, who clearly was underdone coming into round 1, opening round, given the break in his arm from the grand final and the interrupted pre-season, showed last week he was getting closer and closer and threatening. Well, now he's feeling it. He's got total confidence in. I think I never had a broken arm, but I had teammates who spoke about they needed to get hit on the spot a couple of times to realise that it wasn't just going to break again. And now it looks like Jez has got his arms are outstretched, going for the ball at its highest point. He's now not as concerned about copying an errant spoil to the forearm that.
I think they felt it took longer to repair than what they were anticipating, weren't they? Both him personally and Geelong.
Well, I think it was such a horrific break.
Yeah.
It shows his courage to have kept going in that grand final.
Amazing.
But you're right, it was worse. Therefore, it took longer.
Yeah.
And he was probably more worried even when he got back to full training. But now watching him tonight, you realise, that's the guy who's the Coleman medal winner.
It's a great call out. That last week it felt like he was really warming into it, that game at Norwood, where he kicked 3 and looked like, as you said, he could have kicked a bag. Well, tonight he might just kick a bag. He's got one already. 7 goals is a bag in modern footy, and he's got that to half time.
Yeah, if they keep dominating the midfield like they have, and the game opens up in front of the ball, which is on a ground like this, that's because you're used to it, you know how to work the angles. He's going to this line I've got here is not going to be big enough to put the goals in.
And again, we said this at quarter time, Corbs. The most alarming thing, because clearances have been king for the Dogs.
Yeah.
They are winning it by 5 right now, and they are down by 57 points. So everything that is going on outside of clearance is just bad news for the Western Bulldogs.
So in that quarter where it felt like it went from bad to worse, they won clearance by 4. They won it by 1 in the first quarter and then +5 in the game.
Yep.
Off the SMS, Dave says, Kel's the best, so Mick, you might have to make yourself a cuppa. It's from Dave. Rich from Ocean Grove, loving the call and my beloved Cats and how they're playing. Mitch Edwards is an exciting new talent, in the immortal words of the great Bobby Davis. I think we might have found one.
Fair call.
I like that, Rich. From Robin Greensboro, if Jezza keeps going like this, Kenny Rogers' estate is going to make a pretty penny. Sounds like given the gamble plays every time he kicks a goal, sounds like the Dogs know when to fold them too.
Yeah.
Ouch.
It's a big margin at half-time, 57 points in favour of the Cats. Jeremy Cameron's got 7 and Sam Darcy has a suspected ACL tear in his left knee. Meanwhile, in the Sydney derby, halfway through the second quarter, Swans by 19. So Sydney 7-2-44. They lead the Giants 3-7-25. So Swans 9 scoring shots. Giants have had 10. And yet the Swans are up by 19 points as we approach time on in the second term there. More from Mick and Lingy coming up. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Kelly Underwood and myself, Corbin Middlemaster, call the footy. It's half-time here at Cardinia Park. The Cats by 57. We'll be back for the second half shortly. But first, the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Melanie Scott. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese will join the leaders around 40 other countries later tonight as a vitriol summit focused on reopening the vital Strait of Hormuz. Harry Buttonshaw has more.
French President Emmanuel Macron and British Prime Minister Keir Starmer will bring together the cohort of nations. The meeting will discuss international efforts to restore freedom of navigation through the strait after the conflict in the Middle East has ended. The waterway has largely been closed to shipping traffic since the US-Israeli war on Iran began at the end of February, crippling global fuel supply. US President Donald Trump won't be involved in the meeting, and there are reports China has been invited to attend.
Residents in northern Israel have criticised the 10-day ceasefire with Hezbollah in Lebanon, warning it could put their communities at risk. Local officials say they were caught off guard by the announcement, with one council leader saying residents feel betrayed, while another warns the price could be paid in blood. Israeli media reports say the ceasefire was declared by US President Donald Trump before Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had been fully briefed his own security cabinet. Mr. Netanyahu has defended the deal, saying Israeli forces will remain in southern Lebanon within a reinforced security zone. War veteran Ben Roberts-Smith is out of prison for the first time since his arrest last week on charges of war crimes. Jessica Kidd reports.
Ben Roberts-Smith was driven out of Sydney's Silverwater Correctional Centre this evening, flanked by 2 escort cars that tried to block the media from pursuing the convoy. The 47-year-old is facing 5 counts of the war crime of murder, allegedly relating to the deaths of unarmed Afghan detainees. He was granted bail at a hearing earlier today with strict conditions. He'll have to report to police 3 times a week and surrender his passport. He'll also be limited to 1 phone and computer and is prohibited from using encrypted messaging. His case returns to court in June.
The NRMA says it's expecting petrol to fall below $2 a litre despite the Geelong oil refinery fire. NRMA spokesman Peter Curry says there's no serious cause for concern from the fire, with the refinery operator today saying it won't impact supply. He says global oil prices have dropped since the Iran ceasefire began.
Terminal gate price is the critical and pivotal figure to look at here in Australia, and those prices have held. In fact, they've fallen. They've fallen again overnight despite the fire in Geelong.
Two companies and directors involved in an illegal payday lending scheme have been fined a total of $7 million by the financial regulator. In 2024, the Australian Securities and Investments Commission ruled Signo Australia and BSF Solutions had breached credit laws relating to fees and charges, which generated more than $91 million over a 2-year period. Their respective directors, former Super Rugby halfback Mark Swainpole and Brenton Harrison, were today ordered to pay $500,000 each in fines, with each company handed a $3 million fine. The Weather Bureau is urging people in the south of WA to prepare for a series of cold fronts, which could bring rain and strong winds. The fronts, forecast to arrive today, Monday night and early on Thursday, are expected to impact the southwest and possibly the Perth metropolitan area. The Bureau's senior forecaster, Gianni Colangelo, says the first fronts of the year are often the most damaging.
Now, while we're not expecting these fronts to be particularly extreme, we do tend to notice that even moderate to strong cold fronts early in the season, especially the first few of the season, tend to cause disproportionately more damage and disruption.
In the AFL, Carlton will continue providing care and support to Elijah Hollands, who the club says suffered a mental health episode during last night's loss to Collingwood. The 23-year-old was seen behaving erratically and playing out of position for most of the game before being benched by coach Michael Voss before the final siren. Carlton says Hollands is receiving the appropriate level of medical and wellbeing support, and his welfare is at number one priority. And in motorsports, Ford Mustang driver Kai Allen has claimed his maiden supercars victory with the win in the opening race in Christchurch in New Zealand. The 20-year-old from South Australia finished ahead of Brodie Kosecki with Ryan Wood in third place. This is ABC News.
There's no doubt that country music is bigger than ever right now. Join me, Outback Tom, as I get you around the artists that are blazing a trail. Listen to Country Club, Sunday night at 6 on ABC Country or anytime you like on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Underway in the second term, 32-point advantage for the Cats. Edwards puts it out in front of Smith, hits it at speed, drives into full forward, danger over the back, inadvertently socked away by Cameron, pokes it through off the deck. Jez has got 3. Cameron hooks across the body, he's got 4 already. And the Coleman medalist is feeling like his old self. 4 goals in a quarter and a bit of footy. Dogs win it, just forward of the wing. Richards to Fraser, gives it away to Hines. Pocket. Darcy has gone down leading up to the footy, and his left leg has buckled beneath him. And Darcy, but with no contact, running out from the forward pocket, hitting up at the footy. And before the ball's got to him, he's gone down like a baby giraffe, and Sam Darcy is immediately swarmed by the trainers.
Manor works it up to Neil, had to get down low. He's still a couple of kicks out from goal. He's only got 2 teammates inside 50. He could have gone short. Instead he goes long. Best option. Jeremy Cameron marks right in front of his eyes. In a one-on-one contest, he steps around. He skids it through as casual as you like. Warple's just going to put it up and ask, where's Jezza? He worked his way in front of Neil. In the end, they spoiled each other. Liberatore gets it down to Jack Martin, gives it off to Cameron. He couldn't have 6, could he? Oh, Jezza's dialed in. So he squeezes the Sharon sideways. He takes 2 steps. He curls it on his left, and Jezza has 7.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Gee, it's been night and day, that first half of footy. All the good has gone Geelong's way. Their key forward's on fire. He's kicked 7.5 and the team's up by 57. While for the Dogs, they're down by 57 and their key forward in Sam Darcy has suffered a suspected ACL tear, as you heard there in the highlights. The Cats 12-6 lead the Western Bulldogs 3-3. 57-point lead for Geelong. Friday night footy, round 6 here at Kardinia Park on ABC Sport. Meanwhile, 4 minutes before halftime in Sydney, and it is the Swans by 19 points, 7-3. They lead the Giants 3-8, so a 19-point buffer for the Swans at the half. Jesse Hogan was laid out there with a quad injury just 15 minutes before the start time, so that was after the teams came through. A very laid out Jesse Hogan replaced by Callum Brown in the starting 23 for the G-Men. Let's kick it down to the boundaries edge. Tim Hodges is down there. Hodgie.
Corbin, the first time we've seen Sam Darcy since he left the field in great distress. He's had a shower, he's got his shorts and the jumper on, he's got a pair of thongs on and walked around. He's just sitting on the back seat of the bench now. He still can't straighten that left leg, so he still looks pretty glum, and we're expecting the news in the next 5 to 10 minutes from the club that they fear it is an ACL injury. So at least he's on the bench, probably feeling pretty sick and sorry for himself. But hopefully we can have that information for you. We'll bring it to you as soon as we do.
Thanks, Hodgie. Just quickly, the teams for Sunday. So Doverston comes back in for North. Banch is the man that misses out. So the small forwards swap around. For Richmond, Ralph Smith, Ryan McAuliffe and Patrick Richenko comes into the Richmond team. So Patrick Rechko, the former Geelong footballer. So trainer Hayes Brown and Hopper, the four that go out for Richmond. More on those Sunday teams in a moment, but first Matthew Egan, who's the EGM of footy operations at the Western Bulldogs, chatting with Brad Johnson, courtesy of Fox Footy.
Yeah, it's obviously a pretty serious knee injury. The mechanism didn't look great, but we just can't confirm everything. Unfortunately, I've been here before where I've said it's a serious knee injury and we think ACL, and it wasn't. So need to be positive and just wait for the scans.
We did see him at half-time in around the group, just his character again, standing up, just trying to stay involved in the game.
Yeah, it's who he is. He was in the rooms trying to help the boys in the huddles, and looks like he's coming out onto the bench. That's the sort of character he is. Let's just hope it's positive news for us.
All the very best, mate.
Matthew Egan on Fox Footy there. Second half underway here. Cats by 57. Jeremy Cameron on 7 goals. You're with Kelly Underwood.
And Edwards gets it straight down to Bailey Smith. He wheels around and kicks to half forward. In position A is Ollie Henry. Couldn't get a kick away, so he goes back in. Second effort. Umpire says ball it up. Ollie Henry, much improved player this year. Cameron Ling.
Yeah, he's shown some good signs tonight. I reckon sometimes he doesn't quite have his touch, but you can see he's building that form and his touch. He's such an athletic player.
Here he goes again. Oh, that should be a free kick, and it will be against Martin because Selwood was taken high. Michael Selwood, the Bulldogs' young player. So Selwood's got it in the defensive 50, sort of kicks a little uncertain sideways, and that is a brilliant mark, and it might have hurt himself as well down there.
It might be his shoulder when he landed. Is it O'Donnell, perhaps?
Yeah, it is O'Donnell. So the kick from Selwood was from one back pocket to the other. It was risky, and it just bobbed up there for a moment.
Yeah, Dangerfield closed really quickly, trying to make the spoil. It was a legit fair spoil, and
took the legs out from under O'Donnell.
Yeah, great mark. Outstanding mark. And just the way he landed, bit of whiplash through that, maybe the neck, shoulder area.
Yeah, grabbed at his neck, but he's up and he's going to take his free kick. Last line of defence to lob. Again, just from one side to the other in the back pocket. Wants to make sure of it, and he doesn't. His target was Riley West. It's been, the turnover's gone to Bailey Smith. He puts it up in the air for Jack Martin, got his hands to it. Bailey Dale collects, handballs to Karmas, handballs to Bailey Williams, steps back in board. He can handball over the top to Hines. Here they go by hand through the centre of the ground. Sanders draws the defender, flicks it out wide. Here's a chance for Bramble. Goes long to a one-on-one contest. It was O'Sullivan down there with the young gun in Lewis, and the handball's been stolen by the Cats. Pouncing on it through there and giving the kick off to Dempsey, who marks in the goal square.
So Dempsey in front of the behind post, kicks out to half-back, floating through Hines, picks it off. The 20-year-old Cooper Hines goes laterally with the kick, finds Bailey Dale, the All-Australian halfback. He loads up, kicks to full forward, hands on it there from Croft. Can't complete the mark, it'll work out for the Dogs. The Bont feeds it to Norton and he hooks it through for a goal. Can that be a tone setter for the Doggies? They kick the first of the second half. 3 minutes old, 4-3 to 12-6. And all of a sudden, the deficit down to 51 points. Early stages Q3. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, as promised, the Bulldogs media team has put the statement out to us. So their medical team suspects Sam Darcy has done his ACL. They're just going to give him the respect he deserves by getting it scanned tomorrow morning. And you might remember back to that round 6 game last year on Easter Monday Eve, when they, even Luke Beveridge said that he feared it was an ACL at his post-match press conference, and the next day they realised it was only just ligament damage. So they're going to tick the boxes first to make sure everything's, or get the official scan results tomorrow. But yeah, the doctors tend to know these days, and they fear it is the full ACL for Sam Darcy, which is such a shame.
Thanks, Hodgie. Edwards out of the centre doing some good work. The young ruck gives it to Holmes. Holmes goes long. The big fly from Ollie Henry. 2 grabs, and then he dropped it. In fact, it was Neil, rather. And they set upon him when the ball hits the deck. It'll be a ball up 25 metres out from the Cats' goal.
It was a perfect kick to Neil. He would have been kicking himself. He didn't grab that one. It was all set up for him.
Neil in the ruck down to Martin. Couldn't control it. Squirts out the side. Bruin can just dab it through and he misses. Tackle affected the kick in the end, so it was a solid tackle by Selwood on Bruin. And the margin 52 points. Cats lead.
Bramble to the back pocket for Lobb. 33-year-old Rory Lobb, one of 3 guys past their 30th birthday in this Dogs team. The Cats have 7.
Out on the full.
That's not a good kick.
That was always going out on the full.
Well, they closed him down beautifully, Geelong.
Yeah.
It left him no options but to go up the line.
Dempsey brings it back into play, kicks to full forward. Dangerfield flies in the pack, spills down to West. Oh, he's got a couple to worry about. Bruin got him. Says keep going. Ball spills the way of Martin against the boundary line at half forward. Kicks to full forward. Hands on it from Blitzarves in his milestone game. Becomes tackler on Buku as it hits the deck, and Karmas held up. Almost a little moment there for Mark Blitzarves, who's hovering around the forward half now. And he get a goal in game 300. From the restart, Dangerfield wrestles free of 2 tacklers. Can't beat the third. Cooper Hines got him. Holding the ball. Free kick for Hines. Fullback for the Dogs. Margin 52 points Geelong's way. Early stages, third term.
Getting trapped, aren't they, really? They just can't move the ball. There's no run from behind. No low handing off the football.
Kicks to the ruck. Edwards got his hand to it. He's given away a free. It'll go to Norton. Defensive side of the broadcast wing. He can hit up Richards. Miraculous recovery. He takes off, streaming down the wing. Kicks to no one in particular. Intended target in Croft goes to ground. So Stewart's able to gather. Kick down the line to Cameron. Dabs it to his own advantage. And then he bowls over a Dogs player. Ran straight into Fraser and knocks him over and gives away the free.
Did he get him high?
I didn't think
I think he got him around the shoulder. I thought it was quite fair, actually. 2 players just hitting the ball hard.
So Donald, in fact, who copped one only a few moments ago. So up towards Stewart. Couldn't take the mark. Now there's a scrap on just inside the centre square as Warple goes to ground, and he's been pinged for holding the ball. Stewart's a little proppy as he trudges back. So taking off is Lewis. He goes long to a 2-on-2 in the goal square, and it's off hands. And Blitzarves there. Last line of defence, as he's done so many times in his 300 games. He punches it through for a minor score, and the Cats are away.
At the half-back finds Martin, who just chips it short for Bruin, who marks at half-back. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Corbin, this night can't get much worse for the Bulldogs. Tom Liberatore is out of this game. It's concussion from a moment late in the second quarter. The Dogs have put a line through him, so that rules him out of next Thursday's round 7 opener against the Swans. So, yeah, they're running out of troops right now, Luke Beveridge's men.
Thanks, Hodgie. Warple sends it inside 50, looking for Dangerfield. Can't handle it. Spills out towards Bowes. Tumbles a kick to the goal line. Dempsey helps shepherd it through. They're going to check this, but I think this might be 4 points.
I don't reckon Dempsey thinks it is. I think he thinks it's touched.
Okay.
It just looks like it. He's not celebrating.
The goal umpire says, I want to have a look.
Yeah,
the soft
touched.
signal is touched.
Yeah. I reckon players know. Yeah, it's come off his fingers.
Remembering it wasn't that long ago, by the way, Tom Liberatore had that scary moment where he fell over in the middle of the ground.
Yeah.
So he's got a history of concussion. And as Hodgie said, this has been a devastating night for the Dogs. I mean, they're well behind in the game. They've been lit up there, but they've lost Sam Darcy with a suspected ACL tear, and now the much-loved veteran, the 33-year-old Tom Liberatore, on his return from a hamstring injury, is out of the game with concussion. So, every concussion you get, we all know they're varied and all have different symptoms, but I hope for Tom Liberatore that he's okay.
Yeah, and he's played the same way right through his whole career, and he's copped a few. Early days when he first started, concussion wasn't the big thing, so he would have copped a few and not been found, but now, of course, it starts to add up on you.
Bailey Dale gives it to Bailey Williams with a laser-like kick. Williams just kicks into space. Kolajasny runs onto it. Has a bit of a fumble, a good regather though, and then he pokes the kick backwards to De Koning. Crowd wanted a 50. Wasn't forthcoming, De Koning. To Blitzards. Handballs to the run of Holmes. Holmes has got a runner out wide to Bowes. Bailey Williams comes at him. He draws the defender. He handballs now to Guthrie and then pokes the kick. It was a well-weighted pass to Atkins. Handballs over to the top to Holmes, who just kept running down that eastern wing, and then he goes inside 50, and Danger has got a step on his direct opponent, O'Donnell. When he takes the mark, he's going to wheel round off a step. He goes for goal. It'll be close. It's got there. The skipper's back, and he's kicked 2 goals. He's been overshadowed by Jeremy Cameron, who's got 7 so far. 10 minutes into the third term, and it's Geelong by 58. 13-8-86. The Dogs 4-4-28.
What I can't believe sometimes, Mick, great goal by Paddy Dangerfield, the snap, is Max Holmes. We all know he's an elite runner. He's now a truly, truly elite footballer. All-Australian calibre, who's in the squad last year, unlucky not to make it. His run, surely somebody from the opposition, as part of the preparation, says, hey, when it's Holmes running, let's go with him.
Yeah, because he's going to get it back again.
Yeah, if we leave somebody else free a little bit, we can live with that. Let's not let it be Max Holmes.
Yeah, I'm still, I'll let this ball be bounced, but I'll go through it in a second.
Back in the middle, back underway, and we're going to have a repeat stoppage. Ball up again.
If I could just say, where players lay off the hand pass from running behind, I think you've got to let your man go and come up and meet those players now, because then it's a free ball. When the player's got a free or mark, you've got to stay off him. But when he's going to hand pass the ball off, no longer this go back with your man, because it creates space for them to run into. You close the space down. I don't get that. I don't think clubs are really working on that at this stage, because that rule.
While we're waiting for... While Mick was explaining that, we've been waiting for the footy to come all the way back. So, in the end, it's an absolute monster talk from Cameron to return the footy. Blitzarm's got a free in the ruck contest. Gives it to Kolajasny.
Touched.
Dangerfield took the mark, but it was touched on the way through. Late whistle, tackled, and now pack form centre-half forward for the Cats.
Yeah, Dangerfield thought he'd taken the mark, but it was touched off the boot. Umpire
off the boot.
Straight away.
Right.
Umpire tosses it up. Neil gets rid of Emmett, then drops the footy, goes back, gets it. Handball away to Holmes. Centre half forward. Short kick to Dangerfield. Not the required distance. Turns into the tackle of Baker. He's taken high. The Dogs can't believe it as Red Richards throws his hands in the air, but Dangerfield's getting a free at left half forward.
Well, both umpires call the same thing. They both look at each other. It's good confirmation of that. So you've got the umpires outside the 50 and the umpires just lateral to it. So
I'm
good
glad
coordination.
I'm glad they both paid it, Mick, as opposed to what happens sometimes is neither of
them play, yeah. Or it's contrary to each other. So
left half forward here, who'll have to kick from about 51, 52 metres out, Patrick Dangerfield, to kick the first goal of the night. He got the Cats first in his third term. It's all to the Barwon River end, and Dangerfield misses a long-range drop punt to the left.
That one was off 2 steps, Mick. Set shot from outside 50.
Still got 50-odd metres, yeah.
Margin 59 points, Cats way.
Dale to Karmas round the broadcast side, or the western wing in front of the interchange gates. Bontempelli down momentarily. He's had a quiet night, just the 9 disposals. Cats have got possession. De Koning, short kick. O'Sullivan.
If that ends up being an injury to Bontempelli, I reckon Luke Beveridge just packs up the
Call
bus
the game off.
Head home.
Liberatore's out of the game with concussion. Sam Darcy with a suspected ACL injury. And the Dogs are down by 59 points. in the third term. Cats have meanwhile moved it from one side to the other, marking uncontested. In front of the red chickie stands Jeremy Cameron. He's kicked 7. Play on. He goes off a step, casually again, in the direction of Dangerfield, but this time O'Donnell with the spoil sees it over.
If you want more footy on your radio, there's a chance you could get more than 5 quarters tonight. There's an update from the AFL. Swans Giants at halftime. Please note there's lightning nearby, and we're monitoring for a potential delay during halftime. So could be a late finish in the Harbour City. Boundary throw in here, half forward for the Cats, comes out of the defensive 50. Emmett scoops it up, gives it to Fraser, handball away to Davidson, now away to Lockie Jakes, sweeps a hand pass to Karmas. On the back flank, Buku draws the defender in manner, gives it to Richards, pokes a kick down the wing, and Jakes takes the mark. Half time there, by the way, 19-point lead for the Swans. Dogs go across the centre square. Williams marks, hands it off to Dale. Now the forward 50 kick. Baker the target, got to him. He marks on his chest. And Bailey Smith floating through in front, couldn't quite spoil it away from Baker. They both wear the headband, and that's about where the similarities end for Baker and Bailey.
Who wears it best? Corbs? Cal?
I'm more a redhead handlebar moustache kind of guy. So
I'm definitely a blonde.
Mick, you can have the deciding vote.
Well, no, I'd rather be trying to pick something else than who wears the best headband.
Well, Oscar Baker's got the footy here. Bailey Smith stands the mark, right half forward. Baker's dropped punt, sails goalward. It's a good kick. He knocks it through. And so the Dogs winning the quarter at least on what has been a rough night for the Bulldogs. 14.5 gone third term. The Dogs move to 5-4-34. They trail Geelong 13-9-87. They're down big, 53 points. The Cats lead. Tim Hodges on the boundary ahead of Mick and Lingy.
Marcus Bontempelli just had the doctor and the physio with him for pretty much the whole time that set shot was taking place. He ended up waving them off. I mean, Mick, would you ever as a coach take Bont off and say, look, we'll just put you in cotton wool and save you? We've got a 6-day turnaround to Thursday night, and it's nothing else has gone right tonight, and not concede the game, but know that you're not getting back in it?
Well, no. I just you've got to be careful. Depends what it is, Timmy. If it's something that could tear or whatever, yes. If it's just a bump, bruise or whatever, no. Get out there because you're the captain. You've got to set the example. At the moment, he's getting flogged everywhere, so no, your captain's got to be responsible.
About Edwards in the ruck, just knocked it about 15 minutes clear and then followed it up with a toe poke, and he's still going here on the wing. Edwards is taking on the entire Bulldogs team.
Well, he's a real show that, if you looked at the Cats and go, Stanley has served the club so well, but really fallen off the last couple of years. This kid now, he's what they, with the new rule, is what you want. You want that ball going forward or being able to be tapped. He just jumps right over. And now I know the Dogs haven't got what you call a first-class ruckman at the moment out there. I'm not taking it away from the young fella. But he is demonstrating this is what the rule's all about.
Just confirming a lightning strike in Sydney, so timer is on after a strike at 9:04 p.m. within 10 kilometres of the ground. So a long half-time coming up in Sydney. Swans by 19 points over the Giants.
Dogs are going forward here once again. Croft got his hands to it in that key forward position. Now Humphreys, he's been tackled.
You've got to do more, Kel. You call Croft. Croft's now at the stage where, no, Darcy, he's got to step up and be that player, the target player, and actually go for it.
Here's Riley West at ground level.
I'm glad to see him in the ball too. He has to, his next step is in, I know he's not quick, but he's got to go in the middle. He's shown he can win the ball.
Another stoppage inside 50.
And I suppose he has to do that with Liberatore out. This is an opportunity for Beveridge to experiment a little bit with players like him.
Warple picked it up and he was tackled immediately. So
that's by West too, I think.
Yeah, and for players like West, I know it's not ideal, but when you get these little opportunities, show the coach, hey, next week you can play me in the midfield.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the way he's gone about it here, Lingy, he hasn't been too bad.
Bailey Smith with a high kick out of there, but it's Selwood, Michael Selwood, who takes the mark from the high ball, kicked it straight back to Bailey Smith, and he's away. Those blonde locks are flying as he goes down the wing, and then he kicks and he puts it out in front of Wiltshire. He collects, handballs to Ollie Henry, wheels around, awkward looking kick. It's going to sit here for Cameron. Cameron, 8.
no. Oh, he had everyone's bums off the seat then. It was a high ball from Jezza wheeling around on his left, but it was marked right on the goal line.
It's coming back.
No score.
Dale gives it to Hines. He turns it over cold, so Cats reload. Dempsey to Guthrie, pokes it inside 50, and here's Bowes out on the lead, marking it left half forward.
Well, that's where I get back to those bottom six. They can't kick the football. That is just like pinpointing a Geelong player when there wouldn't have been a Footscray or a Western Bulldog player anywhere within 10 metres of him. That's where I'm coming, and I don't want to bag the kids, but the quality just falls off the cliff.
We've got a bit of a look, haven't we, at the Dogs' underbelly in the last couple of weeks. There's a few injuries starting to mount up. English, they lost Darcy tonight. Butterick added to that. Bowes to add his name to the goal kickers list. He clips the post on the way through. So behind for the 28-year-old. Margin's up to 9 goals, so 13-10 to 5-4. Just repeating, a lightning strike in the area in Sydney, so a 19-point lead for the Swans at halftime. It's going to be like a 40-minute halftime break, so the time is on. Can't restart before 9:35 local time.
Dale's kick-in was a laser, almost chopped off down there by Mullen. Manor, handball, they're coming back inside 50 here. Kalmus with a tackle, making sure Wiltshire, the young kid from Bowen Heads, is going nowhere.
That was good of the Lightning to play ball and allow us to get more of a staggered Friday night game.
That's what we wanted. Just ask Mother Nature.
I can watch something when I get home now.
Kennedy with the kick away. The young kid Jakes takes it. Handball, sold his teammate into all sorts of trouble in Sanders. And he's taken down in a two-man tackle.
Been some okay signs from Jakes, though. In a bad night for his team. Just a couple of good kicks through the middle. He's been reasonably composed.
Sanders jumped on the ball and Bruin jumped on him. So many stoppages in this game. Edwards, again, winning the hit out. Dempsey in a tussle. Down there with Emmett. Who can... It bobbles around. Atkins, Manor, had it, lost it. Sanders, well done. In traffic. Fires the handball out to Ed Richards, who gives it off to West. Over the top to Croft. He can keep handballing here. Davidson with the short kick. And Baker, not for the first time tonight, all by himself inside 50. He's going to line up for his third goal.
Yeah, and don't forget he hit the post with one from this side of the ground. He just knows when to fall off at the right time. I know he's an experienced player, not a lot of games. But the temptation there was to come up to the player. He took one step up, I think, and then dropped straight back. Geelong player had to commit himself. So good play by Baker, whether he can finish or not.
Oscar Baker. PB is 3 goals. He's lining up for his third. His team trails by 54 points. 30 metres out on a 45-degree angle and a poor miss.
Yep.
Hanging it out to the right. So the Cats by 53.
I'm still learning the Lightning policy, which is causing havoc up in Sydney.
Within 10 kilometres?
The half an hour that I added on is half an hour clear of the arena. So then you have to allow time for the warm-up. So play actually won't start there in the third quarter until 9:42 local time. It's currently 9:16, so it's almost going to be an hour break at half time.
And, and that's that also from the last Lightning strike within 10 kilometres. So,
so if there's another one, there's another half an hour.
Well, if you're 3 or 4 goals down, you go out there with 2 lids, and you tap them together, and you hope they hear it. Just stop the game.
Cats put it out on the full. Jakes puts it back inside 50 and hitting up. Croft takes the mark at left half forward.
Can I make a suggestion now? Get the Dogs to do it because the way this game's going.
You're giving Luke Beveridge an idea, I think, Mick.
Well, this is what, on the flip side here, this is where Croft has to stand up. I know he's only a young fella, but this is his opportunity.
So Jordan Croft, another second-generation Bulldog. He moves in at left half forward. He's dropped punt, sails right to the line. It's there.
Yeah, well done.
And Jordan Croft with a big hole to fill in the forward 50, knocks one through. 6-5 to 13-10, 22 gone in the third. Margin closes to 47 Geelong's way. Mick Moldhouse on ABC Sport.
Lingy, if you remember last year, he would really launch himself at the footy. And I reckon that there was one stage early this season where he did and he hurt himself. And from that moment forward, I haven't seen him actually do it. And when I say he hurt himself, he really winded himself. So there's sometimes there's memories in you've got to be able, like you say about Cameron's arm, you've got to be able to get over what took place if it's part of your game. So he's got to keep launching himself at it.
I just had a look at his height, Nick.
Yeah.
I didn't realise he was that tall. 201 centimetres.
Yeah.
That's a great size.
Yeah, it is.
But you're right, though. With that size, if you can launch at it and go at its highest point.
Exactly.
Here he is, into the ruck. And he's had a good crack at it. It's come down to Bontempelli, Ed Richards, Bailey Williams. All by hand, this is. Bramble, back to Richards. Keeps it low, keeps it wide. It's a tough one for Oscar Baker to control, and it comes below his knee. It was out of bounds on the full.
He's called it for insufficient intent.
Oh, did he?
My God.
Oh, that's crazy.
Well, Humphries took the free, got it to Bailey Smith, continues to rack up the disposals. Mullen floating across inside, couldn't quite take it in the air, was Guthrie. And there's too many Bulldogs around the footy, although the handball misses the target. Atkins get there first, and a couple of Bulldogs wrap him up. He's going nowhere. So the positive news for the Dogs, and there hasn't been much tonight, is they've outscored the Cats 3-1 in this third quarter. They still trail by 47 points. Kick out of the pack will favour Neil. He meets it on the bounce. He handballs to Bowes. Bowes straightens up, keeps it low, goes for goal. It skids through for a minor score. The bad news, well, Cameron's kicked 7. He hasn't kicked one this quarter, Jeremy Cameron, but Liberatore's out with concussion and Sam Darcy a suspected ACL injury.
And I'm just checking something here. What are they doing? Oh, no, they're going to let him play. At 1-5 this quarter for the Cats, so it could have got even uglier. It's been an ugly night.
That was the first opportunity to hit the target, run past and get it. The player who marked it didn't give the ball off.
A kick on the exiting defensive 50 from Lobb, almost picked off by Martin. Ball spills down the way of Wiltshire. He's tackled and the ball up. The margin here, by the way, is wide. So what are we at? 48 points. So 8 goals the lead for Geelong. First half full of activity. Cameron kicked 7. Sam Darcy suffered a suspected ACL tear on his left knee. And in this quarter, Liberatore out of the game for the Dogs with concussion. Meanwhile, there's a heap going on up in Sydney, so play's been delayed there. They're in the middle of an electrical storm, so there's been more lightning since that 9:04 mark. So there is going to be a long and lengthy halftime delay with Sydney 19 points on top of the Giants. So more lightning strikes means that half-hour window gets pushed back. Here approaching three-quarter time, Cats by 48, Geelong with it on the wing, Guthrie down to half-forward. Bailey Williams intercepts, handball away towards Richards, feeds it on to Sanders. Loops a hand pass back to Williams. Darting away laterally, kicks across the ground. Fraser marks. Right through the middle of Kardinia Park. There's a few blue jumpers running with him. Takes a bounce, kicks it very deep. Back with the flight, Norton. Hands to it, no mark. West keeps it alive in the pocket. Drew 2 defenders. Handball to Norton. Handball over the top to Lewis. Oh, Lewis gave it back to Norton. He's run down. Oh, Lewis had a chance just to poke it through and decided to handball. And it's been that kind of night. A dog of a night for the Bulldogs. And the Cats come racing away with it. Smith on the wing gives it to Martin.
Oh, the youngster playing just his second AFL game. You feel for him as the Cats, Holmes to Bruin. Sloppy old kick. It was a low one inside 50. Danger takes off after it. Lobs on top of him. Spills out to Dale. Gives it off to Croft. Now Williams, Kennedy rather, has got Baker on the outer wing. He's got an absolute paddock. 2 bounces, 3 bounces, and now dabs the kick over the top. Riley West marks uncontested right on the 50.
He won't go 50, I don't think, West. He should have short passed it when he had the opportunity to. Norton's done a couple of good, very good leads. Now he really should be trying to. There's another one, another lead. So the Cats are right up to this, though. They're making sure that there's nothing free.
To the Joel Selwood stand. Andy pokes it to Norton, and he pokes that to perfection. Mark not paid.
No, I think it has been Cal, yeah.
No, it's very well done.
Yep. De Koning went to sleep on it, though, Mick,
He did.
I reckon.
He did in the end. Yes, he did.
And he had to understand that West did not have the distance. He wanted to give it off. Perfect for Norton here on his left foot, run around.
What's his third lead too? So he should be sucking in the oxygen at the moment.
Kick 2 already. Puts it on the left in the right forward pocket. And he has snapped a goal. He's got 3. Cats by 42. 13-11-89. The Dogs 7-5-47. And it's 4 goals to 1 in this third term. The Bulldogs' way after the Cats led by 57 at half-time. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Lang and Nick Malthouse.
Bulldogs fighting it out in this quarter. But I reckon Chris Scott, I know he'll understand the game's won. He'll be disappointed with the last 5 or 6 minutes. They just have no composure going forward. They're almost rushing it too much. They think we're just going to keep rolling through and pile on the goals, giving it back to the Bulldogs. And then the Bulldogs have got players galore forward of the footy free. So they've lost everything that they were doing well. The Cats in the last 6 or 7 minutes ultimately might not matter, but just the way they're playing at the moment isn't the way Chris Scott would want them playing.
4 goals to 1 for the quarter. The Dogs' way as Emmett gave it away to Richards, who's mowed down immediately. Smith catches him, caught holding the ball. 7-goal lead for Geelong. Cameron hasn't kicked one in the quarter, so he's just got the lazy 7, which he got to by the half. To Bowes and now to Guthrie. Logo on that eastern wing underneath the red chicky stand. Guthrie. Contest kick down to half forward. It'll land short of Neal. Punched away by Lobb. Into the path though of Humphreys for the Cats. Back inside 50. Wiltshire on the hop. Can't trap it. Spills to Fraser. Goes back by hand for the Bulldogs to Williams. High bomb out of the defensive 50. Plenty of Cats camped underneath it. In the end punched away by Jakes. Stolen away though Colin Jasny. Gave it to Dangerfield. His handball a turnover to the bomb. Gives it to Baker. Slick hands to Sanders. Close to the boundary line. And over the top of it, Jakes is tackled close to the line, and the umpire says, in fact, it's Lewis, my apologies, tackled. We'll have either a ball up or a boundary throw in. We're very close to that boundary line on the eastern side. It's going to be a ball up. Comes down the way of Kennedy. Waning moments of his third term. Kicks down the wing to West. Dogs have got to go. They're going to run out of time. So a better quarter for the Bulldogs. They kept Cameron goalless. They kicked 4 goals to 1 to win the turn, but they're coming from a mile back. It is a 7-goal lead for Geelong at three-quarter time. 13-11 to 7-5. You throw that all together, it's Geelong by 42 points. The injury front for the Western Bulldogs has been extensive so far tonight. For more on that and everything else, Tim Hodges on the bench.
Oh, Corbin, I'm about to add to it, unfortunately, for Bulldogs fans. This has been a dirty night, and it's only going to get worse. James O'Donnell, the fear is he's done a right hamstring. So just high emotions from him as well. Luke Beveridge made the run around. It's the 3rd time tonight through the first 3 quarters. And gave him a big hug. He's really emotional, James, on the sideline. So I think it's probably, and Lingy and Mick, you would know, it's probably his best run of form that he's had, maybe. It's just why he's just so shattered that it's broken again. But to add, so I'm just watching him now. So he's got up, he's been with the physios. I think he knows he's done. Add to that, Tom Liberatore is out with concussion. It was from an incident late in the second quarter. He still remains in the rooms. Apparently he's not well at all. And he, as Corbin mentioned during that term, he has a long history with concussion, Tom Liberatore. So that's a concern. And Sam Darcy continues to, I know he's actually out at the three-quarter time huddle. He's showered, got the civvies on. But the fear is the club doctors believe it is an ACL to that left knee. So, scoreboard aside, this has been a truly horrible, maybe premiership ending sort of night for the Western Bulldogs.
Yeah, if there's a defining moment. You're probably right, Jim. When Darcy went down, given that he hasn't had a big impact on, well, he hadn't had a big impact. A couple of when he gets it, he looks good, but he didn't have a big impact. Now their bookends are gone, and their main hunter, I suppose, in the middle. So 3 down, 2 on the bench. It's a credit to them that they were able to fight back and kick 4 goals to 1. Mind you, it was 1 goal 5. So Very interesting.
9:24 p.m, another lightning strike, 30-minute delay. So we're looking at earliest after a 10 p.m. second half restart. There is an 11 p.m. curfew at the SCG, but I'm told that the curfew applies only to noise but not lights. So basically no PA, no songs after goals. It's almost like the old days of footy at the SCG. I did ask the question, does it apply to the crowd? The answer is no, so the crowd will be able to stay. But apparently
they've got to stay mute.
Is there a cut-off where the game just can't end?
We're asking all those questions. So it's an unfolding situation. There's no footy there. We'll tell you when it restarts here, but there is footy and another quarter to come. We were going to go there for the final quarter. We're going to get the whole second half and probably the back end of the rain delay.
Now, you know that wild card round?
Yeah. You looking forward to it?
It's going to have to be Sydney and GWS.
You mean if the game can't be finished?
It won't be finished. There'll be more. Mate, who chooses Lightning?
You'll have to push the game and play it down there.
Well, how would it be? how would it be? That's what I mean about these silly things they invent.
We had our Cyclone rescheduled games last year, of course. Shane from Currans Hill, loving the call if only Bontempelli would pull his finger out. He's been beaten all day so far.
So he's had 11 disposals. He doesn't look right. He looks sore.
No, he looks like he's got a bloke who's tagging him very well.
Okay.
And
don't make excuses.
Mark from Barwon Heads, Luke Darcy did his ACL in the same pocket that Sam went down. So we talked about the correlation with the rounds and the venue to go another step further. 7-goal lead for the Cats, back with the final quarter here. I promise this is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Look at me. Anne Edmonds, Kitty Flanagan, Magda Zabansky, and so many more.
Good morning, everyone. No one cares.
In comedy gems like Fisk, Kath and Kim, and Bad Company.
This one? No, thank you.
Comedy that leaves an impression. ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Bailey Dale, the All-Australian halfback. He loads up, kicks to full forward, hands on it there from Croft. Can't complete the mark, it'll work out for the Dogs. The Bont feeds it to Norton and he hooks it through for a goal. Can that be a tone setter for the Doggies? They kick the first in the second half.
Danger has got a step on his direct opponent O'Donnell when he takes the mark. He's going to wheel round, off a step, he goes for goal. It'll be close. It's got there.
Corbin, this night can't get much worse for the Bulldogs. Tom Liberatore is out of this game. It's concussion from a moment late in the second quarter. The Dogs have put a line through him, so that rules him out of next Thursday's round 7 opener against the Swans. So, yeah, they're running out of troops right now, Luke Beveridge's men.
Oscar Baker's got the footy here. Bailey Smith stands the mark, right half forward. Baker's dropped punt, sails goalward. It's a good kick. He knocks it through. And so the Dogs winning the quarter at least on what has been a rough night for the Bulldogs. So Jordan Croft, another second-generation Bulldog. He moves in at left half forward. He's dropped punt, sails right to the line. It's there.
Yeah, well done.
And Jordan Croft, with a big hole to fill in the forward 50, knocks one through.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
So Lightning is going to cause more than a 1-hour delay in Sydney. It is a 19-point lead for the Swans at halftime, so a lightning delay there. Three-quarter time here, Cats by 42 points. Jeremy Cameron's got 7. Libber's out of the game with concussion. James O'Donnell with a right hamstring injury, and Sam Darcy with a feared ACL tear to his left knee. Cameron Ling, Mick Moldhouse, some quick thoughts before this final term gets underway.
Well done by the Bulldogs for fighting out that third quarter. I mean, it could have been a pretty even quarter given the Cats kicked 1 goal 5. But they're doing what they should do. Fight it out, just make it a contest. It's not going to turn a horror night around, to be honest, but at least the pride in your own performance to run out the game.
Here we go, final quarter. As Jez has got a few more in him, as Blitzharm's going to produce a goal in his 300th. These Cats fans, these die-hard Hoops fans aren't going anywhere. Edwards in the ruck against Emmett. Bailey Smith gets a hurried kick away. Into space it goes. Blitzharm's in hot pursuit. In front of him is Bramble. Handball straight to Ollie Henry, who kicks quickly to Dangerfield, lunging and desperate. It was Neil rather. Had to get down low, and then Smith is collected. In fact, Smith applies the tackle. Umpire says ball up. Tim Hodges.
downstairs.
Kelly, confirmation from the Bulldogs, a right hamstring for James O'Donnell. So his night is clearly done, and probably you won't be seeing him back for 3 to 4 weeks.
Disastrous night for the Dogs on the scoreboard, but more so the injuries as Baker tackles Blitzarves to the turf, holding the ball. Free kick for Oscar Baker. He's kicked 3 tonight. So he goes wide, can't hit the target, and Colin Jasney with the spoil.
Geelong have won every final quarter this year so far. They're a perfect 5-0, outscoring their opposition in the last. So it'll be interesting to see in retrospect, or hear in retrospect from the Cats camp, what the tone of that three-quarter time huddle would have been after kicking just the one goal in the third. And
I think it was more the way they were playing late in that third quarter would have just irritated Chris Scott. They lost any of their connection going forward, and I reckon there was a lot who were just charging forward and not a lot of structure, and that's one of the first things that starts annoying coaches, I reckon, Mick, when you're just all downhill skiing.
From the stoppage on the win, Bond got it out to Bramble. He was caught, and in the end the umpire said holding the ball. Taken by Martin, kicks Latchley for the Cats to Bruin, who marks. Handball over the top, finds Mullen. Mullen gets a chance to get on the end of one. Kicks it to the goal square. Dangerfield leaps up, no mark. Still a live footy, bounces through for a behind. 2 minutes into the final term, 43-point lead for the Cats.
This will be interesting for Neil, because he hasn't got a match-up height-wise, so he really has to make everything his in that forward line lean to, and don't go easy on them. If they've got a midget on him, go for the marks.
Dale's kick in to Kennedy, and then he goes long. Huge spoil from Stewart. It bounces around 20 metres away. It's picked up by the Dogs off to Bontempelli. High ball, and taking the mark to Koning defensively. In front of young Lewis, playing just his second game.
He's been a bit shaky with ball in hand to Koning with his kicking, but takes a safe one here.
Goes backwards to Holmes. Works the 45er. Gives it off to Bruin, and Holmes kept running. The give and go. Down the line he goes. Ollie Henry at the back. Fumbles it over the boundary line.
So just looking at
boundary throw in, Mick.
Lob on Dangerfield. I would have thought he would have been tailor-made for Neil.
Or is it leaving Fraser on Neil, perhaps? No, Selwood on Neil.
Yeah, it's giving away a few inches. Yeah, that's what I mean. He's really got to make him work.
Emmett did well in the ruck. Got it down to Kennedy. He gives it to Davidson, gets it back. Kennedy goes long, clears the pack, waiting at the back to Koning. Stewart. Bruin. Goes inboard, O'Sullivan fumbled it, pouncing on it is Hines. Can he find someone just inside 50? He does. And Lewis takes the mark. He wants to give it off. He's got players flooding for him, and Croft takes a strong mark with pressure from Mullen in the air.
Well, that's a good mark by Lewis, and probably an iffy kick, really, but it's good to see Croft come and meet the ball.
It all started from, this has happened in the third quarter with Geelong. Tanner Bruin just trying to bite off almost a ridiculous handball option, rather than taking a little bit more of playing the odds and saying, I'm just going to kick this one. The time is to go a bit longer. And turnover, the Dogs will make them pay.
So no key forward out there. Sam Darcy off with an ACL tear in his knee. And Croft has stepped up in this second half. 1 goal in the third and 1 goal in the last. They eat into that margin. It's now 37 points, but Geelong leads 13-12-90. The Dogs 8-5-53 after 5 minutes in the final term. It's ABC Sport on Friday Night Footy.
Yeah, strange action, Lingy. Really, it's like stifled sort of action, but what I like about it, he lined it up with his eye on his arm, to his boot. Actually, the way Sam Darcy does as well. So they've obviously, someone down there is saying, listen, if you organise those things, guess what? Just all you need to do is kick straight.
Yeah, it's not a smooth ball drop, but everything's in a straight line.
That's right.
Yeah.
So it's hard to go wrong if you drop the ball correctly.
Back to 37 points, as Cal mentioned. The 2 rucks lock up in the middle, and a free kick spotted here. It's going Emmett's way.
Yeah, it's really strange. Just ruck when he's murdering him, and yet he's taken an option there, which is not put his boot out.
Emmett, kick smothered by Edwards. Still deflects away in a Bulldogs path for West, who looks inside 50, and the Doc Davidson hits up, takes the mark, right half forward. And so if he was unhappy at three-quarter time, Chris Scott, it's more of the same here to start the second half. The Cats did have this game in their keeping really at half-time with a 57-point buffer, and Cameron kicked 7 to the half, but the Dogs are winning the game after half-time. Medical student Sam Davidson kicks from right on the 50. It won't have the trip. Getting up Collar Jasny, trademark in game 200, punches it into the advertising hoardings. A rush behind. 13-12 to 8-6. 6 minutes gone in the final term. It is a 6-goal lead for the Cats.
And from a Geelong perspective, you just want to make the rest of this game easy for yourself. Play the first 10 to 12 minutes of this quarter the right way, and then the game's just completely cooked.
Martin in a bit of space on the outer wing. Gives the handball off to Holmes. Tucks it under his arm. A burst of speed. And then kicks towards Neely. Takes it on the bounce. And then he hits up Cameron. And here's the crowd getting involved. The warm applause is because Jezza is on 7 goals. And he's got it in the right forward pocket, which is the right side for a left footer. Squeezes the Sharon. It's usually off a step or two. Can they curl it in for number 8? The crowd will tell the story. 1, 2, 3 steps, snap, miss. Hasn't kicked a goal in the second half after he kicked 7 in the first half.
Bailey Dale with the kick-out duties. Comes wide to Selwood. It hit the deck. Manor went back like he took the mark, so Selwood just a high up and under down the line. They come from all directions. Off the pack, spills out to O'Sullivan. Collects on the bounce, handball to Dempsey, handball down the line, Guthrie. As a player walk at him, and in the end, Jakes helps him over the boundary line.
So Jane from Cardinia Parks texts through saying Dangerfield has lights on his boots. How is this allowed by the AFL? We'll get Hodgie onto that because...
Has lights on his boots?
Yeah, he's down in the... he's just taken a breather. I watched as he came off. There was a little bit of a fluoro red flashing on those boots.
Right. Boundary throw in. Comes down the way of Manor. So a couple of lean weeks leading in. Kicks down to half forward and inadvertently socket out of play by Selwood. Free kick.
No, I reckon it came off Wiltshire.
Came off Wiltshire last. Free kick going to Dogs' way, but we're going to get a conference.
An arc review.
What's going on with Sean Manor? Lingy, you watch the Cats as close as anyone?
Yeah, just not quite as sharp. Agree with that, but I reckon that's across the board with their high half forwards. Myers, Close, himself, just haven't been in top form, peak form, and that's okay. You can see a game like tonight, he's working really hard. His perfect touch just isn't there, but you back those sorts of quality players to be able to work their way into some form.
Lingy was right. It came off Wiltshire. Free kick for Selwood for the Doggies. Got it at half-back. Kicks to the wing. Reaching up high to Koning off hands Kennedy. Looping handball. It was a long one as well, was good. Jakes. Kicks inside 50. It'll trickle over. And a boundary throw in just because it snuck inside 50.
Yeah, and the intent really was 2 Geelong, 1 Dog. Let me put it near the fence. It's, I don't know.
Boundary throw in, blitz arms, wins it down, comes to the bomb. The bomb spins out, ends up on his backside, got a handball away. West tackled, dispossessed. The bomb's back on his feet, got the footy, coughs it up. There's a whistle in all of that. It's a free kick for the Cats and advantage applied. Dempsey got it out to O'Sullivan, now to Atkins, handball back to Dempsey. He's at half-back, pokes his kick down the wing. Manor the target. Clever. Just taps it over the head of Lobb. It was coming at him. A bounce for Manor. Kicks into the pocket. Wrong foot's Cameron, and the ball slides out of bounds.
So that's a great example of what I'm talking about with Manor. He just with his touch, he had 2 options on there. When he's in peak form, he hits either one of those. It's a shot at goal. He's tried to over-kick it, almost kick the perfect one, and you end up just making a little blue. So it's just simply a player a little bit out of form.
Boundary throw in right in front of the Cats goal. The Geelong chance gone up. They want Jeremy Cameron to get it. Atkins has got it. Rory Lobb brings him down. Gets the handball away to Martin. Shakes the tackle. Off to Mullen with the snap and misses.
Mullen could have kicked 3 tonight.
13 minutes to play. Cats by 38. They led by as much as 59 just before half-time.
Oh, Bramble didn't quite get it to Fraser. Fraser's got Neil to deal with. Handball back to Bramble. Mullen says, come here, and locks him up, and a ball up inside 50 for the Cats. Shout out to all of you listening through News Radio in New South Wales. There's footy on here. Don't worry about it. We'll take you back to Sydney when there's footy on back there at the SCG. After the lightning delay, it won't restart before 10:02, so that is the earliest restart time. 10:02 with the Swans up by 19. Lewis here on the wing, takes on Guthrie, turns it over, Cats back with it to Koning, away to Mullen. Geelong by 6 goals in this game, goes short to Manor. Manor right on the 50, looks for Cameron in the pocket. And all eyes are on Jezza. He kicked 7 in the first half. The Western Bulldogs, it's been a grim night for them. They fell 59 points behind. That was the biggest lead for the Cats on the run. As Cameron arcs around on his right to make it 8. Oh, yes, he does. Cameron's got a bag of 8. And he's not done yet. With plenty of time to go in this final term. 14-14-98. The Bulldogs 8-6-54. His first after half-time comes at the 12-minute mark of the final term. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary, Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling.
Mick, you a Kenny Rogers fan?
Don't mind Kenny Rogers.
Well, we've heard The Gambler 8 times tonight.
Yeah, well.
Not sick of it yet?
No, well, that song, never get sick of that song.
I'm with you, Mick. Don't worry.
Might hear it a few more times yet.
Karaoke song for you, Mick? The Gambler?
Ever done karaoke, Mick?
No, I'm not. I haven't quite got the voice for that, as you can tell.
All right. Cats by 44, 12 to play. Can Cameron get 10? He kicked 11 last year, late in the season against North Melbourne. Holmes has got it. They're bursting forward again. Now he's forced to handball backward to Dempsey.
Oh, good kick.
Delivers beautifully. Presence of mind to Warple. Out in front of Humphreys. It'll sit for him. He bursts through a Bulldog. He pops it on his right. And he snaps a goal. Saving his very best till last, Humphreys. And they're in celebration mode now, the Cats. Back out to 50 points. 15-14-104. The Bulldogs 8-6-54. 13 minutes gone in the final term.
Feels like the last 4 or 5 minutes by the Cats is them saying, hey, we're not actually happy with the way we're playing for the last quarter and a bit. Let's get back to hunting the opposition, putting some pressure on. They're now creating turnovers by putting that massive pressure on the Bulldogs. And the moment they are turning it over, that's when they're getting some great attacking play. It's the way they built the lead, the way they played quality footy in the first half. They've just locked back onto that to make sure they're finishing this game the way they started it.
Yeah, just a couple of mistakes, though, Lingy, by inexperienced Dogs players that turned that ball over. One in the middle from Lewis, the other one from their ruckman. I'm not sure that a really good side would have made the same errors.
Emmett down to Kennedy to Sanders. Handball away to Dale. Kicks it down to half forward. Back to Emmett. Gives it back to Dale. Handball away to Davidson. Kicks for Croft at full forward. Hands to it. Taken out in the air.
Yeah,
no free kick.
Absolutely out of the air.
Guthrie to DeConing. Geelong back with it. Colin Jasny gives it to Bose. Kicks to half back. And here's Warple off the back flank. His third game as a Cat. Just chips it short. Finds Holmes. Remarks against the boundary line defensive side of the wing. Comes back inward to Humphreys, the goal kicker from moments ago.
Get down to Hodgie shortly. Just hope there's not another injury concern for the Dogs. That Rory Lobb's come off and he's not happy with his left hamstring, I don't think. Hodgie, you there?
Kel, you got me?
Yes.
Yeah, so Marcus Bontempelli is the only fit man, and even he is beaten up for the last 2 weeks on the bench. Rory Lobb, a left hamstring. So
no.
James O'Donnell, a right hamstring. Sam Darcy, that left knee. Tom Liberatore, concussion. It's hard to believe for the Bulldogs.
Disastrous night for the Dogs as the Cats go forward again. Colin Jasny wanted one in his 200. He gave it off to Cameron. Cameron's kick was smothered. Davidson just bangs it out of the dangerous territory. You get the feeling it'll come back again, though. Croft, gone. Guthrie, got him. Play on advantage. Stewart takes a bounce. He flares it wide to Dempsey. Goes back to Stewart. He's 65 out.
He can't find a target inside 50. Frazier's just plugging that hole. Mark's uncontested.
It's unbelievable number of injuries. Key players too, and their hamstrings. I mean, you've got 2 to 4 weeks in each one of those. A knee season, concussion, who knows?
Oh, spearing the kick, Dale. Hines had a telegraph trying to get a handball away. Dangerfield forces
Jez
the
is
turnover.
on.
Holmes goes wide with it to Bose. Bose into the pocket for Jezza. He's got 8. Cameron Marks in the right forward pocket, and he wants to make it 9.
He does, because he ignored 2 that were clear.
Yeah, but why not? This stage of the game, Mick, I think the main interest is double figures for Jez.
See what I mean about the turnovers, Abe?
Yeah.
So young players just making horrible mistakes in the centre of the ground and just getting gobbled up by...
Time to go. Cameron Arks out to his left. He's got 9. The goal-kicking machine is humming. A 9-goal night for Jeremy Cameron. He's on the precipice of double figures. 16-14, 110. The Western Bulldogs 8-6-54. 56 points. The Cats lead. 16 gone final term.
Might get Mick to sing along with Kenny.
No.
Come on, Mick.
I'd rather watch Lightning.
Great Don Slits, who wrote this song. Tim Hodges is on the boundary. Hodgie.
Well, he doesn't sing karaoke, but I hear he's turning into a life of comedy next Wednesday. Is that right, Mick?
Hey.
What are you trying to say? This is the ABC. We're on ABC.
I hope you give us a shout out, your favourite friends on Friday night in the big time on Wednesday night on Front Bar.
We're on the ABC, but we can't advertise other stations.
He's blushing, Hodgie. You got him. Here go the Cats again. Now it's got interesting for Cats fans. They're not moving. Edwards, handballs to Dempsey. Back to Edwards. He's going to get caught. Drops the ball. They come in and help out. Mullen in the Neil direction. Oh, that's a great mark by Selwood. And no, it went out of bounds on the full. Free kick to Selwood anyway.
He's shown some good signs,
Yep.
Selwood.
Michael Selwood, of course. Joel has not come out of retirement tonight. Selwood goes long and strong. Emmett got in the right position. Colin Jasney takes off. He wants to kick a goal in his 200th. Oh, Colin, you beauty! Cardinia Park has exploded. Jake Kolajasny coming into his 200th game. He did only kick 4 career goals. And that was number 5. 18 months in the making. As he strides towards the bench, it's warm applause from the Cats fans. And a huge beaming smile on his face. The last goal he kicked was the first goal on the night Buddy kicked his 1,000th goal. And there you go.
Slightly overshadowed, wasn't it, that one?
Not tonight. Cats by 62.
Jeremy Cameron's on 9 goals. The Dogs, their injury list is swelling.
Ooh.
To centre half forward, Humphreys tried to throw his shoe at it, and in the end, West was coming in from the other direction. And in the end, that's kicking in danger and a free kick.
Oh,
or is it not?
I reckon they've
it's gone the wrong way. Wow.
Had to be.
Yeah, I was thinking, what's he doing with that?
Cameron's been to double digits once, which we touched on earlier, that 11-goal haul against the Kangas last year. There was a Docklands around 20. West is going to get this free at true centre-half forward.
And Richards is set up for... Oh, no, they just dropped him off. Because I know that he's not good for 50. Well, if he gets it, it's a great kick because he's not good for 50. What's he going to do?
Dogs with 1 rotation left on the bench as West kicks it all the way to the goal line. Won't quite get there. It's touched through for a behind on the line. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Cats by 61.
Just the latest Bulldog injury. So confirmation from the Bulldogs. It is a left hamstring for Rory Lobb. So what a putrid night this has been for poor Luke Beveridge. The right hamstring for James O'Donnell, the left knee for Sam Darcy, and concussion for Tom Liberatore.
Their spine has been decimated. So you look at the bigs that they've lost as well. So they've lost English the ruckman, Lobb the fullback, O'Donnell the centre halfback, and Darcy the full forward.
Yeah. All their tools.
Incredible.
They open on
And there's no
Thursday.
guarantee of English playing next week either, is there?
Yeah.
Because of his knee.
No. Next Thursday night? Have they
Yes.
got the opener?
Yes.
Yeah. Sydney at Marvel at Docklands next Thursday night for these decimated doggies. Still time, party time here for the Cats. Streaming forward was Dangerfield. Can he hit up Cameron? Oh, he couldn't. Buku Khamis, does he give away a free? No, the umpire says no. And the Bronx cheers because they wanted the free for Cameron. One out with Khamis, top of the goal square. Through for a minor score.
In the end, it was a great spoil by Khamis because it could have been front on contact, but he got the ball.
Dogs come wide. Jakes to Davidson. Comes back inside to Williams. Kicks down the wing. Here's Croft. Oh, gives a handball to Richards. Just got it to him. The All-Australian through the middle of Cardinia Park finds Kennedy. Kennedy looks inside 50. Cooper Hines marks at left half forward. So if you've just joined us, and I know a lot of our audience throughout Sydney have, Lobb a hamstring, O'Donnell a hamstring, Liberatore concussion, Darcy a suspected tear in his left knee to the ACL. So that's 4 injuries on the one night. One fit rotation. Cooper Hines has a look at the sticks. It won't quite get there. It's almost marked. Croft had a fair bit of it, punched away from him. And through for a rush behind. Geelong by 61, 22 gone final term. Cameron's kicked 9. Tim Hodges on the boundary on ABC Sport.
I'm not sure if anyone in the box was watching that. Ed Richards just got to the boundary and looked at the bench and no one was there, and he looked around like to go, what's going on? So, yeah, they're going to be counting the cost of this night for some time, the Bulldogs.
Kick-in's been marked by Lewis, but it was... Lewis's kick was touched, and now it's all the Cats lining up across halfback, right up against the boundary line. Humphreys accepts the handball, and then he goes long. Neal reaches up above Ollie Henry in a 2-on-2, right in front of the interchange gates. Buku Khamis is the most nervous man in the stadium at the moment. He's one out with Jeremy Cameron. Free kicks going the way of Bose. Centre half forward. He goes to Bailey Smith out wide. Now he's within range to go back and have a set shot, but he's calling for Cameron to lead. He's saying, Jezza, lead. And Jezza says, no. You're the superstar.
He's well and truly within range, but he's calling him.
He is. His eyes are firmly on the number 5. Is he going to trick us all here, Bailey Smith? Within range, slight angle, goes for home, and he gets his moment in the sun.
Good choice.
Bailey Smith with his first goal for the night to go with his 30 disposals. No surprise, he's had it more times than any other Cat tonight. And the margin 67. 18-15, 123 Geelong. The Dogs 88-56. The crowd posted at 33,200. Maybe 200 and left of disappointed Dogs fans. The 33,000 aren't going anywhere because with 5 minutes to go, Cameron is on 9 goals.
Great tune. Is there anything we should read into Bailey's choice of song? He can be a devil on occasion. Is he asking for a little bit of sympathy?
Maybe the Rolling Stones for Bailey Smith with the rock star of our. He's the rock star of our game. There's no doubt about that. As Atkins gives it to Warple, kicks Geelong inside 50. Fraser punches it to the boundary line, and out it goes half forward for the Cats. They've kicked the last 5 in the game. They lead by a game high 67.
You like the song, Slingy?
I've never been a fan, to be honest.
But what about here at your home ground?
Listen, when it's a fun night like this for the home crowd, it's all good.
Enjoy the sing-along. Cameron's on 9 for the boundary throw-in inside the Cats forward 50. That's 9 goals. Picked up by Selwood. Handball away towards Sanders. Clearing kick for the Dogs. Punched away by Bruin. Back into a dangerous spot in the corridor. Lewis can't trap it. Humphreys is clean below his knees. Short kick laterally to Bose. Bose told to keep it moving. Kicks inside 50. Dale intercepts. The 1-2 with Richards. Dale's off and running. Just runs clean by a couple. Kicks it into Blitzards. Can he join in the party? Smothered away by Atkins, sweeping hand pass, Ollie Wiltshire. He kicks towards full forward. Henry leaping up, no mark, ball spills down. Henry tackled, good tackle from Selwood, holding the ball. Free kick going the Dogs' way, Cats by 67. 25 minutes into the final term.
He's giving away 50.
Silly by Ollie Henry. Really silly.
He's trying to get stay in the side too. You can't make mistakes in a good side because someone will take your spot.
He tripped up Selwood.
Yeah, it was just not unnecessary, wasn't it, Kel?
Nah. So Selwood to Sanders.
I don't understand that either, that kick lateral there. It's okay. He had a man on him and he didn't use his full 50. So all of...
This is all short, sharp kicks. Fraser, Bailey Williams. Oh, to Bailey Dale. That's a little sloppy. Dale had to go back and get it. Now Dale drives it long. Is there anyone down there to mark it? Kennedy had it. Bruin tackled him. He lost it. And he's gone. Free kick to Tanner Bruin. Just under 4 minutes to go. Jeremy Cameron is stuck on 9 majors. Bruin's got it inside the defensive 50. Goes out towards Warpaul. It was a holding call against Warpaul. Free kick to going to Sanders. Cats by 32 at quarter time. They kicked 6 goals in the opening term, by 57 at half time, by 42 at three-quarter time. Dogs won the third quarter. Currently lead by 67 points.
Sanders down to half forward. In from the side comes Stewart. No mark. But there's a free kick. He was clipped high and all of that. So 3 minutes 15 on the clock. Cats by 67 points. And there's over 33,000 in the house. They're all sticking around to watch one thing. Can Jeremy Cameron have one out in the cage with the ball at the other end of the ground and go from 9 goals into double digits for the second time in his career? That kick will help his cause. Humphreys out towards the wing. Oh, picked off though by Baker. Did well to leave his man. Win it for the Dogs. Away to Emmett. Kicks inside 50. O'Sullivan sockers to centre half back. Picked up by Warpaul. Had it, lost it. Spills to Bledsoe. Cats are on. O'Sullivan to Smith. Handball away to Bruin. Handball now to the wing for Bose. Up over halfway, Geelong. Manna's got it. Manna inside 50. Martin marks. It's an open forward 50. Karmas trying to track Cameron. Martin's got it. He points at the big sticks. 45 out, true centre half forward for Geelong. Tick, tick, tick. 2 minutes 25 to go.
You can't have a shot, surely.
No, he's every right to, but that's not what we're hanging around for.
Is it a little set play? The Dogs have got 3 trying to guard the leading pattern of Cameron. He takes off. Cameron leading. It's closed down. There's 3 Dogs trying to hold him up. Martin comes in, has the kick at goal. It's offline. It's a behind. And it's a 68-point lead for Geelong. Jeremy Cameron on 9 goals.
2 minutes to play. Bailey Dale's got the Sherrod in his hands. He keeps it low for Kennedy. It's skittled straight past him. Bailey Smith on the left. Where's Jezza? Oh, almost a brilliant mark taken by Martin. Dogs have got it. Sanders. And now Williams sidesteps, driving out of the defence. Oscar Baker, position A, taken high by Colin Jasney. Ball spells clear, coming forward again. Warple to Martin. Now Martin, he could have a set shot from there, a little bit further out, but where is he? He goes wide, and he kicks to Bose.
Jez is just thinking, damn, all these midfielders and wingers and half-backs all sneaking down.
So Bose turns his back, and he's just a step or 2 in from the boundary on the right forward pocket. Jez is just camped 10 metres out from the goal square. He's got his hands on his hip. Manna's lurking around Buku Karmas, trying to set a screen. Jez is having none of it. Looks like he's going to finish on 9 goals. Bose kicks, doesn't make the distance, and it's off hands. Ollie Henry worked his way in front and dabbed it through for a minor score. Margin is 69 points. Last minute of the ball game.
Dale off and running, stopped by Warpaul, gives a handball away to Williams. He thought he was legged. Umpire says keep rolling. Williams kicks to the wing. He turns it over. Hold the phone.
30 seconds, Corbs.
Holmes goes laterally to Humphreys. Geelong are going back inside 50. The kick goes out to half forward. Mark taken by Mullen. Cameron's in the pocket. Kick goes to him. Cameron! Cameron takes a one-hander. Like Ablett Senior back with the flight. Reels it in front of the Ablett Terrace. He runs around. He's got 10. Jeremy Cameron with a goal-scoring binge. For the second time in his career, Jessup makes it to double digits. With 1 second left in the ball game, Jeremy Cameron kicks 10. What a night. Geelong by 75.
Oh, wow. Nice mark. Very nice mark by Jeremy Cameron. Oshie Mullen identified it straight away. Whatever you do, get it to Jez. But you need to have the skill to be able to take a mark like that and then go back and slot it. He knew it straight off the boot too on the replay. 10 goals.
Probably give him 3 votes, would you?
Yeah, I reckon we can lock him in, Mick.
Takes him to 17 for the year. And it was that kind of night for Geelong. A perfect 10. A 75-point demolition of the lads from Footscray, whose injury list is resembling a dog's breakfast. 75 points, the Cats winners.
We are Geelong, the greatest team of all. We are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from dawn to dark, down at Cardinia Park.
10 goals for Jeremy Cameron. He kicked 2 in the opening term. He kicked 5 in the second quarter. He kicked 0 in the third quarter. And then in the final term, he added 3 more to get to 10 for the second time in his career. It's 1 short of his career best of 11, but a huge night for the Cats. They win wide by 75 points.
So stand up and fight, remember our tradition. Stand up and fight, it's always our ambition. Throughout the game to fight with all our might, because we're the mighty blue and white. And when the ball is bounced to the final bell, stand up and fight like hell.
It was every bit as good for Geelong as it was bad for the Western Bulldogs. 32 points at quarter time for the Cats, 57 at the half. It was only 42 at three-quarter time and got down to 6 goals early in the last before Geelong flexed. They came home by kicking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 goals to win the game. 1, 2, 3 of them going the way of Jeremy Cameron. He finishes with 10 and the Cats win by 75 points. One of the biggest storylines out of the game is what happened to the Dogs on the injury front. They lose Sam Darcy to a suspected ACL tear in his left knee. They lost 2 guys to hamstrings. James O'Donnell did his right hammy. Rory Lobb did his left hammy. And Tom Liberatore suffered concussion and barely came out of the rooms after half-time. So fingers crossed that is not as serious as it first looks for the 33-year-old who has a history of head trauma already in the game. But in game number 261, it ended early for Liberatore. They finished with 1 fit player on the bench, the Dogs. They're already without Tim English. They lost Connor Butterick, one of their key role players from last week's game as well. So all of a sudden, the injury list is mounting for the Dogs. And it feels like if you put your finger in the wind, the way the footy world saw these two teams, they had the Dogs ascending into premiership contention. They had the Cats dovetailing. Well, you might feel the other way about the two teams out of tonight. The Cats, their premiership window's still open. And for the Dogs, they got a lot to prove as their depth will be tested.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the thing that, I know Lingy's Geelong, so I could come over and just say, the way I look at Geelong, if you've got a good midfield and it can keep doubling up with the numbers that you can keep putting through there, which they did again tonight. It hasn't just been those two. So, and we know what Cameron's like, and we know what their backline's like, led by Stewart. And don't forget, one of the best backline players playing in the competition is not playing tonight in Jack Henry. So, and maybe, just maybe, the emergence of a new ruckman for them. So, Geelong, I was doing the blokes over 31 and have a look at how they played. Tom Atkins, fair. Bliscard does a job all the time. Cameron, 33, 10 goals. Dangerful, 36. Danger's probably the one at the moment that would be the most vulnerable because of his body. Colin Jesney's 31, Jack Martin 30. You wouldn't know that they just play that. Stewart just still holds up at 33. So they've got anyone who says about age, forget about that old 30. It's now about how you play it at 30 plus.
What does this do to you, Lingies? You see Jake Kolodjasny and Mark Blitzarves walk off after milestone nights for them both.
Oh, I love this, Corbs. Absolutely love it. Two terrific people, fantastic blokes and wonderful footballers as well. Mark Blitzarves, 300 games, two-time BNF winner, All-Australian Premiership player, and just one of the great people at the club. And Jake Kolodjasny has been that unsung hero of that back line for so long, and then goes through such a hard patch to try and get to 200 games and misses almost 18 months of footy, comes back, and you see him play tonight and you're reminded just how solid and how quality a footballer he is. But they've always been able to celebrate milestones really well, Corbin, the Geelong Footy Club. I think clubs do it really well. They make sure that their wonderful players, the supporters' heroes, are recognised in the right way. And Mark Blitzarves and Jake Kolodjasny not wanting to hold up the Bulldogs, who very graciously stood there and cheered him off, and now they go back and say good day to their family, and the players will go and say good day to the fans. But obviously the Dogs keen to get off and into their rooms, given the horrible, horrible night. And from a Cats fan perspective, which I am, I absolutely love what Geelong did, and I love the night for these players. But just as a pure footy fan, can't help but feel absolutely shattered when you see a player who of the true incredible quality of Sam Darcy go down, and hate seeing wonderful young players get injured. It does put a dampener on the footy of the night, but obviously for the Cats, really happy for them.
There's something special in the game still, isn't there, when someone kicks 10 goals and to have a bag of 10, and what a thrilling way to do it with 1 second
to go.
left on the clock. And he also arced around off his line, so you think if he'd done that 1 second earlier or whatever it turns out to be, we would have had this awful moment where you think, did the umpire call in to play on? Did it come after the siren? Whatever it turned out to be. But just in the nick of time, he kicks a bag of 10, Jeremy Cameron. And if you thought he wasn't still a force, he made you feel like tonight, you wonder why we ever worried about him coming back from that broken arm.
It goes to show me you can overpay for good players. You can't overpay for truly great players.
No,
what
you can't.
They gave up to get him, and the
you wouldn't know what they got.
Given.
So you don't remember what was given.
Yeah, because it's just work.
Yeah, and there are a couple that sort of marry off over the journey, and the only one that maybe there's not many. There's only one that I can think of that really married off, and the secondary one actually won a premiership, and that was probably Kennedy and Judd.
Yep.
Yes. Juddy won his Brownlows, but Kennedy won the premiership. So, and as time went on, I think Kennedy may well be the highest scoring goal kicker at West Coast. Yeah. But this one here, I can't remember what they got for him. I can't remember it, and it doesn't really matter what they got because.
In the end, and now I'm racking my brain, I should have double-checked this, but it goes to show the quality of the drafting by Stephen Wells, who's just done a phenomenal effort. He drafts Tim Kelly as a mature age recruit.
Yeah.
Kelly then goes back to West Coast. They get a big haul of picks for Kelly, which they flip into, I think 12 months later, not in that same time, into Jeremy Cameron. I think they used those picks and... Hit it with us. Tell us, Coles.
It's almost unfair.
Tell us.
They got pick 13, 15 and 20. And that was Connor Stone, who was delisted and re-rookie, Ryan Angwin, and Braden Cook. And the pick was subsequently moved on to Adelaide, and they took Cook at pick 20. So that's what they got for Jeremy Cameron.
Yeah, so that's why.
It's basically a high five and a packet of burger rings. So that's,
And interesting, I showed this to Lingy after Cameron kicked his 4th or 5th. If you go to the club the record book that gets, the supporters can buy here, I'm looking at the top 20-odd players, leading goal kickers for this year. And I'm thinking, there's Cameron. Oh, no, hang on, that's Charlie Cameron. I cannot find him. Now he's gone from outside of that, he's gone into 3rd position.
Wow. So what's the leader on? Is it Ben King?
21.
21, and it is King?
It is King.
21 goals.
Gunston, who can't add because he's injured. He's at 19. Norton kicked
3 tonight,
3.
So he's 18.
So he's 18, so he's in 3rd.
Yep.
Larky, Sam Darcy will, unfortunately, that's probably for the year. He's kicked 12.
Yeah.
And the bloke I thought could win it, and I still think he's got a real chance, is Tracy, because he can kick bags. But after watching tonight, admittedly, the last goal was, that's probably him, that he can do those things, take the one-hander, play on at the right time. There was a lot of, I reckon, 3 or 4 come from really poor play in the middle of the ground where Geelong were able to get it forward and kick goals on it. He won't get that opportunity too often with a backline desecrated by injury, but nonetheless, you just know that did he kick 10-1?
Let's have a look. Yes, 10 goals,
10-1, and he probably only had about 13 kicks.
The Cats are walking off for the second time. Jake Kolodjasny's on his little child in his arms, and Mark Blitzarp's lapping up the high fives and some fist bumps as the Cats make their way down the tunnel. We're going to take a bit of the song, we'll get some reaction, and then we'll kick it over to the SCG, where play's underway, by the way, in the third quarter. They spent more than an hour off the ground. It restarted at 10:02 local time. They went off at halftime at 8:58, so it was 1 hour and 4 minutes the delay at halftime. Sydney resumed with a 19-point lead. It's down to 15, and we're 13 minutes into the third term. So more coming up from the Sydney Derby. You're going to get plenty of bonus footy right here on ABC Radio coming up in a few moments from now. In the interim, let's kick it down to the Cats' rooms on the back of a 10-goal haul for Jeremy Cameron and a 75-point win. Tim Hodges with the winners. Hodgie.
Corbin, the 2 milestone men lead the Cats in. Paddy Dangerfield's got a can of Pepsi. Just chucks it right at my feet. Thanks, Patrick. The last of the Cats now getting in. We'll speak to the Cats spearhead, Shannon Neal. I'm not sure how we ended up with Shannon Neal when we asked for Jeremy Cameron, but he'll join us afterwards. But they're about to burst into song now. A great moment for the club, for Mark Blitzavs, Jake Kolodjasny. I'll have Shannon Neal for you in a moment's time, guys, and then we can kick it up to Sydney.
Sounds good. In the interim, we might just get the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year, so we're ready to race off.
While Lingy's doing that, is this the Dogs' third 6-day break in a row? And they've got another one coming up?
So they definitely got one coming up. They play Sydney. Last week they played Saturday
night. Yep.
So that's a 5-day break.
That's a 5-day break.
The week before that, they played Easter Sunday. So they went 6 days into Adelaide. So 6 days with travel. Then they went 5 days here, coming back. And now they're going to go 6 days.
That's not right. That is simply not right. Should not happen.
Yep.
And you wonder whether fatigue...
It's a good call out.
Oh, it's my wife. She's put that through.
So all over it.
And thank you, She should be working here. But that's interesting, though. I just don't get that.
Don't tempt us, Mick. We might make the trade. Give us the votes.
The votes, Corbs. Shout out Ollie Dempsey. Sorry I couldn't squeeze you in because I had to get one of my favourites in. Not that Ollie's not my favourite, by the way, but Oisin Mullen played an incredible role. So 7 score involvements himself. Could have kicked 3 goals, but obviously the main focus was he kept the great Marcus Bontempelli to only 14 disposals and no influence. Just wanted to shout out a terrific selfless performance by Oisin Mullen. 2 votes to Bailey Smith. Stiff to not get the 3. Had 33 disposals, 8 score involvements, kicked a goal, 11 clearances for Bailey Smith. Probably enough to usually get yourself the 3. Not tonight. Not when someone kicks 10 goals and just entertains an entire stadium. 3 votes, Jeremy Cameron.
Love it. 3 for Jezza, 2 for Bailey Smith, 1 for Oisin Mullen. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Cats by 75. Let's go back into the winners' rooms with Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Corbin, Shannon Neal has been good enough to come straight over to join us. Shannon, did you approve of Lingy's votes then?
Yeah, I think so. I'm one that doesn't really notice too much, but I thought Osh did a great job, definitely. And obviously you can't go past Jez kicking 10. It's a bit of a quiet night for myself because he's getting all the action. So, I agree with that.
You had seat 1A to the Jezza show. What was it like out there?
I actually didn't really realise that he had that many at half-time. We sort of didn't really want to kick it to him and sort of turn the ball over looking for that. We sort of thought he's naturally getting it at half time, so let's keep looking for him naturally, and and obviously got rewarded, so it's great to see.
Do you think many in the midfield knew that he was on 9 goals looking for 10 towards the end? All those pesky midfielders were getting inside forward 50 trying to kick goals for themselves. I
was actually on the bench in the last 5 minutes, and I think, there was about obviously 4 or 5 of us, and we were actually screaming for Blitz to get it and hopefully kick one in his milestone match. So, obviously, which way it went, obviously Jez got the beneficiary.
I know we've only got Shannon for a couple of minutes. I'll send you upstairs, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
Scratch, congratulations on the game. It was... Let's focus maybe more on the first half than anything. Just great football early on. The way you guys were able to shut the Dogs down, put pressure on, and then obviously attack really well. What was it? Can you put your finger on what you were able to do so well so early to completely break the game open?
I think to sort of start the season, I don't think we've really hit our straps, and tonight, even speaking to a few of the boys after the game, it felt like a very holistic game from all 3 divisions across the ground, and we had a sort of not a defensive mindset, but we wanted to really go after it, make sure they couldn't take those short kicks because they wanted to keep flowing the ball. So if we could shut them down early and get some good looks off the back, that was a priority for us.
I'm interested in a player's mindset psychology, because you know that injuries are a part of the game and one of the awful parts of the game. You guys are playing such amazing football and blowing the game open, but you see a young key forward similar to yourself with his standing in the game only growing and growing, and Sam Darcy go down. What are you feeling as an opposition player at that stage when you see that happen?
Yeah, my sort of stomach dropped for him a little bit. You never want to see young guns or anyone for that fact go down injured. And I was on Rory Lobb at the time, and I sort of looked at him, and we both just sort of it was a bit of an emotional moment. You never want to see that when he's just laying on the ground holding his knees. So I said to him after the game, I hope everything's all right. He seemed to be moving okay, but fingers crossed everything goes well for him over the next week, and he's not too far out. He's not out for too long.
Well said, Scratch. Absolutely well said. From here, does this sort of win and sort of game against such a good opposition, albeit one that was probably missing a few key players, does that now rebuild that belief that your best football is just around the corner?
Yeah, definitely. As I mentioned earlier, I don't think we'd quite put sort of a holistic 4-quarter game together, and even just getting our game going. Like over the last few weeks, we sort of spoke about, and it's been in the media, that our execution going forward wasn't great, whereas I thought tonight we sort of kept it simple. We were very predictable to each other, and it sort of, we got some really good looks off the back of that, and defensively we felt really sharp. Again, we were connected as a team, so I certainly think that tonight was one of our better performances for the year, and hopefully we can take some momentum going into the next few weeks and obviously throughout the year.
Shannon, we'll see you Saturday night in Adelaide. Appreciate your time.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
Shannon Neal in the victorious Geelong Rooms. 32 points at quarter time, 57 at the half, 42 at three-quarter time, 75 points in the finish. So it was a game high at the end. The Cats kicked the last 6 goals of the match. Jeremy Cameron kicked 10. His 10th goal came with 1 second left on the game clock. Quickly on the Dogs, hamstring injuries for both James O'Donnell, a right hammy, and a left hammy for Rory Lobb. But the more serious news is Sam Darcy suffered a suspected ACL tear in his left knee in the second quarter. It was a non-contact injury, trademark change of direction. The club will scan it, but fears of an ACL tear. And also serious is always, whenever a player sustains a concussion, and Tom Liberatore's had a number of them. So the 33-year-old with another concussion tonight didn't come out of the rooms after half-time, and the Dogs ended the night with one fit player on the bench.
Sad.
Last word from you, Mick?
I think we've underestimated Geelong's ability to just get the best out of their bottom-end players. The top ends, we all know how good they are. And you see Humphries running off half-back flank, kicks a goal, Colin Jesse's back. I'm not saying he's in the bottom 6, but you just know that they've got a very even team, and if it's not Cameron kicking 10, it might be Neil kicking 5. So they've got that sort of side. So they lie in that group that are real potential. I've got to say right now, I had the Dogs playing off. I can't see that. If Liberatore is a real doubt on where he can get through the season. Darcy out. Their key backs now, they'll get over their hamstrings probably, but it puts the Dogs now in more light to say they've beaten Brisbane, but can they go on now and start to beat other sides like next week's, really they're going to be struggling there as well. So, and particularly with the breaks they've got. So, I think they've gone down in my estimation. Geelong gone up.
Last word from you, Lingy.
I think Mick's assessment is really fair. The injuries have played a huge part in them. And then as soon as you get the injuries to your top end players, that softer underbelly can be exposed a little bit. You're asking players who are not quite ready to step up to certain roles to have to do it. You're right. Geelong, I think, just a little reminder that. Yeah, they've got real quality there. There's a reason they played off in last year's grand final.
That's right.
They haven't been in good form so far this year. They do have players named Jeremy Cameron and Max Holmes and Bailey Smith and Tom Stewart. There is A-grade quality in that team, but they need growth of others, and a Tanner Bruin and those types of players might be the one who steps it up a little bit. And, Mitch Edwards in the ruck, some really good signs against tonight, Corbs.
Last word, too, from the Geelong camp, Bailey Smith with Abby Holmes on Channel 7 at full time.
There's one thing I want to touch on, which is maybe out of pocket, but I just want to shout out the Dawson family this week and Elijah Hollins last night. I don't know if I'm out of pocket saying it, but I think it's about time the AFL get a men's mental health round. It just makes you feel sick during the week, and hopefully the AFL community wraps their arms around them and we can do something. Let's put a damper on the week, I suppose. But, loving playing down here and hopefully we I think we've got Adelaide or Port next week, so that'll be all right.
Well said. How much do you as players, particularly within the four walls of this footy club, really rally around each other during these times, even though it is an external player and football club?
I think it's just human nature to rally around. I think the footy world can be quite toxic at times, and I think it is good at putting our arms around the people that need it most when we need to. So I think we do both, and it's just stuff you don't really like seeing. And if there's something I can leave anyone with, is just speak to your mates, put your arm around your loved ones. You never know who might need it, and I just hope we can get better moving forward.
We heard Bailey Smith last year when he won the Coaches Award. He spoke about his mental health, and he opens up a little there on what he would like to see the next step for the AFL. We'll talk about it, I'm sure, more across the weekend. We're on AFL Saturday tomorrow from 12 noon Eastern. Across the country, SA Grandstand. You'll obviously find that just before us on radio in South Australia, and Sports Talk from 10 o'clock local time for those of you in the West. If you want to listen to any of those shows and you're out of market, you can find them all through ABC Listen, including Cameron Ling, who'll be on from 12 noon Eastern time on Sunday with Matt Clinch. Thanks, Lingy. Have a good night.
Thank you, Corbs. All the best.
Thanks to Mick Malthouse. Thanks to Kelly Underwood. Thanks to Tim Hodges downstairs. To the cult figure Adam Jones back in the studio. And always to Stuart Hollywood Baker for his work on the faders here. All right, the footy's far from finished. So after the lengthy lightning delay, the Sydney Swans and the GWS Giants still going, closing in on three-quarter time up in Sydney at the SCG. Swans by 20 points. So Sydney lead this game 10-3 over the Giants, 5-13. So 13 scoring shots to 18, and yet the Giants trail by 20 points. So goes to show there might be a fair bit of footy left in this game yet. Brett Sprigg and Daniel Garb alongside Ty Kennelly and Ryan O'Keefe, your call team. Let's head to the SCG for the latter stages of the third term and right through to the conclusion tonight on ABC Sport. Good night from the Cattery.
Standing season. Can he kick his first of Derby 32? No, it's across the face, and it'll bounce once. No, it won't. Out of bounds on the full. Looked like it might have caught some chalk. Umpire says it did not. 20 points, Swans lead by.
If you've joined us from Geelong, welcome. The Cats by 75 there. Sydney Derby 32 here at the SCG, where it's the Swans by 20 points on the Giants. Time on here in the third term. The Giants come beyond defensive 50. Grundy bounding after it here. Can't keep it alive in the company of Stringer. And so it will be just a throw-in. Defensive side of the wing for the Giants. Here with Brett Sprigg, Daniel Garb, Ryan O'Keefe, Ty Kennelly and Declan Byrne. As I mentioned, Jeremy Cameron, the highlight there. Sam Darcy's injury, the low light, certainly. And that came in your park. Back in it comes. Grundy wins it down here only as far as Toby Green. The Giants skip a hand pass, chopped off only as far as there. Corey Warner. But a hurried kick away towards half forward. It's not been a game of real highlights here, it must be said. Falls to Chad Warner again, inside 50, and he finds the chest of Rowbottom, who marks 40 from goal. Pops it closer to home now here for Heaney, who's closer to home. Did the umpire call it was a mark or no? Not 15. Go 15. It was amazing. Didn't go 15 for Heaney, so he was wrapped up in a tackle. Ball comes loose for a throw-in. All right, full forward now for the Swans. So
Whitfield was calling for it the minute he left his boot right in front of the umpire's eye.
And they're going towards the Randwick end. 20 points their lead. 25 gone here in the third term. Down it comes Grundy into the path of Cunningham. They pile in from all angles, and the umpire will ball it up.
A critical point in this game. If the Swans get the next, they'll feel really comfortable about their chances. Giants are hanging in there. It's a 20-point margin. Grundy slaps it down. Toby Green clears the area, though. Ball in dispute on the wing. Well done, Stringer. Clean hands. Gathers it. Keeps going. Sends it inside 50 now. It's the ruckman, though. Madden chasing it. They needed someone quicker. McCartan will track it back for the Swans. Deep in defensive 50. Gets it to Bice. We'll go the 1-2 with Mills, but then Bice is caught. Ball spills free. Madden will miss the chance straight in front. Well, he took the advantage. And the big ruckman has missed from 5 out, straight in front. Swans lead by 19. Massive opportunity spurned.
I don't know what was worse, Cullum's handball back to Bice or that kick. There's some absolute howlers going on out there.
Last time they met, it was the Adam Kingsley spray at half-time. Might be a spray coming at three-quarter time from the Giants coach. They had opportunities in this third term.
Have they what?
They come back forward of halfway. It's popped inside forward 50. Stringer marks and just settles things down.
They've been a better team. Yep. They've been a better team this quarter and just haven't put them away. I put the score on the board, so not put them away, but they should be a lot closer, and they need a goal here to get some reward into it. It's been a real scrappy game, hasn't it? And since they've come back out, it just hasn't been enjoyable whatsoever to watch.
1 hour and 4 minute delay for half-time due to the repeat lightning strikes under the lightning policy.
Well, the Giants have gone inside 50 more than the Swans. If they were kicking straight, they'd be well ahead.
Casey missed it. No, Jesse Hogan, a late withdrawal for the Giants as Stringer just nurses this to the right-hand side for a minor score. They're 5-15, 45 the Giants. The Swans 10-3, 63. The Swans by a 3-goal lead, 27 gone third term.
That's why Blakey's had 22, because he's had 15 kickouts.
And he sends it to Bice, who has 4 bounces, Riley Bice, all the way up to the wing. Gets it to Roberts, now Warner. He'll try dart around Oliver. He knows he's quicker than him. Oliver does well to corral him. And well done, Thomas, who tracked Roberts.
What's that handball to someone who's got someone like almost...
They're overcoached that. Coaching it, not replaying it
for the Swans, so Roberts will take it.
Just seen some vision of Kingsley in the box. Putting his hand, his hair is getting greyer and greyer by the hour. Going to be here for the night, so it's going to be very grey by the end of the night.
They missed a lot of opportunities. They played better than the 18-point margin that Sydney currently hold as Roberts whipped the free kick, sends it long into the pocket. Grundy worked off the football. Umpire says no free kick. We'll have a throw in left forward pocket for Sydney.
Have we got a bounce record in a game of football? How many bounces that have actually ever been had in a game? Because the amount of players actually having a bounce tonight.
Unsuccessful ones too on the moist deck. Swans by 18 points here. We approach three-quarter time. Both rucks missed it. Falls to Heaney, who can snap on the run from 25. It's marked by Buckley, playing goalkeeper at the round weekend of the SCG. No change to the score. Still the Swans by those 3 goals. It's in the left back pocket with Joe Fonte. On to it, Lockie Ash. Marking at half-back. As I said, momentum has been with them, the Giants, at times in this third term. Sydney Derby 32 here. Follow that footy on ABC Sport. Ralston's been good for the Giants.
What's Callan had? He hasn't really got involved in the game at all.
18 disposals.
Yeah, we haven't really noticed, have we?
As Ralston finds McMullen.
Explosiveness.
Good kick to find Whitfield, middle of the SCG. He'll switch across here, but again, McDonald gives chase with the Swans, and he might beat Thomas to the football. Thomas paddles it to advantage there of Iden. McDonald lays the tackle. It falls to Thomas. Going to come back here for a free kick holding the man. It's going to be advantage paid the Giants. Whitfield comes back in board to find Oliver. He goes from 52 out, deep to the hot spot from behind. Stringer on McCartan. McCartan intercepts for the Swans. And the home side are away.
They're lacking the tools, GWS, at the moment. And it's a nice kick from Bice to find Warner on the wing. Up to Roses. The Swans are out here. He goes short and hits up Papley. 55 out, up against the boundary line, right half forward. His kick is scrappy. Might sit up though for McDonald. Gathered it nicely, top of the goal square. Ash intervenes. And the Giants can get out of trouble. The handball went to Himmelberg. Sends it out to right half back. Gothard's there with Bice off their hands. We'll have a throw in just forward of the wing for the Swans, who are 10-3, 63. GWS 5, 15-45. Swans lead by 18 points. Giants have spurned plenty of chances.
Swans have had some clean looks at it, but it absolutely balls that up. Really.
Inside 50 to have. Yeah, Papley's been a few of them, hasn't he? He's trying to kick the letter off it. Times back in on the outer wing. Grundy feeds it by hand to Heaney. Swings it back to Corey Warner. He goes from forward of halfway. Options are plenty inside the arc. Deep to find Curnow. Can't hang on to the grab. Falls for Fonte. He bounces off that last line here for the Giants. Hand pass finds Lockie Ash, and he can swing it wide to Lecalier, playing his first game of the campaign. Of course, after his failed trade to St Kilda last year. He took the opening ruck tap as well, the opening bounce or ball up of the game, Lecalier against Brodie Grundy. And here goes the Giants through Harvey Thomas, high down towards half forward. Strong grab, Madden. Feeds it back to his skipper, Toby Green from 50 out. Unguarded square. Can he skid it through? No. Of course he can't.
He's had 4 or 5 behinds this quarter, hasn't he?
5-16-46. The Giants trail the Swans by 17 points at the half-hour mark of the third term. We've seen some classic derbies in this great rivalry, and this is not one of them.
He's kicked 4 behind.
The Giants have kicked 2-8 for the term. Oof. And the Swans 3 straight. That sums up where the game's at the moment. Corey Warner on the wing. Up to Rosas at half forward. Final stages of this third quarter. A late chance for Sydney. Rosas wheels onto the left. Long ball to Curnow. Buckley at front position. Amadi with the handball looking for Curnow. Well, Toby Green got the knee up there on Curnow. That was dangerous. We've seen that before from Toby. Here go the Giants though. Time for them to launch it deep into attack. Madden gets the hands free, but he's turned it over. And that'll do us for the third term. Sydney up by 17 points. Warner has it, but the siren will sound.
What a lizard.
And the lizard might have a little go here. He's 60 out. He's taken the mark. Not quite sure he's got the distance, even on his best night.
And you can't run off the line either.
He might go the torpedo here, Nick Blakey. He has 23 touches for the evening. Swans up by 17 points. He will go the torpedo. Old school. Gives it a very good look, but it won't quite get there. And the Giants ensure it doesn't go through for even a minor score. Swans lead by 17 points. GWS arguably the better of that third term, but they kicked 2-8. They were wasteful, and that's a bit of a talking point. Toby Green picking that knee up again. Swans fans didn't like it.
Yeah, knee's all right.
Let it go. You've got to protect yourself going for the ball.
2 goals. 2 goals, 8 to 3 straight in that third term here at the SCG. A reminder, of course, or to just repeat what happened at Kinya Park, Geelong by 75 points. So the game-high lead was the final margin in the end. They kicked the last 6 goals of the game. Jeremy Cameron kicked 10 goals, and the very last goal of the game, as we're all just waiting to see if he would bang through his 10th. It's just the second time in his career, of course, after his 11 goals last year. And the Bulldogs finished the night with just 1 fit player on the bench. So Sam Darcy, the suspected ACL in the first half with injury to his left knee. It was a change of direction, so a non-contact knee injury for Sam Darcy. And the worst is feared for him. Concussion for Tom Liberatore, a right hamstring for James O'Donnell, and a left hamstring injury for Rory Lobbs. So those injury concerns for the Dogs, who now fall to 4-2 off the back of consecutive defeats, and the Cats improve their record to 4 wins and 2 losses on the year through these first 6 rounds. The Swans lead by 17 points here in Derby, 32 here in Sydney. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Look at me. Anne Edmonds, Kitty Flanagan, Magda Zabansky, and so many more.
Good morning, everyone.
No one cares. In comedy gems like Fisk, Kath and Kim, and Bad Company.
This fun? No, thank you.
Comedy that leaves an impression. ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Hardy made a nice contest, fell the way over there, sweeping handball over the top. Will it sit up for Stringer? Breaks away, sends another one towards the attacking goal square. Gothard's there on hands and knees, gets it to Bedford. Giants do kick a goal. They deserve that. And I tell you what, the Swans fans who have stayed will be very concerned with what they're seeing, because the Giants are coming at them in a big way. Very busy by hand, the Swans. Now Jordan gathers it in the middle of the SCG. Back to Blakey, who kept going. That's a really good kick. It'll fall the way of Curnow, who slams through his second. There's a free kick called off the play here. and it's inside 50, going the way, I think, of Logan McDonald.
Yeah.
But Logan McDonald makes the most of the opportunity for his second goal. And it's 2 in a row for Sydney. They go back out to a 21-point margin, and now there is a major scuffle in Derby 32.
Bedford burst by. He's in space. Room to bounce. Ball bounced away from him. Sockers to himself here. Bedford still going inside 50. Needs some support. Waits the Heaney tackle. Gets it back here again for Rouston. Hand pass to Riccardi, who can dribble in from the boundary. What a finish for Jake Riccardi and the Giants. 3 goals for Riccardi. And you can thank Bedford in that chain there. The orange tsunami in full effect.
Coming in is Sheldrick. Ball over the top now for Roses. Can he gather it? No, just lost the handle. Eventually he does. Went to kick. Good tackle, Iden. Papley gathers it and kicks the goal for the Swans. Buckley with the turnover. And Tom Papley on the scene. Clean hands. Threw it on the boot. And from 10 out, the immediate response for Sydney.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Sydney Swans by 17 points in Derby 32 here at the SCG. You're with Brett Sprigg alongside Daniel Garb, Ty Kennelly, Ryan O'Keefe and Declan Byrne. We had an hour and 4 minutes delay at half-time. It feels like a different game, Ty, perhaps, doesn't it, as far as just the sort of the restart and trying to think what happened in the first half and how it all sort of came together. But the Giants had opportunities in that third term. They kicked 2 goals, 8. I will point out that in the Derby history, so the Giants obviously won the last time they met after the Adam Kingsley spray and that remarkable turnaround from being 6 goals down to win by, it was a 79-point turnaround. But the Giants' previous 4 wins before that were by a total of 6 points. So when the games are close, the Giants win the close ones. How is this game headed in the final term at the start?
Well, the Giants were probably the dominant team that quarter, and you look at it, they've had more inside 50s and more shots on goal. If they and a lot of those shots on goal have been very gettable. So if they nail them, they'll be well and truly in front in this game. So my biggest concern for the Swans, and it'd be their foreline, the ball is going in and getting rebounded out of there way too quickly. They're not putting enough pressure on to force repeat entries or forward half turnovers.
There seems to be a strong breeze going this way, looking at the players and the staff down there on the ground running towards favouring the Giants going forward. You know, like you said, Ryan, it's 5 goals from 43 inside 50s from the Giants itself. Like, it's a real poor return. 2 goals, 8 that quarter, you know. So they've come out better since the delayed start, the Giants, and it's purely on the back of getting forwards high and some space behind and getting some real fast rebound off their D50, which you mentioned with the Swans forwards. Ball went in there and they got some good looks at it, but they just butchered it going inside 50, and then the Giants bounced back. And that's what happens if you don't use the ball going inside forward 50. The Giants got some really good rebounders and they're going to hurt you, and that's exactly what happened from the Swans' perspective. So they'd want to be careful here, the Swans. The Giants kick a couple, certainly kick one early to start it. You know, it's give them some belief, because there's a couple of players that are, for me, they're not flying just yet from the Giants' perspective, and Callahan's one of them. We haven't seen much bounce from him. He's getting some ball inside. But, you know, the Swans got a lot of quality as well, obviously, as we know. Justin didn't quite get going that third quarter like he did in the first half.
Now the final turn we go. Sydney Derby 32 here at the SCG. Granny snatched it out of the ruck and just throws it on the boot. High towards half forward. Ball from Himmelberg on behind on Jordan, who was down there in the forward line. It now falls out there in front of Angwin. Jordan's still out after it here for the Swans, and it goes toward the boundary line for a throw-in. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
And just an update on Isaac Heaney. So he had 4 touches at quarter time. He had 24 at 3/4 time. I don't know why they pushed Angwin off him. It seemed like it was working that first quarter, but he seems to get away, as he tends to in the second halves.
That was 4 hours ago, Declan. So
Grundy knocks it out in front of Heaney. Couldn't quite gather in the pocket and then goes over the advertising hoarding.
That's how you get away from a tag.
Well, I hope he's okay here, Isaac Heaney. He has gone head straight over. And Swans fans have helped him to his feet. Now Connor Iden gives him a hand to pull him back over. He went straight through there without any hesitation. Ball to be thrown back in. Right forward pocket. Swans by 17 points. Heaney back involved in the contest. Grundy plucks it out of the air again, throws it on the boot, and misses to the right-hand side, through for behind. And he's just throwing his weight around a bit. Grundy, a couple of times he's done that early in this last term on Lekalia, just moving him out of the ruck contest.
Well, I think he's changing his tack. Lekalia, it's just jumping over him, so Grundy's changing the way he goes about it to go, all right, how are you going to deal with this when I start grabbing it out of the ruck?
Whitfield drives it beyond defensive 50. A free kick here for a hold going the way of Xavier O'Halloran. Did you ask for some reason, Ty, what the bounce record was in the game? It's still 20. Nathan Bock. Adelaide against Melbourne.
But total though? What's total for a game?
I don't know.
Yeah, come on.
That's more impressive than
20.
Callahan burst through traffic here for the Giants. Hand pass is picked off though by the Swans. And McInerney, who slips the tackle. In fact, he was taken pretty high there by Callum Brown. The late inclusion, Jesse Hogan. McInerney goes all the way back here. Just the half-back line for Tom McCartan. The Swans by a clean 18 points, so a 3-goal lead their way. Now Blakey for possession number 25. It's a turnover. It goes straight to Jake Stringer in the members' wing of the SCG. Lays it off by hand to Oliver. Looks at the options. Works his way outside of Roberts. Hand pass to Callahan. 60 from goal here for the Giants. The reigning Brett Kirk / Callan Ward medalist goes to the top of the arc. It's marked by Rowbottom.
Too many options.
Intercept ball again. Swans off half-back. They're away.
Opportunity wasted by the Giants. Here's Blakey again at centre half-back. That's a better kick after turning it over earlier. Finds Roberts. He'll have a bounce on the wing. And goes short to Curnow. Nice lead from Curnow. Barks in front of Iden. Couple of kicks from goal, so guides it. Looking for Amati in the pocket. Good grab. Arms outstretched in front of his face. And there was a lovely kick by Curnow to set him up. The key forwards combining for the Swans. And Amati will kick from 30 out, tight angle to the left.
I said it in the first quarter. It's beautiful to watch. Just the speed at which he can get the ball. It travels some serious distance in the field kicking. It's elite, and it's very nice to watch the connection and his ability to do it as a key forward.
This would make it tough for the Giants. Amati bends it around for his second of the night. He kicked one early. He's had to wait several hours for the chance at his second. Joel Amati, but set up by Curnow. He puts the Swans out to a 24-point lead. And we've gone 4 minutes in the final quarter.
You watch this. Talking about taking bounces, Roberts takes a bounce here. If he actually kicked it early, Curnow would have marked that inside 50. So they are going with some sort of record. Did you say it was 20 bounces in a game?
For one player.
One player.
Yeah, so the team record.
Team record.
09's a great year for the bounce. 73 by Wood against Carlton in 2009.
73?
Carlton had 27 for that entire game. So a total of 100 in the game.
I used to have a competition with Rhys Shaw and see how many we could get during the game, so you'd get more.
With who? Rhys Shaw?
Yeah.
Well, Heath Shaw had 17 that day.
20 bounces in a game. Wow.
24 points. There's a game-high lead here for the Sydney Swans. In the 32nd battle of the bridge, here comes Oliver. Gets it away here again. Back to Bedford. Sweeps a hand pass wide to his skipper. Toby Green just duffed the kick again inside 50. Stringer was held by Mills. Umpire lets them roll on here. Callahan picks up 50 from goal. Throws on the boot here. That's beautiful.
There you go.
Ben Callahan just says, I'll have some of that. Helps himself to a goal from 50. And now there's some scuffle as well in amongst the Giants celebrations. There's a red and white jumper who's put himself in there. Is that McCartan or McInerney? Who's just copped a bit of a shove from one or two of those Giants. So Finn Callahan keeps the Giants alive here. 5 gone final term. The Giants are 16-52. They trail the Swans 11-4-70. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Callum Brown getting a bit of treatment on calf and groin. He's cramping up, which is pretty fair considering he started playing footy 7 hours ago.
So in case you missed it, so Callum Brown played half a game in the VFL and then was a late in for Jesse Hogan.
Who's played the longest game time in the history of the game of AFL football? Callum Brown.
You can only stay up and about for so long. It's longer than a test match.
Yeah.
Test match day.
It started at 3:30, the VFL game.
So he's here at 2:30 at 1:30 at the SCG.
Big goal by Callahan. Marching back to 18 points. Giants staying in this, and Oliver's been pinged for a throw. Good tackle by McInerney. They've been two of the best on the ground tonight, McInerney and Oliver. McInerney with 2 goals. Sends the Swans deep inside 50. Amati throws it on the boot. Fell to him off hands. Curnow leaps for it. And then Mills or Jordan feigning for a free kick there. Umpire doesn't fall for it. It is James Jordan. So we'll have a ball up. Top of the goal square for Sydney. 17 points they lead by. Grundy palms it down. O'Halloran can clear the area. Bouncing ball though. Evades McInerney. Blakey gathers it. Does a spin. Throws it on the boot. Turns it over, though. Fonzie with the intercept. 18 points the Swans lead by, and now Fonzie can release a bit of pressure.
It's too fast for Jake Lloyd. Room to bounce as well. Young West Aussie goes beyond defensive 50. On the wing, Aaliyah makes the contest with McCartan, bursting by though Blakey. He bounces, shrugs the tackle of Madden. Hand pass back to Chad Warner. He goes further afield to find Roberts. Hurried left foot kick inside 50 here for the Swans. And Marty in the contest down there with Laverde. And they see it out of bounds for it's going to be a free kick. It's going to go the way of Laverde. Got a push from Marty.
Blakey's down.
Blakey is down here as well on the members' wing of the SCG. Giants ball in the right back pocket. Swans lead by 18 points here. 7.5 played in this final term. I don't know, put you on ABC Sport.
Cop one in the midriff, or maybe an area that hurts more than others?
Yeah, caught one in the bread basket.
Yeah. And,
there's not much room there at the bread basket.
Blakey. He's been outstanding again tonight. 28 touches, 764 metres gained.
Wow.
Yes, a few kick-ins, but he has driven the Swans out of defence more often than not. Giants still in this. They send it up to the wing. Grundy makes the contest. Weiss tries to work it forward. Toby Green can't clear the area. Falls the way of Jordan. He throws it on the boot. Mark taken by Laverde, though. They play on quickly. They need to get moving, the Giants. Whitfield inboard to his partner in crime in Ash. He marks and keeps going. They'll go the big switch. Dangerous kick from Ash. Rowbottom tracks it all the way. Well done, Himmelberg. Used his body superbly.
Got numbers on the outer side here, the Giants. It comes to Angwin. Options by foot. Pops it closer to the arc now. And 52 from goal. They go deep towards full. It's out of bounds on the full. A shocking kick down there by Hannaford. So no change to our score. The Swans by 18 points still. 8.5 gone here in this final term. It'll be what? Maybe 15,000 left here at the SCG?
Yeah, in fact.
Crowd not a factor then for the Giants. Still in this game. Himmelberg's having an impact across half back. That was a good punch down to Riccardi. Bedford gathered it. Here they go again, the Giants. Hannaford just left it behind for a moment. They regain possession, work it back to Ash. He guides are looking for Aaliyah. There's a whistle there and a free kick to GWS.
Cunningham
straight in front, going to Toby Green. Or is it Aaliyah? Green had the arms out. He'll be
Cunningham was being held as well. I was watching that contest itself. Green was being held by Cunningham, but take a pick.
It's Lekalia with a chance to bring this back to a 2-goal game. Straight in front, 15 out. For the first goal of his AFL career, Lekalia delivers. What a moment for him. And his Giants fans, teammates, know the significance, as do the fans in the opposing pocket.
Well deserved.
And Lekalia, his position's been moved around. He started in the ruck, then moved forward.
And gone back and all this. It's well deserved. He's played pretty well tonight. And he's going to be one of those players, I think, in another year or two, we're going to see him really take another step.
Derby 32, back to a 2-goal game with plenty of time left. Down to Declan Byrne.
Angus Sheldrick has been on the bench for 17 minutes. He's uninjured, according to the Swans. So, strange tactic here. He just did a little warm-up. He looked fine, but remaining on the bench, 17 and counting.
They're just not in the contest at the moment, the Swans, for mine. The last couple of minutes, it's changed, and it's all the Giants. If they use the ball going forward, the Giants have got this.
From a game-high lead, now back-to-back Giants majors. Just 12 points the Swans' way. They win the clearance here, the Sydney Swans. Mopped up by Himmelberg. Hand pass, though, picked off. Bursting by Rowbottom. Paddles it away here towards McDonald. Callaghan got involved there, shares it with Angwood. Now burst by, hurried kick beyond defensive 50 towards the outer side, but falls in the lap of Wicks.
Had a good game, hasn't he, Wicks? He's positioning.
Wicks struggles the tackle, plays on quickly, goes high inside forward 50 here towards a 2-on-2. McDonald with a hang on the behind line. It was through, though, for the score already. So it's 13 points the Swans lead, 11-5 plays, 7-16, 11 gone in the final term. Front of that, put it on ABC.
Well, it's game on now, 11 o'clock at night here, and it's game on. It's both teams got to go and win it.
Riccardi will leap for this. Brought it down on the wing. It favours the Swans, though. Roberts gathers, throws it on the boot. Contest between Iden and Curnow. Lloyd got to the front of the pack, spills away from him. We'll have a throw in left forward pocket for Sydney. We've had to wait a while, but we do have a game. Swans up by 13 points.
And I tell you what, footy purists might like this because the curfew means, as far as I understand, there'll be no songs after 11 o'clock. So that means in 9 minutes there'll be no more goal songs, which fans seem to hate. 12 gone, final term. Back in it comes. Grundy paddles it out the back there. Thomas reaching for it for the Giants, and now he's wrapped up by Jordan. Umpire says, give it to me. Tackle and Burn on the boundary.
What about the post-match presentation? They're going to whisper the winner of the Kirkwood medal.
And it comes to Toby Green here from that stoppage. And pass releases Oliver. Just thumps it back down Member's side. It falls onto the chest of Riley Bice. Took a hanger in the first half, Riley Bice. And Shurager called to play on. Goes inside 50. It's out of bounds on the full. It missed Kerno and everything. So a Giants ball in the right back pocket. It's only 13 points the Swans lead here in Derby 32.
The Giants will fancy their chances on the balance of play, making this margin even closer than it is, but not with kicks like that. That was sloppy. Laverde across his own defensive 50, missed the target of Himmelberg.
He's missed a lot of kicks tonight, Laverde. This is something that...
Yeah, he has, but he's settled in as a defender, hasn't he? Into the Giants to come in here and do what he's done defensively.
Particularly with Taylor out. He's probably got a role in there.
Throwing inside 50 for the Swans. Grundy down to Roses. It bounces through. The fortunate roll. It just jumped up over the head of Laverde, who forced that stoppage inside 50. And then a bit of class from Grundy down to the small forward. And Roses on the snap brings the margin back out to 19 points. And he is proving to be a handy little recruit for the Sydney Swans.
Oh, and the ruck work from Grundy, like he just constantly just knows and works his opponent over and over. And a bit like Isaac Heaney, as the game gets longer, he just has more influence on the game because he just wears his opponents out.
It's so dangerous, the classy finish, and he knew exactly what he was doing when he kicked that ball, the way it was going to check side bounce, and his ability to actually get on his left foot. But you're right, the connection is a ruckman, and Grundy's ability to keep going as a key big fella. You got to wear him down, and he keeps backing up to big ruckman.
Mally Roses, a couple of goals against his former side, the Gold Coast Suns, last week at Norwood. Timely goal here for the home side in the derby. Clearance goes away to the Giants. Callahan, high ball inside 50. Spoil from Hamling down there on Riccardi. At half back now for the Swans. Blakey can't gather. Trying hard, Rowbottom. Oliver goes in hard now for GWS, and now it's locked in. And does come out late though here. McInerney hand pass off to Sheldrick. Hand pass wide now again. Made some work there for Roberts. Thomas got involved, but Sheldrick gathers now for the Swans. Goes back down the corridor at the feet of Jordan. Fed back there, it comes to Blakey. Thought of halfway. He just weaves his way through the corridor again. Unguarded square. Blakey skids it all the way home. The champion's goal from Nick Blakey. He's been their best tonight. And he brings it out to a new game-high mark of 25 points. 13-5-83, the Sydney Swans. The Giants 7-16-58 at the 15-minute mark of the final term here at the SCG. Tyconelli and Ryan O'Keefe.
As soon as the Swans won that off half-back, he was gone. He was gone before it was even clear. Unbelievable. He just took off.
And you're backing your teammates to be really clean, and James Jordan and that ground ball in the middle of the pitch there can be quite greasy and slippery in the middle of the ground. But they've done it all night and they've done it all year. They're aggressive run from half back, and they tinkered with Nick Blakey last year as a key defender. This is where his best position is. He's damaging when he's high up the ground. He clearly can use the ball going forward, like we've seen, and he's been one of Sydney's best.
29 touches, 841 metres gained, more than 300 metres above the next best on the ground as they work it forward again. Sydney, those are Blakey's stats. Heaney into attack, gathered by Buckley. Well done, Corey Warner. To leap on top of Angwin and lock it inside 50 again. Angwin now gathers it, gets it to Callahan. They need to get moving, the Giants. They need the next one fast. The kick is short of Riccardi. Gathered by Hamling, over the top to Mills. They can go again here, Sydney. The handball misses its target though. And Blakey says it was off his hands and it should be a throw-in. There's going to be a free kick the way of the Giants. 43,000 in the crowd. There's no way there's 43,000 in the SCG at the moment after that 1 hour delay as Angwin moves the Giants into attack.
That's the half forward. Under it, though, it's going to be taking McDonald at half back for the Sydney Swans. So keep saying the Giants have wasted opportunities. All of a sudden, now the Swans out by 25 points. Donald's kick goes back to the members' wing, spilled by Amati. Bursting over the footy in hand, Himmelberg. Back to Oliver, little 1-2. Wrapped up by Chad Warner. And Bossity got it away in time. Amati as well now brought down. This time by Laverde. And we will ball it up in front of the old ladies' pavilion at the SCG.
Oliver's played well tonight.
Yeah.
He's one that's he's battled all night for the Giants. He's been clean.
He's probably been the most consistent.
Yeah, he's been so clean in these conditions.
It's a hand pass again. Follows up again with the second hand pass. And now Whitfield has it back into his path. It was run down from behind by Corey Warner. Swans have numbers though. Blakey off to Sheldrick. Goes on the entry here. Leading up. It was a little too deep down there for Curnow. Falls out the back here for McMullen. They'll swing it wide here, the Giants. A strong contested grab taken by Madden.
It's been good, hasn't he?
Right
First
half
game
back.
for the second, sorry.
Still time for GWS. They move it by hand to Ash. Over the top to Elias. Just come on the ground from the bench. Back to Ash. Now up to Brown. Maybe one handball too many, but it sits up nicely for Gothard. He kept going. That kick is poor though. Trying to be too cute with it. And Stringer holds his hands up and says, I'm in the corridor, Phoenix.
He hasn't used the ball well inside 50 tonight. Quite a few times. He's not only his own from the Giants' perspective, that's the Achilles heel, obviously, with the forwards missing as well.
He's kicked it out of bounds on the full. It's a big opportunity.
You can't blame missing key forwards for kicks like that.
Yeah,
though.
no,
You got Stringer's had a reasonable night. Like, give him an opportunity.
Swans up to the wing. Big contest there. Well done, Madden again. Another big grab. Gets it to Whitfield. Kick to half forward, finds Toby Green. The booze from the Swans faithful. Sets it up in a hot spot for Stringer to mark. Had a fair purchase on it, not paid. And now there's a free kick against the Giants for a throw. Should have taken that. Stringer, did all the hard work, just couldn't quite hang on to it in the end, and Gothard's given away a free kick. Henny will take it in defensive 50. Swans up by 25 points.
19 gone here in the final term. Henny goes beyond defensive 50. In front of Whitfield. Spills to ground. Rositz hacks it down the line here. Himmelberg through the skipper, Toby Green. Loud boos for the opposing captain. Goes high inside 50. Intercepted down there by Callum Mills. He was a Brett Kirk medalist in 2018. So 8 seasons ago now. Early in his career. Wicks, as Bedford gives chase. Wicks bounces off half back. Shares it with Sheldrick. He was felled there late, Wicks. Now umpire saw it, so it's going to come back here for a Swans ball. Sheldrick with a free kick from behind the centre circles. The Swans' inclusion tonight for Dane Rampy, who's been rested. Curnow spills the mark inside 50. Is there a chopping of the arms or mark paid? It will be a Curnow's ball here, 25 out directly in front.
That's the difference too, Ryan, isn't it? They come through the middle of the Swans and actually giving the forwards an opportunity to kick it. It's not pretty to him, but at least he's getting an opportunity. And the difference between Stringer and Curnow in that instance for 2 entries.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they've made it difficult and they've landed on top.